With that, I'd like to introduce our Minister, Mr. Chris Philp, who's the UK Minister for Technology and the Digital Economy, who's going to say a few words by way of an opening address to give a UK perspective on this question before we open up the panel discussion. So I can ask the team to play Mr. Philp's message. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction, Rhys, and thank you all for joining us at the UK's Open Forum on the Future of the Internet. Let me first say how pleased I am to be here, albeit virtually. The IGF is a cornerstone in the Internet governance ecosystem. It has an essential role in bringing together stakeholders and fostering inclusive policy discussions and influencing national, regional and global action. Today's session on the future of the Internet is a critical one, and I am especially pleased to be able to put forward the UK's perspective to spark discussion. Almost half a century on from its first iterations, the Internet has reshaped the world as we know it and will continue to do so. At the core of the Internet sits the stack of infrastructure and protocols that make up this global network of networks. Permissionless innovation, openness, decentralization and interoperability have allowed the Internet to grow into the indispensable tool it is today. But the principles which have led to the evolution of the global Internet are increasingly being challenged. We have seen recent proposals that seek to change and remake the very core of the Internet and steer it away from the values of freedom and open societies. We are all of us stakeholders of the Internet and have roles in supporting its evolution. And where better to discuss and build consensus on the future of the Internet than right here at the IGF. Over the coming decade, the evolution of the Internet will bring opportunities, as long as we can collectively navigate key challenges. The Internet must become more inclusive as the digital divide narrows. It has been a great achievement that half of the world's population is online, but there is much more to do to ensure that no one is left behind in the future digital economy. As the next 3 billion users come online, we need to ensure they can join a global Internet that reflects our open, free societies and democratic values. Any fragmentation or division of the Internet's underlying architecture will constrain and undermine the Internet, with detrimental effects to global connectivity, prosperity and fundamental freedoms. The Internet can become faster and more efficient by using emerging technologies from artificial intelligence to next generation telecommunications, satellite networks and eventually quantum computing. But the innovation and deployment of these new technologies should not lead to further consolidation and control, creating a more centralised Internet and giving undue influence to a small group of stakeholders who do not necessarily have our best interests at heart. With these opportunities and challenges ahead, now is the time for stakeholders to come together around the positive values we hold as fundamental for the evolution of the Internet. We are keen to work constructively with the wider community here at the IGF in developing and advocating for a new, positive, open and free approach. An approach that allows us to understand nuances and trade-offs and to make informed decisions. At the heart of this vision, we propose there should sit a new framework of economic security, social, governance and technical lenses. This approach will help us understand different perspectives and find areas of agreement towards common goals. And let's be clear, working together is essential. There will always be areas of disagreement, but we must all have a shared objective to protect the underlying global network that makes up the Internet and which has been such a success. Our 5 lenses are as follows. First, for our economies, we want to strive for a pro-prosperity internet, spreading economic growth around the globe. We must harness the digital economy by supporting diverse and competitive markets and encouraging responsible and permissionless innovation. That includes making sure that excessive monopolies don't grow and exploit their position to the detriment of businesses and customers. Secondly, security is critical to make sure the architecture of the internet is resilient and to make sure people are protected and criminals are not able to hide behind things like end-to-end encryption. Thirdly, for society, the internet must support democracy and open social values. Stakeholders should work together to improve accessibility and ensure that all users are able to participate online safely. We must close the digital divide. We must have a pro-development internet and promote affordable connectivity to the billions of people globally who still don't have access. Fourthly, for governance, we must consider how we maintain a globally governed internet, and we must champion and support the functioning of an inclusive, multi-stakeholder governance process, because that is how the internet has become so successful today. And finally, technically, we must support a scalable, interoperable and open global internet while maintaining, of course, environmental sustainability and connectivity for increasingly diverse users. These 5 lenses represent a proactive and hopeful vision, and the UK looks forward to engaging with the multi-stakeholder community to discuss them. To conclude, the story of the internet is still being written. We must work together to ensure it evolves in a manner that reflects our open society values. We must protect the global technical core of the internet, its openness and its interoperability. As the multi-stakeholder community, we need to reinforce key governance fora like the UN IGF, as well as crucial technical fora. For a start, this is the positive change we seek to realise through this vision. Thank you very much for listening, and over to you, Rhys, and the panel.
Hello again, everyone. For those who have joined during the Minister's address there, my name is Rhys Bowen. I'm the International Director for the Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport in London. And that was a message from our Minister, Chris Philp, the Minister for the Digital and Technical Economy. We're now going to move on to our panel discussion now, and I want to first of all explore the theme that Mr. Philp just started to raise there around our values for a positive vision for the future of the internet. Really key topic at the heart of what we're discussing this morning. So I'd like first of all to ask Lise, if I can, what does a positive vision for the future of the internet look like? And what are the core values we're looking to uphold? Lise, great to get your perspective on that.
Thank you, Rhys, and thank you for inviting Edno and asking difficult questions, because I think this is a very difficult one, but I think it's a good one. I very much welcome this speech by Minister Chris Philp, but I think we agree on many of the aspects that the internet represents a major opportunity, first and foremost, in relation to economy, to social opportunities, more than ever when it was developed a decade ago. But coming from the telco, of course, we also think connectivity is key to narrowing the digital divide. So we think this is an important step whenever you look at the future internet. And we have seen what great opportunities the internet delivers, and we also see there are some challenges with security, governance, infrastructure. But if we look at the future, to the point of your question, I think the pandemic accelerated some trends that started and showed us how we can change the way we live, we work, we learn. We went virtual. So that's it showed us the potential, and it showed how the internet became more embedded in our lives. So I think there are two things to look at when you look at the future of the internet. One is the usage, how the users are using the internet. The other one is in the internet as an infrastructure, because there are a lot of machine-to-machine happening there. So that needs to be two different ways of viewing the internet. Very quickly, if we look at the internet today, we see new requirements for from the telco side. We see that video is the principal driver of data. So it actually are an account for at least 70% of the data traffic in our networks. So video means different ways of treating the internet on a technical level. So there is a lot of content there, and the users are using the internet in different ways that they have done before. And if you look at the Internet of Things, we've seen that today there are around 180 million connected devices in Europe. This is estimated to be 850 million by the end of the decade. So we see an increase in Internet things, and that means that we need to have different ways of using the internet. We need low latency, we need a lot of bandwidth, but also the IP architecture is important here. And we talked about the fragmentation of the internet. For me, when you look into machine-to-machine, I think we have IPv4 now, and we also have IPv6. We need to move into IPv6. So we have a lot of things that are technical on the internet, a lot of governmental governance structures that need to be in place. And looking at the future of the internet, I think it shows us we need to push for the connection of everyone, because it becomes super important for our daily lives to be connected. But it's also more crucial than ever that we can trust the internet. The users need to be able to trust it. That is both on misinformation, disinformation-wise, so how we deal with that on the internet is important, but also the security and resilience is important. So I think these will need to be the guiding principles, both from the change of use, where we see users are using it for schools, for jobs, for private lives, but also that the machines are gonna be using it as an infrastructure. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Elise. Great to hear your view, and particularly struck by your point on connectivity. That was actually a theme that came to the Future Tech Forum very strongly last week in London, that as well as a core values proposition, the connectivity proposition is also crucially important for what we're trying to achieve here. I'm also really interested in the machine versus sort of human interaction on the internet and the different uses for that. And I think what that might mean for the kind of values we're trying to embody in the internet is a really interesting kind of challenge. And then trust is something that I think see absolutely core to our value set, certainly in the UK, and something that we're doing quite a lot of work on around disinformation. I'd like to, if I can, bring in Joanna at this stage. So we've heard both from Chris Philp and Lise there about some of the different perspectives and different aspects we can look at internet governance, and how we can think about what we're trying to achieve going forward in the future. So I'd be interested, Joanna, for your perspective on how we can draw on the different lenses, the different perspectives of what we're trying to achieve through our internet policy for a more rounded debate on the internet's future. Joanna.
Thank you very much, Reece. Indeed, these four elements, these four lenses that you focus on in that intervention are crucial to the further development of the multi-stakeholder model and the one world, one internet paradigm that we have developed thus far. I particularly welcome the reference to security. Indeed, meeting as we are now in the hybrid format, ensuring safe communications is paramount. I welcome the emphasis on security. I would, however, highlight that the way we have looked at a norms-based order, as we like to refer to it in these international relations or international law conversations, includes both security and individual rights. So when we look at a norms-based order in the perspective of international law as we know it, we look at both national sovereignty. We do have a lot of panels during this IGF on cyber sovereignty, digital sovereignty, And keeping a state safe and state infrastructure safe is indeed paramount. I would be very cautious, though, with the reference, for example, to encryption as a tool that enables crime. It is broadly recognized that encryption, the right to encryption in itself, could be perceived as a human right, particularly when you look at governments that abuse surveillance technologies. I'm going to use the very recent advancements on the way that the Pegasus software is being distributed, with Poland being put on a blacklist by the distributors. You could also see here this element of private governance, where it is indeed a private company that sets the standard for the use of surveillance technologies. So with this, I also welcome the reference of to governance, the paradigms we have for governance, as indeed it is largely private companies that tell us which is allowed and which is not. Now, putting the focus on security, national sovereignty, complemented by human rights, I'm going to make a strong argument for the application of international law as we know it in cyberspace. The exercises within the UN, both the UNGG and the Open-Ended Working Group, in their reports have emphasized that international law applies to cyberspace as it is, as it stands. We would largely not need a new regime, even though these proposals are being put on the table. Why is that? The comparisons, for example, to the law of the sea or outer space are failed because these regimes followed a long-standing customary practice. The internet needs to reference the standing principles of state responsibility, due diligence, as we know them in international law, and human rights law, including individual rights to privacy or freedom of expression, is also directly applicable there too. I want to make one other point. When we talk about international law and how it applies to cyberspace, I'm going to argue we do have a standing framework that we can fall back on, that you guys refer to as the core values. That is something we have developed after the Second World War. But there's also an element of capacity building that I believe you reference with your lens on the society, where we need to make sure that we enable internet access also through the soft skills to building competence, and a comprehensive approach to capacity building, as has been developed by various communities. Just to mention the GFC, which is hosting a panel during this IGF as well, but also within ICANN, where Nigel and myself have had the opportunity to work together, representing both end users and governments, working together locally to best develop the capacities of individual end users, as those today joining us from Abuja. This is lovely to have remote help there. That is the second crucial element that I believe complements what you guys refer to as the core values. So these are most welcome, whereas this balancing exercise between different interests is definitely something we need to focus on. That would be my initial intervention. Thank you for giving me the floor.
Joanna, thank you very much. And I think it's really important. I mean, some of the high-level titles we have here, economy, security, society, governance, technology, I suspect we all recognize that those are things that are important here, but it's actually getting underneath that, understanding the kind of tensions and the kind of choices and trade-offs underneath it, which I think is really where the heart of this conversation is. So thank you for giving an insight into aspects of that. I'm going to turn to Henrietta now, and Henrietta, before we go on to the second part of the discussion, I want to give you the opportunity to comment on this values part of what we've been focusing on, whether what your view is around a positive vision for the internet. What are the core values we need to uphold? How do we ensure that we can bring all these perspectives together into the debate? Would you like to comment on that before we move on to the second question?
I would really like to. In fact, Reese, I was thinking of asking you if I could. I think we really are at a critical juncture, and I think that's why it's so important that governments and others are thinking about what these values are. I think we're at a point where we know we want to preserve the interoperability of the internet. We know we want to preserve its global nature. But we also know that if we don't protect the public core, and by the public core, I mean the infrastructure, the domain name system, but I also mean the publicness of the internet as an open platform for innovation and for participation, will lose, I think, the power of the internet. And I think that's very challenging because it does require policy. It does require some kind of regulatory approach. It does require looking at things like taxation, looking at antitrust, but looking at these in a very delicate and I think evidence-based way, so that you do not end up with the sledgehammer approach to doing this. But I think aside from the values of human rights, of openness and inclusion and collaboration, for me, this idea of the publicness of the internet is absolutely vital. I think we need to always recall and remember that the internet itself is a platform. It's an interoperable platform, and the behaviors that we are finding challenging with the internet, both from the corporate sector, from governments who shut down the internet, from people who use the internet for harmful use, those behaviors are not the internet. And I think that for me is a value that we should preserve as well, is that any kind of regulatory or policy intervention to preserve the internet for positive use needs to target those behaviors and the actors who perpetrate those behaviors, not the internet itself as an open interoperable network. So yes, that's a bit of a, and I think just the final thing, and you've said it yourself, and so did we here in the opening remarks, the inclusion is important. I think the internet as a platform for a connected world does require the unconnected to be connected in a meaningful way. And, it's a little bit like we'll never kill COVID until we have more and more people vaccinated. And I think the value of the internet is really compromised by the fact that so many people are still not able to use it. And that is not just a digital divide issue, it's a social and economic divide issue. So I think we need to keep that on our agendas as well. How do we try and create societies around the world that are more equal at a fundamental level, and by being more equal at an economic and social level, enables more equal participation in the internet?
Andrea, thank you very much. I'm going to move on now to question 2. I'm going to stay with you, and Andrea, to start off with, we'll take contributions perhaps in reverse order of our panelists. So we wanted to go on just to explore, in perhaps a slightly more sort of practical perspective, what are the forums and collaboration necessary to uphold an open, global, interoperable internet? One of the, I guess, characteristics of the internet as a relatively decentralized kind of entity is that there is a whole variety of different fora, and then moving, I guess, into the standards development organizations that contribute to this whole. And therefore, trying to sort of plot a path from a government perspective, at least, in how we can sort of try to influence the overall system to embody the values we want is a practical question. So I would just like to ask you, perhaps, Andrea, to start off with, from your perspective, where are the critical forums and spaces for collaboration in upholding a positive vision for the internet? Where can we act to help the multi-stakeholder governance ecosystem be more resilient to change?
Reese, thanks for that. That's a question that becomes increasingly challenging to respond to because, as you say, the internet and internet governance continues to diversify and be more distributed. I chaired an open forum yesterday of United Nations agencies and their involvement in internet governance. And it was remarkable that, just within the UN system, from counterterrorism to disarmament research, to social and economic development, to countering online gender-based violence, just in the UN system, they are struggling to actually exchange information and collaborate. So I think what we have to accept is that internet governance is distributed, it's multidisciplinary, and it's multi-stakeholder. So there are no easy solutions. There are multiple spaces. Johanna mentioned international law. International law means we have to engage the treaty bodies. We have to work with the Human Rights Council and with the treaty bodies that oversee the major conventions on human rights. Similarly, climate change is increasingly also looking at internet governance related issues. So the intergovernmental space remains important. And I think particularly when we're looking at the openness of the internet and the internet as a space where human rights are protected and defended, it's very important that governments negotiate around that and do peer reviews on protection and observance of human rights in those intergovernmental spaces. And that's just one sphere. Regional spaces are very important. We're looking at the moment at what's happening with initiatives to introduce more regulation of internet industry and companies. Europe is obviously leading that, but it's happening elsewhere as well. And ensuring that there's regional collaboration on that and that it's multi-stakeholder, I think is very important if we are wanting to avoid these regulatory approaches creating more barriers than they are enabling. And then at national level, I think national level is extremely important and needs to be approached with in quite a cautious way, because if you have too much fragmentation and national approaches to internet governance, you could undermine the interconnectedness and the commonness of internet governance, and the internet ultimately being understood and governed as at a global level. I think local spaces are extremely important, and particularly when we're looking at bridging the access divide in developing countries, bringing in local government, or even traditional authorities in rural areas, building community networks, in a bottom-up way. So it is very diverse. And then industry level engagement and self-regulation, co-regulation, setting of standards, also very important. But ultimately, to come back to the IGF, I think what the IGF does, I think it actually becomes more and more important in this immensely distributed and complex internet governance ecosystem, because our IGFs, be it the global one, regional IGFs or national IGFs, really become the spaces where we can come together and engage this complexity, learn more about it, and try and solve problems together. And I think just, in my last comment on this, I think what I would really like us to see, and I think some people are already doing it, is to use these multi-stakeholder spaces, not just for easy consensus, not just to all sit around the table and say, we like the internet's important. I'm being a bit facetious, but I think we sometimes do tend to avoid using our multi-stakeholder fora to really work through different approaches, different interests, to conflict. And if we don't, I think we actually will undermine the power of the multi-stakeholder approach. Back to you, Rees.
Thank you very much, Amriette. And I think your last challenge there is a particularly apt one, and one we might want to just develop a little bit more. I'm going to turn to Joanna next, just to come back on the same question around the spaces and critical forums that are necessary for us to work together in order to uphold our positive vision. Perhaps one other aspect I'd maybe just ask you perhaps to consider, Joanna, is the sort of point that this is a world that is evolving very quickly in terms of the internet itself, but international governance quite often takes longer to actually catch up in all areas. Now, how do we manage in this space that differential between a very quickly evolving technical space, but an international governance piece by its distributed nature that takes a little while to kind of react? Let me hand over to you and get your perspective on this question.
Thank you very much, Rees. That is indeed the crucial question. If I had a comprehensive and workable answer to that question, I believe I could easily solve most of the world's problems. So I don't think there's an easy fix to this. The multi-stakeholder approach we have to internet governance, we still believe is the best way we can do this challenging job, because the internet is so complex. I'm not going to go back to the technicalities and the layers and the lasagnas and the spaghettis we're trying to manage here. However, we still agree that looking at 3 groups of stakeholders, the governments included, is the only way we can move forward. Now, having said this, references to international law are forever more increasing. I have been at this job for quite a while now, and when I started, international law was not something you would naturally use for internet governance. You would sometimes reference international relations. You would at times also try to use different paradigms from different areas of international law and international relations, but international law was not the tool itself. However, it seems as if governments are showing increasing interest in regulating cyberspace with international law. The one thing that seems to be missing in these debates is that they do not do this alone. So this is not a challenge that governments can individually solve with law with that in mind, all of the fora that Henriette mentioned, or all of the regions, the spaces that we need to keep in mind are absolutely valid. I would not say that there is a quick fix that we could use to solve this challenge. I would rather say we need to keep pushing forward, keeping in mind the same objective, the interconnectivity, the openness, the permissionless innovation that you guys emphasize so strongly. Something that we have not yet addressed is, for example, the copyright challenge. When you look at different copyright regimes, the European one is quite restrictive. We are meeting in Europe, so I'm going to use it as an example. So what we might want to keep in mind is the overall objective of keeping the internet open and whole, as opposed to national cyberspaces being protected with national laws. So indeed, using the forums we have within the UN, within the ITU, but also the so-called technical internet governance with the policies and standards of the IETF, of ICANN, is something we need to keep in mind. So effectively, what this comes down to for governments and civil society actors alike is just keeping your eyes open to all the changes as they advance, pushing this vehicle forward one step at a time without causing permanent damage to the way that these infrastructures are being managed. So I don't think I have an easy fix there, Liz. I don't think anyone does. But at the same time, we have so many forums, and we see to be able to identify the far-reaching perspective we want to obtain, as you guys noted in your statement, with the internet remaining open and permissionless for innovation, if you will. So that is something we need to keep in mind, and just keeping the conversations going as we do at the IGF. Not a very practical response, but I don't think there's a better one at this point. Thank you for putting the question forward, though, Reese.
Joanna, thank you very much. I'm going to turn now to Lisa, if I can, for your perspective on the same question. I'm really interested, I guess, from an industry perspective. You are obviously part of this as a multi-stakeholder participant, but also part of this as somebody who's representing companies who are effectively delivering large aspects of the internet connectivity that we all rely on, and therefore are looking for kind of practical solutions as well as kind of broader governance conversations. So Lisa, what's your perspective about the key organizations, the key spaces we need to be focusing on in order to ensure that the positive vision we've just started to describe is made a reality?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Riz. And I agree, there are no easy solution to this. What I would like to bring in, which is a bit tricky, is what we see now here in Brussels is that we have regulation coming in, taking over the Digital Service Act, the Digital Market Act. And while this seems far away from internet governance and also IGF, I believe this will actually influence part of what we're talking about today in maybe 5 years' time, because this will change the way some of the market players are behaving on the internet and the way we use the internet. It will change the way services are delivered. And I think it's important we have the multi-stakeholder model as we're having here with IGF and also with ICANN. But I also think it's important, and we said this last year, that we have all stakeholders around the table. And this is where it becomes difficult, because these discussions we're having today are quite difficult just to step into. They are either very technical or very much into the internet lingo. So we need to make sure that when we talk about inclusion, we talk about inclusion in a broader sense. As a telco, we of course are extremely depending on standards. So when you talk about the internet and you talk about governance, back to the point posted by Henriette saying she forgot to underline the importance of technical governance, that is key too. So talking about important critical forum or fora, I think there are many. I think the IETF is important. I think ICANN is important. I think IGF is important. But what I like about these parts is that they are multi-stakeholder. And that gives us, again, the dilemma. I think Joanna mentioned it. We have a fast-moving technology. We have a slow governance model. But I believe we need to deal with this. And we cannot leave someone out of these discussions, because this is extremely important. And that's back a bit, also to the public core that Henriette was talking about, that needs to be preserved. Yes, it needs to be preserved, and it needs to be also allowed to develop. So we need to have this, preserve the core values, but also allow for new innovations, because otherwise we get stuck in the old models. But from my side, whatever is defined both in IGF, but also the more standard bodies, is depending, or will define how we deal with security, how we deal with the infrastructure, how we deal with the services on the internet. So we need to see it all in cohesion. We need to see it all as interconnected and interrelated. So whenever we talk human rights, we also need to talk standards. Whenever we talk open access, we also need to talk technology. So everything is interconnected, and this is what makes it difficult for everyone to understand, because we always sit either with the legal part, the human part, the technical part, but we need to make sure these are meeting each other. And again, back to Joanna, I'm not giving any solutions, but from our side, I think we often forget the technical parts, the technical standards, and those bodies in discussing all of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elise. Really, really useful to get that perspective, and also drawing on Henriette's point about the technical side of governance as well. I think it is crucially important. I'm going to just sort of make a few closing remarks of this part of the forum this morning, and we're going to go to questions from the audience in a second. I see quite a few have come in already, so I'll try to bring colleagues in just a second. We've had a really useful discussion today, and thank you very much for everyone's contributions. I think the importance of a kind of core value set around internet governance, I think, is something that everyone on the panel sort of agrees with. But there's some sort of nuances I just want to bring out. I mean, I think that the point around connectivity and the importance of ensuring that those who are not currently part of the internet community become so, I think is a really important point that's been emphasised by a number of different panelists. I think one of the other aspects I really wanted to draw out was Lisa's point around sort of now, but also particularly going forward, the fact that there'll be many different users of the internet, including actually non-humans, as it were, and that kind of internet as an infrastructure perspective, internet as a way of connecting together machines as well as humans, is something we should consider more around. And then I think the piece that Henriette just challenged us at the end of her intervention, right on the end of the first question, that as well as using, we have a lot we agree on, and it's important that we kind of, do consolidate that and ensure that consensus is kind of recognised. But actually, there are also some areas where there's a lot of debate and challenge, and we should use our multi-stakeholder fora for those issues, because those are the issues we actually need to work through as a community, and I think that's a good challenge for all of us. In terms of the second question, I think everyone on the panel kind of recognised the importance of the multi-stakeholder approach, despite its limitations around speed and sometimes the kind of disaggregated nature of it actually makes it quite difficult to kind of cohere. But I think there are clearly challenges to it. We talked around speed in general. Again, Lisa at the end sort of particularly talked about the fact it needed to ensure that innovation was kind of maintained, and I think that's something that we absolutely need to consider further. And so I think as we consider how these structures work, and particularly how they work together, I think it's preserving some of those kind of objectives we have, almost sort of meta objectives for the whole system around promoting innovation, promoting values. That's very important for us. With that, I'm going to now sort of turn to our audience and ask for some questions. I have to say, and I will apologise now, it is slightly difficult from where I am and the information I have to make sure I'm bringing everyone in turn. So I hope I will do that. If I don't by any chance, then please forgive me. I'm going to start off by bringing in Andrew Campling to make an observation or a question. Andrew, please.
Hi there, good morning. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can. Please introduce yourself, Andrew.
Yeah, fantastic. Hi, my name is Andrew Campling, and I'm involved in sort of public policy and public affairs in the tech sector. And I posted a couple of questions in the chat, and then I realised that there was indeed a raise hand function. So I will briefly summarise the two questions. Firstly, just sort of continuing the discussion on internet governance. I am concerned that a lot the internet standards bodies are effectively dominated by the large tech companies. So although they're notionally open, the people in the room are primarily from the tech sector. The voice of the end user is rarely heard. And governments are largely absent from the room, with one or two notable exceptions. Likewise, regulators and others of the multi-stakeholder community. So first question is, how can we get greater participation by the multi-stakeholder community in standard setting? Because a lot of the standards bodies ignore the public policy impacts of their standards choices. So if the multi-stakeholders aren't in the room, then potentially bad impacts will happen and won't even be discussed, let alone avoided. So that'll be the first question. Then very briefly, second question, the start of the conversation, there were references to the importance of encryption. I wonder if occasionally people are overweighting the importance or the priority of encryption as it relates to privacy and the benefits that gives to communication, and completely ignoring the right to privacy and safety, indeed, of the victims of crimes such as child sex abuse. And how do we balance those conflicting rights? Because at the moment, a lot of the conversation seems to focus purely on the rights of people communicating and ignoring some of the harms that are caused. Thanks, Rhys.
Thank you very much, Andrew. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pose that first question, if I can, around how do we ensure there is the fullest range of perspectives in the governance and standards making process to Henriette, if I can. And then I'm going to ask the question around encryption and how do we balance the different rights at stake here. First of all, I think to Joanna, if I can, and I might also ask Lisa for perspective on that as well. But Henriette, if I may I ask you just to speak about Andrew's first question?
Thanks, Rhys. Andrew, you're absolutely right. And if we want to use this multi-stakeholder model right, we do have to get the right people in the room. And they won't always be the same people. It depends on what we are discussing. So this notion of multi-stakeholder, which is simply bringing business, technical community, civil society, government together, is not enough. We need to analyze the issue and make sure the right stakeholders and the right individuals and institutions are in the room. But Andrew, actually, I think you'll be surprised to see who is in the room. And I think over time, what we've seen at the IGF is that the big internet companies are sending fewer people to global IGFs. In fact, I think some of them, US-based ones, are spending much more time in Washington, D.C., talking to the Senate or to Congress than they are talking to global multi-stakeholder fora. And that's been a big shift. 10 years ago, it looked very different. And I think that's a reflection of the changes in trends to internet policy, or trends in approaches to internet policy. I think what I have seen over time is that the two stakeholder groups who, from my perspective, remain the most solidly committed to this are the civil society and governments. I think the technical community is the glue that is so critical. And I have seen over time as well how some of the big technical governance institutions, and this is to some extent a challenge to them, like the Internet Society and ICANN, for example, the IETF and the other standard setting and protocol development bodies, they participate, they follow, but we need a stronger presence from them. We need institutions like ETNO, and we have them, but we need more. And I think, Andrew, that is very important. I think that we continue to make sure that that cross-fertilization that can only happen if you have the devil in the detail allowed to surface in the multi-stakeholder space. And then you attack or interrogate that devil from a multi-stakeholder perspective. So you're very right. But I think you would be surprised to see that this notion, and I think many people make the assumption that the large internet companies have captured the multi-stakeholder spaces. That's certainly not my experience anymore. And I think what I really am very impressed by as someone from civil society is effort from government. And I've seen that increased over time. Of course, there are governments, I come from Africa, there are governments that shut down the internet when there's an election and they fear the use of social media would threaten their power. And we also have governments in the UN system who do not support the multi-stakeholder approach. But what I've seen actually is so much positive examples of governments becoming more invested in this approach. And I think that's very hopeful. But we need the technical community in the room as well.
Andrea, thank you very much. Let me turn, if I can, to Joanna to talk about the second question about how we balance the respective rights here. And Andrew obviously used the example of encryption as a key topic of debate.
That is an ongoing debate. I'm certain both Andrew and the panelists know this to be the pertaining question with regard to balancing human rights online. And whenever we have a debate around prioritizing both security and privacy, it's usually someone from law enforcement and comes up and asks the question of whether you would allow someone who had abused your own child to hide behind encryption, or whether you would rather agree for the police to have the keys to encryption to protect your child. Now, that is an emotional argument that is often used, and we debate it. So this is an ongoing discussion. If I was to give you my personal insight on how we might want to find a solution to that, I would probably fall back on the general principles of international law or national law, how to manage a society in a fair manner. So it is about transparency. It is about building trust. I've talked to my colleagues from the Netherlands who say that they have a very reliable national system of governmental control over law enforcement that is transparent. The society trusts the commission that is there, set up by the parliament, that supervises the law enforcement and the surveillance industry, if you will. So there seems to be a certain balance between transparency and effectiveness of national law enforcement that allows them to use certain surveillance technologies. I have called this out before, and I don't want to turn this into a political debate, but in Poland recently, since we are meeting hybrid in Katowice, there was a debate around the use of Pegasus. I did mention that before. And there's a private company that offers that service to certain countries and doesn't offer it to others. Central European countries have just been blacklisted a few weeks ago. So you can see that the question of transparency, reliance, trust towards those who use surveillance technologies at the cost of encryption, to me, is crucial to the answer of that question. I don't have a universal one. I'm going to argue that encryption is a human right. We have a right to privacy. That is something that was recommended by the European Parliament at the face of the Snowden revelations. If you know you're being surveilled, encrypt your communications. So I'm going to stick with that answer, but I do agree that there can be exceptions which every country, every society needs to revise for themselves, install institutions that will protect individual rights and use those surveillance technologies in a responsible manner. That's going to be my answer, but I do sense a potential for a coffee break discussion, which we'll probably not have. But when we meet face to face again, I will pick up that topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joanna. What I'm going to do now, Lisa, I'm actually not going to come to you now. What I'm going to do is ask our moderator to bring just maybe 2 questions in from the wider chat, given the time you have available, and then I'll bring you in one of those. So maybe I could turn to Nigel just to raise a couple of questions we've had from our audience.
Yes, thank you very much, Nigel Hickson here. The first one was from Colin Hayhurst, and he asks, web search is controlled with more than 99% of market share in the UK and many other countries. The minister says he doesn't want to see monopolies grow. And given that much of the proposed regulation, like the online safety bill in the UK, is welcomed by the main platforms, how will the UK and other countries demand that US regulators act decisively against these US oligopolies? That was the first question, and the other question, which I think is good for a last question in some senses, is from Virender Singh, and he notes that that given the dynamic nature of this market and the trends in the internet market, how can those in their 35s to 40-year-olds, not least us older ones, can keep updated with the digital advances with a view to providing quality advice and information, etc. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Nigel. On that first question, I suspect that might be a more government-focused question, but so let me just make a small remark myself, and then I might bring in others. And the second question, I'm going to bring Lise to try to help us understand that perspective. In terms of the government policy question, I think the global debate around about digital competition and about the policy response to that, I think, has become much more active in the last 2 years, I would say. We have legislation, particularly around online competition, coming through in the EU, in the UK, some other jurisdictions, and various proposals for legislation in the US as well. So I think that set of areas has become much more active. From the G7 perspective, we did include a kind of discussion on this through our strand this year, and one of the outcomes of that was for G7 competition regulators to come together to see how they can enhance their cooperation, which also picks up some of our early discussion around coordination here. And that actually took place in London last week. So Lena Khan from the US joined the Future Tech Forum for a part of last week, but then was in quite intensive discussions, I know, with global competition kind of leads. So I think this is an area where policy is quite active. I think over the next kind of 18 months, my guess will be is we will see some relatively significant kind of legislative initiatives come to fruition in a number of different jurisdictions, and then I think we will see the consequence of that kind of subsequently. So I guess my kind of answer from a government policy making perspective is I think this is an area which is very active and kind of watch this space. On the second question, let me turn to you, Lise, and talk about how people in general can kind of stay up to date with the issues here.
Well, it is a very difficult question, because if you look at the internet, there are many trends. There are the technical trends. There are also if you look at social media, how you use content, and the more the big platforms like Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and others. And not to forget all the new ones that are popping up all the time, and some are becoming more youth focused than others. What we try to do as many of the members of ETNO is to try and educate people, just to have different ways of giving information about both security, but also be careful on how you use the internet, but don't be afraid of using the internet. That's for us an important message. How to keep up with the trends. It is as impossible today as it was 100 years ago, when the youth was the one delivering all the new innovations, etc. I don't think there is a one fix it all to this. Either you go in those places, you either use LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, etc., or and learn from that, or you try to focus yourself towards the technical part. But to me, that's a super tricky question, honestly.
It is. Thank you so much for trying to answer it, Lisa. Appreciate that. I'm conscious we are almost out of time, so I'm going to wrap up now. First and foremost, thank you to everybody who's joined the discussion this morning or this afternoon, depending where you are. It's a really, really important topic, and I'm grateful for your engagement around it. I'd like to thank our hosts in Poland who have put on this fantastic IGF event and have been so flexible and agile in moving to a more hybrid format as we've all experienced challenges around different aspects of coronavirus and the regulations around it. I'd like to particularly thank our three panelists this morning. Anriette Esterhuizen, Chair of the Internet Governance Forum's Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, thank you to you. To Joanna Kolessa, Professor of Law and Internet Governance at the University of Lodz. And to Lise Fuhrer, Director General of ETNO, the European Telecommunications Network Operators Association. So thank you to all of you for joining us this morning. We'd like to just, finally sort of emphasize that, this is obviously a very quick discussion on a massively important topic. And, we are committed and we think it's really important that we continue to work together towards a positive vision for the future of the internet based on open society values. We're really grateful from a UK perspective that this debate is becoming a more active one and one that we are very keen to participate in going forward. And we welcome a lot of the kind of shared views that have been raised today, both around what we're trying to achieve and also some of the challenges around doing it. And we look forward to working with you all and partners right across the UN community going forward as we try to ensure that what comes next to the internet delivers the absolute best for the societies that we're all part of and we represent. Thank you very much for your contributions this morning, and I hope you enjoy the other aspects of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon to everyone joining us both virtually and physically here in Katowice. My name is Teki Akwete. I will be moderating this session on One Size Fits None, Creating Digital ID Architecture in Africa. Legal identification is a critical component of our societies today, enabling the design and formulation of economic and social policies that bring real value to communities. The value of providing legal identity for all in the area of poverty reduction, education, governance, and health cannot therefore be underestimated. Hence, the call under SDG 16.9 for legal identity for all by 2020. It is in line with the importance of IDs that in the past decade, we have seen significant efforts on the continent of Africa to provide legal IDs for all of its citizens. While providing legal IDs is a step to the effective participation in the digital economy, Africa's diversity continues to present challenges to fostering and enabling participation of its citizens in the much-touted 2 trillion market. Today, we will be exploring what it will take to create the right digital ID architecture for Africa, one that responds to its unique needs. In the process, we will also be hearing about the AU interoperability framework for digital IDs, whilst looking at its challenges, opportunities, and the way forward. We have therefore been joined by these eminent panelists virtually who will help us navigate this complex topic. In no uncertain order, I would like to briefly introduce all of them and then bring them on board. We will be joined today by Merit Wood-Matters. She is a digital infrastructure and policy expert who strives to maximize the use of digital technologies and data for Africa's socio-economic development by minimizing risks. Currently, she is a senior IT expert at the African Union Commission. Merit supports the implementation of Digital Transformation Summit for Africa. We'll also be joined by Jonathan Meshkel, who is a senior program officer at the World Bank Group's Cross-Sectional Identification for Development Initiative. He is responsible for leading and supporting financing and technical assistance for countries to build inclusive and trusted ID and civil registration systems across Asia and the Pacific and East and Southern Africa. We'll also be joined by Toby Norman, who is the CEO and founder of Simprints, with a team of more than 35 people working on digital ID projects in Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Kenya, Uganda, Nigeria, and Zambia. Jonathan holds a PhD in management science from the University of Cambridge. We'll also be joined by Robert Karanga, who is the Director on Responsible Technology Team at Omedia Network, with a specific focus on leading strategic investments that advance the evolution of digital identification, including privacy, user value and control, and security. Last but not the least, we will also be joined by Gabriela Razzano, who is the Executive Director of Open Up, a civic technology hub in Cape Town, focused on empowering people and government through data, technology, and innovation. Before Open Up, Gabriela worked at Research ICT Africa, where, among other things, she led the development of a case study on digital identification ecosystems in South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. And I'm very excited for the discussions we will be having today. But let me start with you, Mirat. I would really love it for you to share a bit of an overview on the AU interoperability framework that is currently being developed. Thank you, Mirat.
Thank you very much, Teki, and greetings from the African Union Commission. And thank you all the participants and the panelists to join this important session. As you may be aware, so according to the World Bank report 2018, half of the estimated 1 billion world population that lack any form of legal identification is living in our continent, Africa. This is obviously means that most of our people are not only limited from accessing available social services and then participating in informal political and economic activity, but also as a continent, we are losing a huge opportunity that could have been created through those people without legal identification. There's the Agenda 2063, which is a strategic framework for the socio-economic development and transformation of the continent, sets a vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens, representing a dynamic force in the international arena, has called for a legal identity for all its African citizens to ensure the realization of the vision and sustain it. This initiative is also aligned with the SDG 2030 targets as mentioned by our moderator. Moreover, the digital transformation strategy for Africa that has been endorsed in the 36th ordinary session of the African Union Executive Council in February 2020 in Addis Ababa also underscored the importance of identity, which is a digital identity, as a building block for the establishment of digital single market in Africa, which is aligned with the African continental free trade area. Knowing the importance of availing the digital ID to their citizens, most of the AU member states are embarking on establishing a modern ID system, most as a digital ID system, that not only help to bridge the digital identity gap, but also help them to reduce the limitations associated with the traditional paper-based system, which is not fit for the digital age. The move to establish a national foundational digital ID system to provide legal identity for all is a commendable one, as long as the design is based on inclusivity, usability, security, interoperability at a national continental level, which will make African cross-border trade, employment, travel easier, thereby reducing cost, increase efficiency, and bring economies of scale. Hence, in order to assist member states in their effort and maximize the opportunity provided by the digitalization, and thereby realize the African unity and integrity, the African Union Commission formulated a task force that included representatives from the regional economic communities, the African Development Bank, Smart Africa Secretariat, the African Telecommunication Union, the UNECA, EU, ITU, World Bank, GIZ, and other African institution partners. This is to take advantage of previous continental initiatives and build upon it to draft the EU interoperability framework for the digital ID during the second quarter of 2021. The task force came up with the EU interoperability framework for digital ID with a vision that all African citizens can easily and securely access their services they need when they need them from both public and private sector providers, which will encourage inclusive and meaningful participation in the wider digital economy and society and allow services to operate with a gender trust and certainty. It also provides common requirements, including business, technical, operational, and legal requirements as a base for the trust and interoperability within member states, while member states retain full control and choice for design of their national systems and respecting their sovereignty. The draft framework has been reached with inputs received from civil society, academia, and partners through open consultation that has been organized in July 2021. The framework has been also validated by member states, so with comments and planned to be adopted by January 2020 during the upcoming AU summit. As you can see, the framework is at a very early stage that a huge amount of work is ahead. So the challenges, so when the vision was set or the task force is formulated, the challenges and the risks that surround the realization of this important and critical mission for Africa were also discussed. It actually ranges from the lack of connectivity, electricity, low level of literacy in general, and digital in particular, which may further increase the number of African citizens which will be left behind if it is not addressed as soon as possible. The unavailability of secure data centers at the national and a continental level. The absence of technical and legal capacity to ensure privacy, data protection, and combat cybercrime as the challenges that we are facing in the way forward. But these challenges, there are proposals to mitigate the challenges. Moreover, these challenges can be solved if there is a political commitment to own and drive this important future-oriented approach and based on a win-win partnership and determination from the African community. So this framework is supposed to or planned to be implemented in 3 phases. The phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Phase 1 covers 21-22, phase 2 covers 23-24, and phase 3 covers 25 and 30. There are key tasks that need to be covered in phase 1. The phase 1 will be the adoption of the framework where we are now, that is, we expect in January to be adopted. But there are parallel works that needs to be done, including the establishment of the legal and regulatory instrument, the ratification of the Malabo Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, and the nomination of expert groups by EU member states to define further the interoperability and the technical requirements, and build the capacity, and then setting a resource mobilization to build data centers are part of the phase 1 activities towards realizing this vision in the framework. There are also expectations from member states, that one from the EU side, from member states. We are very much encouraging and supporting for the ratification of particularly the cybersecurity, the Malabo Convention on Cybersecurity, the creation of the enabling legal and regulatory framework, and also other continental signing and ratifying adopting other continental frameworks. And then more importantly, launching, strengthening foundational ID system, which is the base for the interoperability digital ID system across the continent. Phase 2 will move on and actually working on the technical specifications for the interoperability and the trust and the governance mechanisms. And then once this is done, phase 3 will continue, and then actual implementation of the framework within member states. That's what I would say at this point of time, and happy to answer some of the questions that you may have at this point of the development of the framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Merit. That was extremely comprehensive. I just want to move to the other panelists, and I will take your reaction to Merit's presentation in 3 minutes each, in no uncertain order. I'm going to start with Gabriela. I'm a bit biased towards the women. So Gabriela, kindly give me a 3 minutes reaction to what you think this framework holds and what you think about it. Thank you.
I thought I was at the end of the list. So, no, I mean, well, part of what I was thinking of talking about a little bit about in this context, and it is just understanding the kind of context that these kinds of frameworks are going to be coming in to assist in or embed themselves on top of. And if we think about South Africa, for instance, you know, you have a context of like what can essentially, well, maybe I should take a step back and just say that, you know, the different contexts will mean different levels of complexity, but also different kinds of prioritization that need to happen in terms of trying to get good ID available to people. If you look at South Africa, for instance, you have a sort of hodgepodge of foundational identity system that's slowly transitioning to smart identity documents, which will include biometric and other data, but also major decentralized identity systems used by the public sector, functional identity systems used by the public sector. So for instance, our SOCPEN database, which our social pensions database, you know, relates to the identities of millions and millions of people who receive life-preserving social grants through those systems. And then you also have a lot of functional identity systems being driven by the private sector at the same time. And so you have, I think sometimes what we fail to consider, and I'll touch on these very briefly, one of the things is that, you know, data problems are digital ID problems. So in situations where there are gaps in data governance or challenges in data governance, those will affect the digital identity systems as well. Although to note that, you know, digital identity systems obviously come with their own kinds of risks and opportunities too. The other is that, you know, the actual technologies themselves are being embedded, well, say in South Africa, but I know in a lot of other African countries in context with weak infrastructure to facilitate digital identity systems, which often means a heavy reliance on the private sector, both to build infrastructure, but also to deliver on services. This relationship can sometimes be unproductive, sometimes it can be very productive. But, you know, and I think that brings in an interesting counter, which is that in many ways, transparency and improving transparency and good governance frameworks more broadly becomes an enabler for actually mitigating some of the privacy risks that come with these technologies. And what I'm thinking about there is, you know, a number of times that relationships between in South Africa, where relationships between the public sector and the private sector have led to collusion, improper projects, and all those kinds of things. So, yeah, I mean, I suppose my comment in brief is that, you know, there are a lot of diverged systems that need to be considered. And so how frameworks can support, you know, particular domestic context is always the challenging part, which I'm sure you know. And also just to sound the bell of aligning some of the data governance conversations with the digital identity conversations, which I think I know actually already happens. That's me.
Thank you so much, Gabriela. In my world, the last shall become the first. So, Robert, I just want to come to you. But before then, those in the room, if you have your questions, let's get it ready, as well as those in the audience. You can just put your questions in the chat. I believe it's being monitored and it will be shared with us shortly. Robert, what is your reaction to all of this, especially looking at the work that you're doing on the continent?
Thank you very much, Teki. I was very much looking forward to joining your world, and the last shall be first, but thank you very much for this opportunity. I guess what I'd like to say is I'm really encouraged by what Miret put forward in terms of the work that the African Union is doing around the interoperability framework, because that is very much in line with our hypothesis as a media that has guided our investments across the continent. And, the key hypothesis that she touched on that I would like to just briefly discuss is we are very much looking at, influencing governments across the continent through norms and multilaterals by investing in multilateral organizations. And so we've done that by working closely with our partners at UNECA, Smart Africa, and also the World Bank's ID4D, Jonathan's team. And with the intent that we continue to strengthen that good ID framework through working with those multilaterals, then we can also continue to push for key safeguards and technical solutions, such as MOSIP, which Omedi has also invested in as a private investment, the modular open source platform on which we do hope that a lot of national foundational IDs will be built. MOSIP has rolled out in the Philippines and is in several discussions across the continent to roll out national foundational ID systems across the continent. And again, we do also hope that as the AUC and other multilateral organizations continue to work across the continent, that we'll see a shift, among African countries, not only shifting to new standard issued ID systems, but they will also have the capacity and the incentives to implement policies that are aligned with the principles of good ID. Of course, over the last few years, several African governments have set up data protection offices. And I think that's really a good start in terms of not only setting up that framework for data protection authorities, but also ensuring that those DPAs are independent. And I think the key word here being independent, because it's one thing to set up a DPA, but if the DPA is not allowed to go about their business in an independent manner and there's interference from other sources, then that is almost counterintuitive against what the good ID framework would look like. So just in conclusion, to say that the work that the AUC is doing and other multilaterals across the continent is very much in line with our hypothesis and has influenced our investment decisions across the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. Toby, let me come to you. You have worked in, at least I'm seeing, 4 African countries. And so you're very much aware of the diversity that even exists in this ecosystem. How do you think, the framework as explained by Miret is really going to help us navigate this challenging environment for Africa?
Yeah, that's a great question. I echo Robert's enthusiasm, and I think I'm very encouraged listening to and learning more about this framework. And I think where it's going to help is it's going to help us manage really some very complex and large-scale digital ID programming, particularly ones that I'd pull out 3 trends in particular that are landing at the same time. The first one Robert touched on briefly, which is the trend we see towards open source digital ID tools, both in the foundational and the functional world. So for example, in the foundational side, tools like MOSIP, and in the functional side, the huge adoption we've seen for the past 5 years or so of some of the functional use of identity, things like DHIS2, for example, which is used in healthcare, and healthcare delivery. We're seeing national scale now that's just across the African subcontinent, which is really exciting. I think 33 different countries used DHIS2 for COVID vaccine delivery registries. And so I think we're going to see a lot more towards that. The UN itself is endorsing this push towards digital public goods. The second one that's super important, of course, very close to my heart and our work, is use of biometrics, the safe and responsible use of biometrics. This can bring a lot of advantages, both in terms of the accuracy, the reliability, and the uniqueness of data in some of these digital ID systems. But this is also highly sensitive data, right? And it has a lot of risks if used badly. For example, if you looked at what happened with Afghanistan, with the large amount of biometric devices that were left and then used by the Taliban, we should be really concerned about this. And while I think that there's a number of technical solutions that are promising, for example, things like biometric revocability, homomorphic encryption, some of the new stuff that's coming out of that edge, we should be really concerned that if we don't have through the frameworks, but also on the local legal privacy around a truly independent data protection, we're going to have big problems here in the future. And so this is one of the areas that we're really concerned about, and a trend that I think is hitting, because we're seeing biometrics adopted more and more across programming, both for functional and foundational ID. The final one, and I pull out as a sign of encouragement, but also a place that we've got a lot of work to do, is from excellent framework that Mira and team contributing towards. We've got a lot more applied experience now in terms of rolling out both foundational and functional identity programs, but I still think there's going to be a huge gap between aspiration and reality if we don't concentrate and support some of the technical assistance that's required to make this happen. We've done, for example, a lot of frontline programming with Gavi using biometric digital IDs for vaccine rollout campaigns. One of the big challenges we see is just the applied requirements. If you imagine like a health worker or a national government worker as part of a national registration, in a frontline context, trying to actually take and give either a national foundational or a functional ID for a service delivery, there's a huge number of challenges that we've got to grapple with, from the truly informed consent, for example, with folks who maybe don't have huge amounts of education based on where they are in their life, to the technical challenges for some of these systems. While still exciting, there's big infrastructure gaps we've got to grapple with, to then the interoperability, making that not just theoretically, but actually doing that in practice. Do we have interoperability testing as part of the rollouts of some of these digital ID initiatives, so we can prove before we let the vendor walk away that that is genuinely baked into the program? And so I think those are three of the trends I see that are probably going to be influencing the way we actually see the excellent work that's happening on the framework rolled out.
Thank you very much. Jonathan, I'm just coming to you. Yes, the idea of the framework is exciting, but what are your reactions there? And based on your experience and also exposure to the African space, what do you think may be some of the challenges, and how can we navigate this?
Thank you so much, Teki, and hello, everyone. Let me start just by commending the African Union Commission for driving this process ahead, because it hasn't been easy. There's been tight timelines, but it's also been a process that's featured a lot of consultation, and the output, the actual framework document itself, which hopefully will be published soon, is in a very good shape. The first reaction that I would have is this feels a necessary, it fills a key void in creating a normative framework for digital ID in Africa. Of course, there's some global standards. There's not standards that cover everything, but there are some standards that exist. But these are developed, frankly, by high-income advanced economies. And some of these standards, for example, around passports, introduce a lot of cost and don't take into account unique circumstances of African countries and the same, to be honest, in parts of Asia as well. And on the continent, there's been a huge initiative around civil registration and vital statistics. There's been a lot of work around payments, data a little bit as well. But digital identity has kind of remained a gap. And so creating a normative framework on inclusion, on data protection, on interoperability is a very important step, because, as Miret said, a lot of African countries, if not the majority, are either rolling out new ID systems or modernizing existing ones. So the time to get these norms out is right now. The second point I want to make is that, and I love the title of this session, which is One Size Fits None, because that's the reality of this agenda. Every country is going to have a different ID system in terms of the data, in terms of the credentials, in terms of the processes, in terms of the institutional arrangements. And so creating a framework that encompasses all African Union member states is very difficult. But what the framework has done very well is not interfere with the national sovereignty of countries to design their ID systems as they want, but to create a layer on top that facilitates cross-border interoperability and mutual recognition, and to do so in such a way that is technologically neutral, technology neutral, vendor neutral, but also takes advantage of emerging standards like, for example, verifiable credentials. And this is going to position the continent very well as the digital economy grows even faster and even more, as more and more people will want to do transactions online. To be honest, the use cases there for cross-border digital ID in Africa, there's not many, there are some, but this is going to change as economies grow and there's more e-commerce, more cross-border payments, more opportunities for trade that will create, because of the AFCFTA, creating opportunities for opening businesses in other countries, and this framework will help people do that. It will promote trade in Africa. It will promote social integration as well. Finally, in terms of challenges, Teki, your question, I think the major challenges, first and foremost, the framework is just, it's high level now, and it will need to be translated into details. I think that process will need to start in earnest after, hopefully, the framework is endorsed by the heads of state. That process is going to be complicated, negotiating the different interests between 50 plus countries. Second, at the national level, I think the coordination between different stakeholders, because ID is such a cross-sectoral issue, but there are ID agencies in countries, typically a Ministry of Home Affairs or Interior, but increasingly also ministries of ICT, to ensure that all stakeholders in countries are consulted with and buy in and own this process. And then finally, in terms of the ability of countries to implement, this requires capacity. It also requires digital public goods. Robert mentioned some of the great work Amidia is doing, for example, investing in MOSIP, but there's other digital public goods that will hopefully support this framework in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. If there are any questions in the room, I'll kindly ask you to come forward if there are questions. Meanwhile, I just have a few questions that I want to ask. And Miret, I'm going to start with you, since you are, at the implementing helm of this challenge. What do you see as the potential hope and fears that you have for this framework, and how are you planning to navigate that?
Thank you very much, Teki, for this very important question. The potential hope is that as an African, we have to step up and take part in this digital economy. So we don't have to lose this opportunity. We need to maximize whatever opportunity we get from this digitalization or from the fourth industrialization to separate Africa from all those associated expressions. So the digital ID or the framework will give us the opportunity, especially the interoperability, for Africans to cross borders freely, to exchange data, to do business. This unlocks a huge opportunity for us. So this enables, as the digital ID enables, this initiative, I believe, will be welcomed by most members, all member states, if I may say. So I have a big hope that this will be, it should have a positive prospect. But my fear is, we know where we are in terms of digital infrastructure. We know our internet penetration is not even reached 30%. We know our digital literacy level. We know the investments that we made to secure our key infrastructures, including our data. So if we are not able to work to bridge those gaps, then realizing the framework will remain a vision. So that is in a nutshell what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that just brings me to the next question that I'm really itching to ask all our other panelists to maybe briefly react to it. How do you think we can overcome the entrenched offline inequalities with civil registration systems around the digital interventions like digital ID? Can we even do this at all? And is digital necessarily better than what we currently have? I'm going to start with you, Gabriela, and then Robert and Jonathan and Toby. So kindly react to that for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the most important rallying calls is, you know, in our context is how much both digital transformation and digital services are marked by inequalities and the reality of inequalities on the ground. You know, and I think you can't answer questions on improved digital identity with first answering those really traditional questions on how to expand infrastructure in a way that's equitable and practical and cost efficient, which necessarily in our context means, you know, different kinds of public-private partnerships to pick up those gaps, those infrastructure gaps that still exist. But I think, yeah, I don't always know that digital is better. We, you know, a lot of our technology solutions are very much focused on low-tech approaches, given connectivity, given data costs, and all these things. And, you know, I think the priority needs to be the problem solving. So how do you solve this problem for people in a way that's equitable? And, you know, in many ways, there are two risks to digital identity system. I mean, you know, we can talk about risks. Henri would talk very well about risks and the manifestations of risks, but, you know, there is the risk of being excluded from systems that actually give you access to fundamental services. And I think sometimes we don't, when we're talking of context, I think it's sometimes underappreciated how central digital identity will become to accessing life-preserving services for many people. And that risk is huge. That risk of exclusion is gigantic. I mean, when you consider in South Africa that 13 million people get social grants, for instance, that kind of thing. But at the same time, I think there's the risk of inclusions in systems, inclusion without representation. You know, so how do you manifest participation in these, not just the rollout of these systems, but in the development of these systems? And I think we need to think very creatively about how to do that before we even think of what to do with the technology. Yep, that's my answer in brief.
Thank you very much, Robert. On the inequalities. Okay.
Thanks, Teki. I just wanted to perhaps respond to your question in two ways. One, looking at the political will, of governments in the region to advance inclusion within their society, and to also consider the fact that if I think about the East African community, for example, we tend to have quite a fragile environment, and we do have Kenya, for example, at any one time, maybe hosts 2 to maybe 3 million refugees at any one time, including stateless individuals. And how do we consider these individuals to provide them with an equal opportunity to education, healthcare, social services? What systems are in place, and is there the political will to do so? And when I look back to the early days of the East Africa community, which is often touted as perhaps the most advanced regional economic body across the continent, it's still nascent in terms of we've got a secretariat in Arusha that should be independent and should be able to operate beyond any political interference. And we've got a customs union in place that essentially says that if you're a citizen of any of the EAC countries, you can travel across borders with only a national identity card if available. And not all countries within the EAC have a national identity. Kenya has had one for a long time that is drawn down from pre-colonial and what was initially called the Kipande was then adopted as the national ID. Tanzania, for example, has not had a national identity, and the customs union, of course, does propose that they would look at setting up a foundational national ID system before we even talk about our digital ID system. But again, the customs union does say that there should be an interrupted movement of capital, goods, and people across borders, but the political will has not been always there. And I think that can be a hindrance to even interoperability of digital ID systems if we cannot have a system in place that allows even a basic customs union to be implemented. And so I think those are some of the challenges that we need to work through. And hopefully the multilaterals, through their convening power, will be able to influence national governments to move in that direction in a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jonathan, in 2 minutes, please. And then I'll come to you, Toby. Yeah.
Well, thanks. I'll try and answer the questions in two parts. First, regarding is digital better or inevitable? The reality is that these technologies have been invented and rolled out and innovated to address problems. And if you think about paper records, my family is from the Soviet Union. The records are lost. And the Soviet Union was very good at keeping records when it comes to birth records, marriage records, etc. Physical or paper records, they're easy to forge, they're easy to lose, they get destroyed in conflicts especially. I'm working in a number of countries who have lost all their civil registration records because of civil conflict. It's hard to transport them, it's expensive to archive them, etc. So it's not, yes, there are risks with digitalization, but the counterfactual is not as good. And I think the intention then should be to ensure that when these technologies are applied, when these solutions are applied, that they are done so in ways that are appropriate for the context. Something that works in Estonia is not going to work in the Central African Republic, for example. So I think that's where we need to be more deliberate. The digital public goods that are more appropriate for developing country contexts, solutions that work offline and online is very important, but also always maintaining manual or analog alternatives, whether it's for those people who cannot access digital means or for when the digital systems go down, which they inevitably do. On the question about civil registration, very briefly, it's not a zero-sum game between digital ID and civil registration. Unfortunately, some like to frame it like that, but that's not the reality. I think what's happening is that countries and ministries of finance in particular, they have limited resources and they need to decide where would they get the largest return on investment. A birth certificate is extremely important for that child's future, for enshrining their legal identity, but will it improve government-to-person payments? Will it improve financial inclusion? Will it improve digital government? Not necessarily. And so there's a need for a stronger investment case for civil registration. And what we find in our experience is one of the best arguments is if you get a good civil registration in place, capturing all the births and deaths, that makes your national ID or your foundational ID system better and more efficient. And that's a very good argument. And it shows that they're actually mutually beneficial.
Thank you. Thank you. Toby, last but not the least.
Just to build on two big risks I see. The first, Gabrielle mentioned, that risk to exclusion. So, for example, we still see fingerprints as one of the most commonly used biometric modalities in these digital ID programs across Africa. When I was a researcher at the University of Cambridge, we did a study with over 135,000 different fingerprints, mostly from really rural and low-income populations, and saw huge levels of scar damage, and particularly with women, burned fingerprints from lifting hot cooking pots over open fires, which meant that the damage meant that they were often unreadable and had a much, much higher risk of false rejection from some of the existing digital ID systems. And so the fear is that and these are solvable problems, but I think one very genuine fear is that if we don't know about them and we don't design practically in mind for solving them, there's a risk people will get excluded from social benefits or cash transfers or whatever the intervention is enabled through digital ID, if we're not really thoughtful about that, if we're not looking for the right solutions. The second risk, I think, is the will to go up the tough part of the adoption curve through the disillusionment cycle and up into a place where I think digital ID can bring a lot of benefit. I remember being in Benin a few years ago and speaking to folks within the Ministry of Health, and they're asking, why is it that I every month get reports saying we've vaccinated more than 130% of my districts, but every year I get vaccine preventable epidemics breaking out in these districts? And so I definitely believe the future is digital, and one of the huge benefits we can get from the work that people are doing here on digital ID can be really get accurate precision, real-time data about who we're reaching and who we're not reaching with some very life-saving interventions. I'm really excited about that. But we need to know that as that data becomes more accurate, in many cases, it's going to drive what looks like the big picture numbers down because it's getting more accurate. And so there's a risk that I think people will see that decrease as we get the accuracy, and then we'll start to lack or lose the political and investment will to go through this whole cycle and see some of the benefits from the digital side. And if we're not conscious about what a long journey it's going to be, and this is why I love the framework, we're going to lose that. We risk losing that will along the way.
Thank you very much, Toby. We have a question from the floor here in Katowice, so I just hand over to you to ask your question, sir.
Hello. Thank you so much for your nice and interesting conversation. I think the African Identity Program would be one of the most famous and interesting best practices in all over the world in near future. But I have two questions. The first question is that, as you told, there's a relationship between this digital transformation program in Africa and the identity program. I want to know exactly what's the relationship between these two, because as you know, digital transformation in national level consists of lots of different projects in government, in actually different enterprises, in private sectors, and so on. I want to know what's exactly the relationship and the coherency between these two. Do you view the identity as one of the digital transformation projects, or they are completely different? The second question is that, as we know, developing an identity program in countries is a sovereign and national decision, actually. And as we know, in Africa, the World Bank has a lot of significant and effective role in developing a national ID program. What's the role of cyber security strategies and sovereignty viewpoints of Africa in this regard? As we know, each country has their own actually context and cultural, social, and other factors. But in sovereignty viewpoint, what's the Africa points in developing the identity program? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll come, I think, Miret, I'll give you the opportunity to react to the questions that have been asked, and then maybe I'll ask one or two of the other panelists to just give an intervention on it.
Thank you very much, Teki, and thank you very much for the question. So let me go to first the relationship between the digital transformation and the digital ID. The digital transformation strategy for Africa has identified pillars and enabling 5 cross-cutting themes and 7 guiding principles, and critical sectors that needs to be addressed or dealt with in order to realize the digital transformation by 2030. So among these 5 cross-cutting themes to realize the digital transformation in Africa, digital ID is one of them. So maybe 5 of them. One is content and application. The second is digital ID. The third is emerging technologies. The fourth is cyber security and personal data protection. The fifth is research and development. These are the 5 cross-cutting themes that is identified for the realization of digital transformation strategy for Africa. So that's the relation is very direct. It is one of the cross-cutting themes. And then the others, we have 6 critical sectors. This is the digital governance, digital agriculture, digital education, digital trade and financial services, digital industry, digital health are the critical sectors as well. And then if we move forward, and then they say the digital transformation strategy also sets as an objective like to realize the digital single market in Africa by 2030. In order to realize the digital single market in Africa, it also sets a target to avail digital ID for African, 99.9% of African citizens to have a digital ID by 2030. And then this is also related with the African, the African continental free trade area. So I'm not sure if I answer your question about the relationship between the digital strategy.
Thank you. Thank you, Miret. I'm really looking at our time and thinking that you have really digested it. I see a question, Malet, I believe there's a question online. So can we have that question? And then I will use that. We have our last 9 minutes. We'll use all the panelists' reaction to it as their closing remarks, and then we can close on time. Malet, I believe there's a question. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, there is one question for all panelists. It says, in his opening address to the IGF yesterday, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres noted that the pandemic has magnified the digital divide and the dark side of technology. How do we address or mitigate the dark side of digital identities, if there is one?
Thank you very much. So I will start again with you, Gabriela, and then we will move through the same format we started before, and then I'll end with Miret.
It's a healthy bias. I'm very happy with it. Now, I was going to say, we talked a little bit about different kinds of exclusion and inclusion risks and all those things. But I really do believe that part of the risks in being left behind is the idea that, on the continent, we're the subjects of technology and not the creators and innovators of technology. And I think there are a lot of solutions, there are a lot of risks that can be made actually by facilitating local innovation, which is inclusionary. inequality in the populations that it seeks to subject, and I really think that's an important driving force for practically dealing with some of these risks.
Thank you. Robert?
Sure, thanks, Teki. I agree with the first question that the implementation of ID systems is is tied into the sovereignty of governments. And I think one missing equation that we probably have not discussed in detail is the fact that who then holds governments accountable? And in that case, civil society also has to be strengthened across the continent, has to be empowered and provided also with the technical knowledge to be able to hold their governments accountable, especially when it comes to issues around design, policy, inclusion, and all the specific norms and practices that we would expect from a good ID system. So I think it's very important that as we look to government on one hand to implement these systems, we are also strengthening the other hand, which is civil society actors, to be able to hold their governments accountable, even as they roll out ID systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Toby?
I'll just end with, like any technical wave, digital identity has a ton of promise and a ton of risks. You look at the way that digital identity is used today in China versus the way that it's used, for example, in Ghana. There are huge differences in how these technologies, but also the associated systems, are used. My encouragement is, I think, that push towards self-sovereignty, the individual owning, controlling, and having choice over how that digital identity is used, I see as a very positive trend. A number of partners we work with and I encourage, if we keep pushing in that direction, a lot of the risks we'll be able to manage because people are going to have, own, and control their own identity.
Thank you. That was right on. Jonathan?
Thanks. I agree with everything the other panelists have said. And I guess just to answer the question on how to address the dark side, and there is a dark side, there's the 10 principles on ID for sustainable development. They've been endorsed by 30 organizations, including Omidyar and many UN agencies, African Development Bank, etc. I think the answer, more or less at a high level at least, it lies there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Merit, how do we address the dark sides to all this?
So in my view, we just have to understand the dark side in the first place and try to address that dark side based on the level, the capability, the opportunity, and the challenge. In many sides, we can see it in different sides. But the first thing is we have to be very clear what is that dark side, and then how we are going to address it will be coming. So it's very difficult to give immediate answer for that. But my take in there is to know the dark side and find a solution to address the dark part. Understanding the problem comes first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Merit. And on that note, I just want to say thank you to all our panelists and audience, both online and in the room here in Katowice. I think going back, today happens to be exactly 63 years when the first president of Ghana, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, called a meeting in Ghana on African unity. And I just want to reiterate a statement that he made, which I think is even more important today. And one of the things he said in his opening speech at the conference was the fact that Africans should be open to adopting what works and adapting what works and rejecting what will not work for us. And I think that is, a big takeaway for us on the importance of digital ID for the continent. Clearly, it is a building block to participation in the digital economy. And if our people are going to make the most of the digital economy, then we have to ensure that they are equipped and able to participate. At the same time, we must recognize our unique difference and the ecosystem in which we exist and the possibility of exclusion of the most important people that matter on our continent. And so whatever we look at, whatever efforts, as we have heard here today, must look at mitigating and minimizing, and maybe, to choose the words of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, rejecting the risks that some of these processes will pose for our people. But overall, I believe that the future is bright. It has come out clearly that there is a lot of work that has to be done. The framework is a good step, but clearly, as identified by the AU itself, it's just the first step in the right direction. And there are many, many more steps that we will have to undertake in order to ensure that this works for all of us, for our countries, and for all the people on the continent. Interoperability will create the enabling platform that we need for everyone to participate. But in doing that as well, we must look at technologies, the adoption of technologies that can facilitate this. We must also look at the adoption of policies that will strengthen good ID frameworks in order to achieve this. And on that note, I just want to once again say thank you to everyone, especially those of you joining us from elsewhere and those that came to join us here in the room. I appreciate having you here this afternoon. Thank you, and we'll meet again sometime soon.
live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united. live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Okay, I think that was the sign that we are starting, and I invite warmly our guests to activate the video so that we can start the interaction. I see some people attending in presence as well.
Yeah, there's a remote hub from Bangladesh also connected. So hello, everybody. We see some of our guests there. So I think, Michele, I think it's time to get started. This is going to be a short session, so we want to make the most of it, right? And let me start by introducing myself, introducing this initiative very quickly, and then I'll give the floor to some of the academics and researchers that are being involved in this initiative, right? We are here today to discuss the use of technology for peace, the use of digital technologies for peace in general. And this is, as many of you know, a very tricky and increasingly important question, meaning digital technologies have shown the enormous potential to be deployed for good and for bad reasons, right? Suffice it to recall the famous quote from Stephen Hawking, right? That said that artificial intelligence can be the best thing ever happened to humanity or the worst, and we yet don't know which. And the good thing, if we talk and we think about how to develop and deploy digital technologies in a less or more responsible way, one of the things that we can say is that it depends also on us, and it depends on humans, at least at this stage, to create a framework for the use of digital technologies that is oriented towards peace. It's oriented towards the global good and the public interest. So my name is Andrea Renda. I'm a professor at the School of Transnational Governance at the European University Institute in Florence. I also work as a senior fellow at the Center for European Policy Studies, a think tank in Brussels. I have been in the past very active in developing, in particular, regulatory principles and frameworks for digital technologies, and also I've been a member of the European Union, European Commission's high-level expert group on artificial intelligence that defined ethics guidelines for trustworthy artificial intelligence. And more generally, I work at the intersection of public policy and digital technologies. I'm one of the academics involved at the School of Transnational Governance in this initiative, which is the creation of what we will call in a few minutes, Michele will do that, a global peace tech hub. You will hear from some of my colleagues at the STG and some colleagues from the European University Institute, our broader, let's say, umbrella organization, and colleagues from our partner organizations, the New York University Governance Lab and the University of Lucerne. I see them already connected. So what I will do, I will give the floor to the researchers that is really at the moment and since the inception leading this initiative in organizational, but also in, let's say, in substantive terms, Michele Giovanardi. So I give you the floor, Michele. You perhaps will walk us a little bit through what we have thought and why we think a global peace tech hub is needed. So floor is yours, and thanks to all of you for being with us today.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for the introduction and for all of you attending the session remotely or in presence. This is very exciting to having this session here, and this is meant as a networking session. So we want to keep this very informal and really to have an informal chat. It would be nice to also be in the same room, but we are all over the world and we are connecting here together. So this session is about this idea of the Global Peace Tech Hub, which is something we're trying to launch here at the STG, at the School of Transnational Governance in Florence. But of course, it has like a wide reach. And So today we have here together, we have different researchers that are working on Peace Tech, and I can see them on the screens. And what I will do is just introduce a little bit the concept of global peace tech, and then leave the floor to you, because this is really about sharing ideas about this topic. So peace tech is an emerging field, and there's a lot of applications in the world of technology to peace. And what we're trying to do here at the school is to map these applications and to try to make them relevant for the policy level, so for the governance level. And I have a few slides to share. We identified some research track that we would like to focus on, and we have identified 4 main areas, which doesn't mean it covers the whole peace tech subject, but of course it's a starting point for this kind of research. And here today we have experts in digital identities and blockchain technology, which is one of them. And we have a track on peaceful digital ecosystems. So how do you use digital platforms to fight stereotypes, build trust, empathy? We have a track on predictive analytics for peace. And we have a track on human rights, ethics, and tech governance. So the reason why we're starting this, we're doing that with some core partners, which are the New York University and the University of Lucerne, but also the idea is to create a hub of academics reflecting on this topic. And I would like to just maybe give the floor to some of these researchers before telling you something more about the idea of the hub. So maybe we can have just a round of introductions, and you can share your take on peace tech, maybe starting from some faces that I know. So for instance, from Liev, that is working on digital identities. So Liev, if you want to share some of your thought and ideas about the peace tech, I will leave the floor to you, and then maybe we reconvene, and I will tell you more about the peace tech hub.
Thank you, Miguel, and I'm very impressed by the way the slides was kind of going up and down on your screen. I feel now old-fashioned doing it without those technologies. Anyhow, I am Liev Orgad. I am based here at the Robert Schuman Center at the European University Institute. I'm also based in Berlin, and I'm originally from Israel. My idea and my research is dealing with the connection between technologies, emerging technologies, and citizenship and global governance and democracy. My interest in global tech for peace is particularly with regards to how to use self-sovereign identities and digital identities in order to promote peace. And the case study that I have in mind is one of the most silenced conflicts that we have in our world, unfortunately, and this is the Israeli-Arab conflict. As you might know, there are quite 2 million people in need in the Palestinian side, in Gaza, and there is a blockade for more than 10 years, which creates lots of human rights issues and humanitarian problems. And this means that every year, the international community, Europe, the United States, the Gulf countries, and other parties provide a few $100 million US dollars to the Palestinian side. When there are conflicts, it's even more. I mean, the last conflict, the Israeli campaign in Gaza, the war in Gaza in 2019, ended up with only the Qatari side brought $500 million US to the Palestinian in Gaza. And yet there are some problems with that, because the way it goes is that, I don't know if you saw it on TV, is that at least with the Qatari side, people come with cash, with kind of really suitcase, sounds like from 200 years ago, and then distribute the money to those who are defined needy by the Hamas government. So the idea here is to use technologies in order to cut all the buffers, Hamas, the Israeli side, all the people in between, and to use virtual wallet in order to think how the money can get directly to people who really need it. Now, I know that there is a strong interest on both the European side and the American government. That President Biden actually had a call to think of how technology can facilitate the transfer of financial aid directly to the people in need in Gaza. And what I'm kind of thinking, connecting this to Global Tech for Peace, is how we can really implement it in the real world. Now, of course, there are lots of challenges here, technological, political, economic challenges. For instance, to give an example on technological level, there are lots of questions: how to register the user, how to secure the virtual wallet, how to guarantee anonymity so that people, the governance side that run the system doesn't know exactly what people buy and so on. There are political issues as well of abuse, kind of how to define political goals and so on. But briefly, and then there are legal issues of privacy, trust, money transaction, lots of economic issues. But the idea in brief, and I don't want to take more than one more minute, just I feel that Miguel, just one more minute. The idea here is to use blockchain technologies to create digital wallets, and then to using smart contract to transfer directly the money to those people in need. So if you have like 1 million people who have virtual wallets, so let's overpass all the technological and other barriers, the idea is that the money can be used for certain purposes defined by the social contract, and or certain purposes that you cannot use the money as defined by the social contract. It's fully transparent. There will be some options to control the system. And mostly it means more money, much more money, perhaps even 40% more to people who need it. So the idea here is to use Global Tech for Peace to kind of try to facilitate peace in one of the most silent conflicts in the Middle East. Thank you. Miguel, back to you.
Thank you so much. So there was a first example, an application of technology to peace, and we would like to present a few more, so a couple of more, and then maybe we open the floor. So another track that we identified that we want to do research on here at the Global Peace Tech Hub is on predictive analytics for peace. So how you use data for good and to analyze conflict and peace and to drive a positive impact. And on that, I would like to give the floor to one of our core partners, which is the New York University, and to Stefan Verhulst. If you want to take the floor, and if you have slides, of course, you can also share them. And I hope this works. Yeah.
Thanks. Let's see. Can you see my slides?
Yes, Stefan.
Thanks for having me, and delighted to see everyone here. And indeed, wished we all could be in a room together. But let's hope that this will happen soon, and then we can have a more conversation where we actually also see the nonverbal aspects of how we engage with people, which I do miss on a regular basis through Zoom, especially when giving presentations when I only see myself, which, as you all know, is not the most enjoyable experience. Anyway, for those who don't know GovLab, we are an action research center, so we are based here in New York, and our mission is to look into how do we transform the way we make decisions using digital technologies and other tools and methods as well. And I think one of the big lessons learned from the last few years is that if there is one asset, and some might call it toxic waste, emerging from digital technology, it's obviously data. And I think the key question is then, of course, as a society, how do we start using data to actually improve the way we make decisions, including decisions that impact peace and conflict to a large extent. And that's one of the areas that we are interested in, is to really try to understand what is the role of data in peace, and how do we use the asset that digital technologies is developing in a more responsible way and a constructive way, so that we actually can use data as a tool for peace as well. Now, there are obviously a whole range of possible areas where data can start answering questions that, if answered, would be transformative in how we go about peace. By the way, it would provide quite often a baseline of truth, which is already a key concept that, of course, quite often results in conflict if we don't have a shared vision of what it is that we actually are talking about. But the problem with data, which we have seen in a variety of cases, is that too often when we start using data for improving decisions, we start from the data as opposed to starting from the questions. And it reminds me quite often, anyway, when we look into a whole range and work with a whole range of actors on data initiatives, it reminds me quite often of that cartoon where someone is looking for the keys and the only place where they look for is actually where the light is. And it's the same with data. It's quite often we're looking for answers and the only place we look is for the data, is look at the data that we currently have available. And so what we try to do is turn around the paradigm of using data is to actually start from the questions and really try to become smarter about what are the questions that matter, for which we then can start use data to transform the way we answer and subsequently act upon the insight that has been generated. And that was the impetus for the 100 questions, where in the past I've made numerous presentations where I said it's great to have 100 data sets as a result of an emerging new technological ecosystem. What I really would like to have are the 100 questions. And so, and then we can actually look into how we use the data if available, or how do we make the data available to start answering that. And that's also the initiative that we would apply to the peace and conflict environment. And it basically, very quickly, Michele, it basically has 4 key components. First, it tries to establish a new science of questioning that could complement data science. I always say, in addition to data science, we need question science to actually make sense of the data in a meaningful way. And the first one is that the first innovation is that it's a participatory way of formulating questions, because it matters to do this in a collective way, as opposed to have one individual, quite often within a university, come up with the question that he or she believes is the question that will be transformative. I think we need to do this more collectively, and we need to actually tap into the collective intelligence of society in order to identify the questions that matter. We need to do this in a manner that, is based upon a topic mapping, which is basically trying to, not go into the trap of the forest and the trees, but that we actually do have a view of the forest and then can hone in on what tree do we want to prioritize, for instance, with regard to nurturing and answering. And then we need to indeed have a way to prioritizing, because obviously we cannot answer all the questions at once. And that in itself is quite often a political exercise that we also need to make more open. And we need to also engage the collective in order to have a sense of what is the question that matters. And then obviously we need to not only formulate the question, but we need to then use the question as the purpose for the creation of data collaboratives. We've done this now for a variety of fields, such as, for instance, with, of course, Andrea, we have an initiative around food system sustainability, where we also developed a topic mapping, where we actually try to understand what are the issues associated with food sustainability and how do they interrelate, so that you actually have a topic map that can be translated into a system, and actor map, so that you actually know who to engage. We also have developed a taxonomy of questions, because of course there's not one type of question, but we are interested in questions that provide for situational awareness, questions that provide for cause and effect, questions that provide for prediction, what Michele was referring to, but also impact assessment. And think about, as it relates to peace, we can actually have in all those 4 areas important questions that can improve our way we go about peace as well. And then, of course, we prioritize, and we do typically around 4 kinds of criteria, such as what's the impact. Quite often the impact in this context could be the impact on people's lives, even on saved lives, but also scientific impact. And of course, we're also looking into making sure that the question has not yet been answered 100 times, and that it is actually feasible and qualitative. And so what we hope to do later is to actually tap already into your wisdom to start doing, I will stop sharing here, start collecting what are the kinds of topics that are associated with peace, for which questions and data would matter.
Thank you so much, Stefan. That was a very nice overview on how you can use data for peace. And we will do this work together for sure in the coming months and year. And we're excited about that. I see other people on the screen. I see Evelyn, which I think she's the only one attending in presence in Poland. And Evelyn will, she's a part of the University of Lucerne. Of course, she can introduce herself, and she will help this hub with the ethical and human rights dilemmas that you have when you have to deal with governance of tech. Of course, all these things we're talking about, these applications of tech for good, tech for peace, they entail political and economic and ethical dilemmas. And of course, governance can help, tipping the use of this technology from a negative to a positive use. And it's very important to understand these kind of dilemmas and to find governance solutions to that. So Evelyn will focus on that a little bit. If you have slides, of course, I think you can share as well.
Yes, hello, Michele. Oh, that's a problem with the echo.
That's not peace technologies,
yeah.
Blunt technology and problems we always have with.
Let's see.
You will need to mute the IGF5 account, or you mute yourself, but I think it's less ideal. Meaning we would hear from the overall room mic, but I don't know if we can do that.
Again, is possible? Yes, I think that's good.
Yeah, we're still
getting some technical support.
Okay, maybe we can. Okay, while you have technical support, maybe we can go around the table a little bit again. And
we have a question from Dhaka already. There's a hand raised, so
I don't see it. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening from Bangladesh.
Hello.
Hello. Good evening from Bangladesh. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So it's a wonderful session. The initiatives about the data and data science. I would like to give my queries is that how could Bangladesh, since different geographic locations in Bangladesh have some problems related to natural calamities and disasters. So this kind of data are available. So is there any collaboration scope of research and opportunities with the other universities of under the United Nations? So is it possible to make a collaboration with your team and others?
I will leave Stefan answering that, or Andrea.
Well, yes, please. Meaning the whole idea is indeed to build a collective of people working at the intersection of peace and data, and that includes, of course, disaster mitigation that, if not done well, could either generate conflict or could be made worse at a time of conflict as well. And so we will definitely reach out to have whoever is interested from Bangladesh to be part of our cohort of what we call bilinguals, which are people that are domain experts, but also data experts, and can help us formulate questions that matter, that subsequently, of course, we will seek to answer through increased availability of data, but also through the application of advanced data analytics. So I can, I don't know, Michele, whether the details has been shared, but feel free to reach out to me directly or through Michele or through Andrea, and we will make sure that you're part of our cohort.
Thank you. I will add one thing. First of all, greetings to all of you. I see many people sitting at the table, so thanks for asking the question. I think what we can do, since you are connected, we share our contact details on the chat directly of this call, so also the other participants have them. And we can be in touch because there are many things that can be done with data in terms of prediction, in terms of putting together and integrating data, not only for preparedness, but also for response in case of environmental disasters. And so understanding a little bit better which angle you want to take, I think would be very interesting for us to start a conversation on how to integrate your specific perspective into our work on data. And certainly Stefan is the guru there. So in the process of the 100 questions, I'm sure there will be an opportunity to identify and then try to answer some of the key questions that you guys are facing down there.
Very good. Thank you very much for your question. And let's see if Evelyn has solved the technical problem. Okay,
is that
good.
fine now?
Yes, we see you. We also see you from a different angle.
Okay,
so you know,
great.
it's yeah.
So the hybrid meeting, that really works. That's great to know. So thank you, Michele, for presenting this this great initiative as well. I'm representing the University of Lucerne Institute of Social Ethics, and as you already pointed out, we're gonna do research on the track of governance, human rights, and ethics. I have prepared a couple of slides. I hope I can share my screen. Let's see if that works. Yes, I think so, no?
Yes.
You can all see that, no? Okay. So there you also see my email for those who want to reach out. How do I go on with the slide? Here. Okay. So really the research agenda that we are adopting. In fact, I'm already conducting my own research in this area. I'm a senior researcher, and I'm also writing my habilitation, which is basically a second book on this topic. So the aim is to develop global governance strategies to promote peace from an ethical and human rights point of view. This includes the critical evaluation of trends, opportunities, and risks of the digital transformation to first better understand what situation we are in, what impacts are there. It kind of relates already to the 100 questions things I was thinking, like in order to understand where we are at, like this is also our point in history, like what does the digital transformation do to us? What does opportunities does it gives us? What new risks are arising? And based on that assessment, then discuss possibilities for policymaker to direct this change towards a peaceful future. So the first question is really, where are we heading to? And the second is where can we actively guide this development in a direction that we choose? And if we talking about the direction, like to know where we want to go, that's really where ethics come in. Like it's about ethics are always questions about the what. So what kind of society, for example, do we want to live in? What should we be doing actively to reach whatever vision of peace that we are adopting? So that is where ethics comes into play. Let me first talk about human rights then and technology. Why are human rights important? So human rights are important because really they're based on the underlying value of human dignity. And they provide a baseline and a minimum standard. They protect vulnerable groups from abuse, which is particularly important in terms of online hate speech and harms and so on. They also empower people to speak up. Particularly important also the freedom of speech and expression. And human rights also present a universal standard that holds governments accountable. Because human rights are, of course, valid online and offline and need to be respected by both government, private, and civil society, by everybody basically. But it's really the governments who are accountable there to make the laws that, for example, tech companies then need to respect. So that's really key if we talk about governance. And what advantages does it offer to focus on human rights? There are legal norms. Means it's not only a moral code of conduct, but they are legally binding. and the universal applicable under all circumstances, means online as well. And they recognized on a global level, means we don't have to start from scratch, but basically all states have already accepted human rights as a universal standard. So there's something we can already build on. And just shortly, if we talk about ethics, why ethics is important, ethics are really the what questions. Like, for example, what should we do? What governance strategies should we adopt? What are our goals and why? Like also in there, like what does peace stand for? What kind of peace are we choosing? Because peace is a very broad concept. Everybody understands a bit different things when we talk about peace. So what kind of vision of peace should we adopt? And what kind of society do we want to live, and what values do we prioritize? For example, freedom and security often are in conflict with each other, but also human dignity, which forms the fundament of human rights, and and justice as well is often mentioned. Like also what is important with ethics, it really informs ideally the debates within society before they feed into politics. Like politics usually picks up what is discussed in society, like ideally, at least, if it's a democracy and a representative, it should pick up the concerns of society. So then, like, how can we, politics then more about how can we achieve our goals? How can we find an agreement? How can we implement those decisions? One output then of politics could be legally binding agreements. And also question, like, how can we make sure that everybody follows these rules? So that's really how these different areas links together, and how we're gonna focus on this area at the University of Lucerne, like in this interplay between ethics, politics, and law.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay.
Just a short discussion points maybe for the breakout rooms. Afterwards, I just want to present a chart because I think the breakout rooms are planned. So what are the primary concerns? That's what I would like to discuss with people who choose that breakout room. And can human rights as a minimum standard, are they enough, or do we need something else? Or what is the need of additional ethical guidelines? That's so far from my part here from Katowice, by the way.
Thank you so much for this very interesting overview on the key questions there, and some interesting work to do in that area as well. And I think Calypso raised her hand, and I will leave you the floor. And then I would also like to, I see more participants. I see Iner leave and Mark Nelson. So if you want to share some thoughts as well, that's what we are here for, to hear from each other's experiences and try to connect and network and build something together and be in touch. So Calypso, thank you.
Yes, indeed. Michele, I'm Calypso Nicolaides, one of the SCG advisors and founder of this wonderful program, and very much looking forward to hearing old friends on the call, including Inar, Mark, and others. I just want to say where we are this very second, to add to what Andrea and Michele said at the very beginning. We can see already from these presentations three kinds of connecting ambitions that we have. One is to connect individuals, researchers with a problem, a challenge, with others with a great methodology. So we have Stefan's science of questioning, which I find wonderful because, that's what I always tell my students. All I can teach you is to ask the right questions. I don't have any single answer. So Liav has a question: how do we bring funds to those who need it? In his case, in Gaza, and that's a question to add to Stefan's list, and we can work on that. But the second thing is clearly listening to both Stefan and Liav, but then adding Evelyn. We connect the analytics and the normative ethics law side of things. But thirdly, also perhaps to stress, and having listened to Safet's question, just to add to what Michele said at the beginning, many on this call have been involved for years on peace tech.
Peace tech is a very important and growing, I would say, industry as well as intellectual challenge around the world and conceptual space, as it were. And we have this kind of global etiquette at the beginning, global peace tech. And it will be important to investigate together what we mean by global, because global is about, of course, connecting, is the hub part of the story, but it's also the idea that in this area, the very micro, what happens to the individual that doesn't have an ID and will get one digitally, the individual involved in micro conflict, connects to the global directly. And yes, there are all these intermediary stages, geographically, legally, etc. But we live in an era where these two, the very micro and the very macro, need to be connected and are connected by our technologies. So it's this micro-macro link that is also very important and embodied into this label of global. That's all I wanted to add at this stage, Michele.
Thank you so much. That's so important and relevant, and maybe I will add something more after this first round about the idea of the global peace tech. And if you want to share some thoughts, Mark Nelson as well. I know you work at the Peace Innovation Institute, and so I think you have something to share on peace and technology and how we can link the two, and how the two are linked, and we can promote. You can use technology in innovative ways to promote peace.
Very nice to meet all of you here and to see old friends again. My name is Mark Nelson, and thank you, Michele. I'm founder of the Peace Innovation Lab at Stanford back in 2008, and currently on sabbatical at our institute in The Hague this year. So I'm nearby for many of you here, and looking forward, hopefully, to meet in person if COVID lifts a little. Our particular interest is on peace as a behavior, and so we're very focused on looking at the behavioral data that sensors can pick up of humans doing positive pro-social behaviors to each other, and which also means that of all the different social behaviors that humans do, we're really focused on positive peace. How to increase the good behavior rather than how to reduce the bad behavior. It turns out that DNA gives us a little bit of an advantage here. And then that means, of course, then that we, unlike many of our colleagues around the world, we're looking, as Calypso was just alluding to, very much at the micro analysis level in terms of sequences of tiny little behaviors that add up in the aggregate to the kind of effects we're looking at or that we care about between groups. So I would say, in addition to the need for good data scientists, there's the need to be able to evaluate high frequency, low amplitude signal and sense make on that in such a way that we can then design interventions that can ingest that kind of data and make very fast fine-tuning decisions in response. And so we're paying attention then to sort of the emerging field of autonomous peace technology as a result. And you see trends in this direction already with smart contracts and so forth, as Liev was sort of alluding to there, which I'd like to know more about. But the other thing that happens then is that this gives us a potential tool to some people would say repair capitalism, some people would say reinvigorate capitalism, some people say maybe a whole revolution in capitalism, but maybe for the first time ever, the combination of sensors that can detect these kinds of tiny behaviors in real time between group members and the kind of actuators that can then respond to that in real time means that it's now possible to create new forms of capital that were simply impossible before because the computation required was much too high. but these new forms of capital allow us to get fundamentally to the relational infrastructure on which all of civilization is built, which currently most of our capital is built against very non-human inanimate things like bricks and mortar and tangible but not living infrastructure. But the thing that enabled us, of course, to build all of those things was our ability to coordinate our behavior with each other. And so you can think of this as an emerging opportunity here for capitalism to go down one level in the stack of value creation to what really truly generates our value with each other, which is our ability to coordinate our behavior and coordinate our behavior specifically for the purpose of mutually beneficial value creation. So those are the kinds of things that I'm interested in. I'm eager to explore further.
Thank you. It was a very interesting introduction, and I hope we can talk more about this. And so, as a last, I think the last person I see on the screen is Einar Leaf, and if I'm not mistaken, you're also an expert in data science, a computational social scientist, and expert in e-government, and so. What's your take on that? So on this application of technology for peace, and I don't know if you want to share. I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you want to share some thoughts and you find this interesting, or you find a bad idea, a good idea, I leave it to you.
Yeah, thanks. And of course, I must say that that's number one. I agree with most of what Mark said, and since we had a chat with Mark like 2 days ago, then I'm not too sure that I'm able to compliment a lot, but perhaps I would maybe recommend one book what I just happened to read. Maybe even to take like a larger perspective on this. It's a book by Calvo and Peters about positive computing, and actually the goal is very good: technology for well-being and human potential. And so as Michele told, so my background, I'm a tech person. My interest is data. But perhaps if I would focus my current interest in peace tech into a very, like a frame it very narrowly, then I think the core question for me is currently that how can people invest in peace? Basically, that how can peace investments be profitable to larger scales of people. Essentially, currently we are able to buy some stocks who benefit from military activities, but there is no good way to invest in peace. This leads us to all those topics what Leah was, for example, mentioning, blockchain, what is often maybe overused or overhyped. But I actually have this sense that in this case, developing like a financial instrument to support either peace organizations or specifically some peace activities, that in there actually blockchain could help and could be the solution. So I would sum it up it in a way that if anybody is interested in having a chat, a shorter or a longer chat over how could we invest in peace, and I know that Calypso has also been involved with several initiatives like business and peace or something like that. So basically that peace is profitable, and that aspect, then I'm really happy to have all those chats. So thanks.
Thank you so much. So now that we have finished this first round, like what I wanted to say and to give back to you is that first of all, this is very interesting. How do you invest in peace? How do you invest in peace tech, so in technology that promotes peace? So first of all, we need to study like what does it mean to use that technology, because this technology always comes with some dilemmas, some ethical dilemmas, some economic dilemmas, some political dilemmas. So that's a very good asset, because what we want to do here is to leverage on the work that is out there, and we had a very good introduction here today. So digital IDs and data and all these applications. So there are many institutes and centers working on that and studying this topic in this area. But what we want to do here is to find the nexus, if you want to, or to bring them together and see what are the connections and how we can make sense of all of this at the governance level and with all the ethical and political implications that this entails. And so before leaving the word to Andrea, I would like to bring up again and to leave again, and of course, opening the discussion again, I would like to bring up a few of these, actually a couple of these very nice sliding slides. And so what we want to do here with this project is to connect, and you have seen it today. So to connect different peace tech initiatives that are around there, but sometimes they don't talk to each other. So really create a hub, like federate different initiatives and to bring them together to a constructive dialogue that is relevant for policy making as well, because we are a school of governance and that's what also we care about. And the second thing, of course, is to research. So to do this mapping exercise and to produce reports and to evaluate what is out there and see why it's relevant and what are the areas of where we can invest the most and create this kind of a framework, also analytical framework to study peace tech at the global level. And the third thing we want to do, of course, is accelerate. So accelerate this policy innovation and trying to accelerate new policy ideas that we can bring to the political arena, and to do that, we'll devise specific events and hackathons and events in which we try first to identify the problems with the help also of the New York University. So to identify the key questions, and when we have that, we try to answer them with the tech and the data we have, and taking into account all the ethicals again and economic and political dilemmas. So that's a very ambitious work we want to do. We're just starting this journey, so this is the very beginning, and we'll see where we go, and we can tell you in 1 year or two. I guess I leave it to Andrea.
Thanks, Michele. I just wanted to echo a little bit what Inar said about the importance of responsible investment and some of the challenges that we have had in adjacent fields in the past, right? So it's been, well, currently financial markets are struggling with the proliferation of signals on what we call ESG investment, economic, social, and governance. And those indicators appear to be losing credibility over time. In the past, in the analog age, if you wish, we had problems, for example, with private certification, things like conflict diamonds and other things. So the idea that what kind of signal can the market or spontaneous corporate initiatives give to investors, and how credible is that signal? This is something that would need to be studied in depth to see whether digital technology can actually solve those problems and give a credible signal for investors that can then concentrate on responsible investment in the direction of peace, including supporting peace organizations. But I think we've discovered many of the other potential uses of digital technologies here that are extremely important. The role of decentralized architectures and the re-intermediation possibilities that digital technologies uniquely presents. The potential through this, Liav talked about this, to empower and connect communities, if you wish, directly. The idea to foster trust through sharing the same information set, which is indeed the idea behind blockchain and distributed ledger technologies. The possibility to create empathy or to avoid the exacerbation of sentiments by either proactively try to bridge distances between communities, but also, for example, curbing disinformation attempts. I see Uber has switched on his video, so I would like to see whether he wants to say something about this in a second. The possibility of using digital identity in and data to really help peace processes by creating more granular understanding of what is going on, and obviously leveraging data for prediction and decision making. Perhaps I don't want to bring you on the spot, Hubert, but I was reading, for example, that Facebook has been actively or initially not particularly actively involved, but in the Myanmar issue, right, with the Rohingya community. And that has been one of the typical cases in which one large intermediary is faced with the dilemma: should we play the role of neutral intermediaries, as we have been doing since the beginning of the internet, or do we have a proactive responsibility to sort of filter content or to sort of moderate content to avoid that sentiments are escalating and thereby leading to unwanted impacts? So that perhaps whenever you want to say something about this, I'd be interested. Finally, on Evelyn, I'd be curious to know whether there is a movement ongoing for building a declaration of human rights for the online sphere, whether you think that's needed or the human rights framework already gives us everything that we need in that respect. So just a few comments, sparse comments on this. Thanks a lot to all of you.
Liev was next, maybe.
No, I just want to share a thought that I had while hearing all the participants speaking. I kind of taken for granted, I've taken for granted the idea of what peace is about, mostly because what I had in mind and what I am interested in doing nowadays is kind of connecting technologies to peace negotiation and peace initiatives in places in the world where there is a really kind of a real battlefield. So it's kind of connected to immediate, urgent conflicts, sometimes armed conflict, in which there are people in need, millions of them, not necessarily in the Palestinian side, they are all over the world. And there is a big amount of money who is transforming or to those people, and you just want to make sure that they get it. And you want to make sure that they get as much as they can out of it and they use it for good purposes. But hearing other people, I think one of the fascinating things that we can think of is how broad the terminology of peace can be. And I find lots of synergies between those urgent, real world, here and now conflict that we have to peace in a more like holistic sense or more kind of broader sense that we can think of. And for me, the session has been fascinating, especially concerning to how exciting it can be to think of peace beyond the traditional approach. Thank you.
These last two comments by Andrea and Lee have opened like other two sessions. So if we want to go on for other 2-3 hours, we can. No, but I think like. Thank you, Leo.
Well, this was just to tell you, Michele, congratulations. You have a project that you have.
It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting, yeah. But I also had Hubert Etienne that wanted to, without going too far, but to answer to some of Andrea's comments. So. Let's try, and then we have the room, which is also has the hand raised, and also Evelyn. So let's see. I mean, we are kind of finishing the time. I don't know if the IGF will kick us out or how it works, but the official time for our networking session is almost over. So we have 5 minutes, but of course we can talk more if we want to. So I will leave it to Hubert, the room, and Evelyn.
Yes, thank you, Michele. Just very quickly, I won't take too much time, but and I won't comment too much either on the Myanmar situation, but just as a larger perspective, I think it's extremely important indeed, as you said, to have researchers focusing on these issues, and it will not come from Facebook internally, and it should come from joint project and joint research project between the academic world and these big tech companies, because the one have the information, the impact, and the others have the time and the resources to conduct like real research in this direction. Plus, they have the authority to do so. So, I think this is quite obvious. Then, how can we partner in this way is another question, and I'm trying to promote that as much as possible. If you have ideas, I'm always happy to consider them and help to make project happen with Meta. Now we say Meta. But yes, more than just the Myanmar situation, which is very sensitive, and I'm not an expert on this one. On all the questions around content moderation, I'd be happy to see more collaboration in this direction. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Hubert is working at Meta, so we haven't said that at the beginning, but Maybe you can say like one word on what you're doing at Meta.
Yes, very quickly. I don't know if it's really relevant or interesting, but so I'm a philosopher and I'm finishing my PhD between École Normale Supérieure and Meta AI, and I'm working on especially on a new philosophical approach to understand content moderation and predict practical decisions in this direction.
Thank you. And we have a question from the room, and how data and technology can bring government closer to the people to ensure good governance. And I don't know if that's the question or if there is another question from the room. Let's assume this is the question.
That was the question. Obviously, it triggers a very long answer, but there is quite a long literature which we can exchange, and a lot of contributions on how to orient the deployment of digital technologies towards sustainable development. So there's also mapping going on between the available digital technologies with a focus on AI and the Internet of Things and the Sustainable Development Goals. I can send some links in the chat. And finally, well, in the EU approach to trustworthy artificial intelligence, when I was part of the high-level expert group on AI, we had placed societal and environmental well-being as one of the requirements for a trustworthy artificial intelligence. This is currently not yet translated into the upcoming EU regulatory framework on artificial intelligence. But yeah, we're working on it. Let's say giving incentives to make sure that responsible AI development is AI development that is oriented towards sustainable development is a key frontier in the current international cooperation on artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things.
Okay, I will share. I think that's the best thing. Maybe I will put in the chat a link for a shared document, so maybe we can keep track of all these things there, names and questions, literature or whatever. So we have one reference. And Evelyn?
Yes, hello. I just wanted to pick up on two comments that were made. One, that we should, that peace is also a really broad concept. And I think it's important to not forget that, like, what kind of peace do we want to achieve? And that also needs a bit of a broader discussion, maybe with that 100 questions, like what do we understand by peace, I think would be really important to ask as well, or to see what people think there, because peace doesn't mean the same for everybody. Like, do we just understand a negative peace, or do we also understand peace that includes respect for human rights and freedoms? And secondly, I think it's important to build on already existing efforts, especially with regards to human rights. There are lots of initiatives going on in that respect, particularly in Geneva by the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. They have a website, I'm going to share it in the chat, on like a digital hub for human rights. So there are lots of initiatives going on, and I think it's important also to see how that relates to peace. Thank you.
Okay, I was notified we need to slowly close this meeting, and stick to the time. So we have 1 minute, and I shared a very long link. This is a shared document we can use to share everything we want to share. So literature, links, or contacts, etc. And so please feel free to add to it. And I don't know, that was very, very interesting session, and very much in line with the purpose of building this hub together. And we will be in touch. And Andrea, I don't know if you have closing remarks or Calypso, but it was very nice. And thank you for attending this networking session.
Yeah, no, thanks, Michele, also for leading the session, and thanks to everybody for joining us. It would be good to be in touch with all of you, so please send us your contacts, because we don't have the possibility of downloading the whole list of participants with contacts, but we will love to keep you in the loop. For those of you that want to save the information posted in the chat, please don't forget to save the chat. Otherwise, this is going to get lost at some point. So more on this soon, so stay tuned. And thanks also to all the people that made it to Poland and are connected from Bangladesh. And bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted. Freedom.
We are all united.
Hi everyone, a very warm welcome to you to today's session on tackling e-menace, the menace of e-waste. And will it be possible for me to share my screen? Can I get technical confirmation from the same? Hi everyone, I hope you can hear me. So we are just waiting for the speakers to join in, and shortly we will start with the session. Hi, so I request the technical committee of the session to allow all the participants. So our speakers are, it seems, waiting at the lobby, the online queue, and I hope they join us soon. Hi, Monmi. Hi, Robert. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. I'm so sorry. I just had to do some, agreement signing or something in Zoom call. So yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great.
Thank
So
you.
we have Monmi with us, and we also have Martha, who is joining on site from Poland. And we are just waiting for Daniel and Robert to join us as speakers. So,
sure.
Yes,
Daniel, can you
hi.
hear me? Are you there in the session? Hi, Martha. I can see you now at the on-site venue. Robert, Daniel, can you confirm if you are there? Can the technical team confirm if all the speakers are here, or if there are any speakers in the queue lobby of the online lobby, if they have entered? Then we will start with the presentation and the discussion. So, Robert, Daniel, can you confirm if you are there? Then we can shortly start with the session. Okay, so to respect everyone's time, I would like to begin with the session. A very good morning, a good afternoon, good evening to our global audience, whoever has joined us from different time zones across the globe. And today, in this town hall session number 63 of tackling the menace of e-waste, which is electronic waste through greener waste, we have some very erudite participants and as well as our esteemed speakers joining us. So I would like to introduce the speakers to you. Firstly, we have Monmi Barua joining us from the United Nations Sustainable Development Solution Network Youth Platform. She is also associated with the Energy and Resource Institute in India and has done considerable work in the field of environment. She will be sharing her wisdom in the field of environment and environmental management aspect today. Then we have Daniel, who is an associate professor specializing in the field of information technology and also teaching environmental management as a subject at the University das Marianas in Philippines. Then we have Robert. I hope he will be joining us soon. So Robert has some technical issues. So Robert has an entrepreneurial background and he represents the organization of the Environmental Shield. And last but not the least, we have Marta Masidulowska joining us from Youth IGF Poland team. And she is also the youth coordinator of Project Youth Summit, associated with Women in Artificial Intelligence, and a student herself. She has been keenly observing the work of environment domain from the youth perspective, and will be sharing her inputs for the same today. So to just set the context, I would just, I hope you all can see my screen. Can someone confirm on the same?
Yeah, we can see.
So I hope my screen is visible to all. So here is the agenda for the session. So to give a brief of the session, this electronic e-waste has become a global problem. And with the current pandemic scenario, the revenue of electronics markets has like shooted up like anything. And it has still expected to grow with a annual growth rate of over 4.5%, resulting in a projected volume of more than 500 million US dollars in the till 2025. So as such, there is a wide need to observe the quantity of e-waste generation globally, and to tackle it in sustainable ways. We have to come up with innovative circular models. Now, to discuss about these circular models, we have our panelists who will cite examples or case study from their regional perspective, who will also brief us about their associations. I hope everyone is able to hear me.
Yes, we are.
Okay. So yeah, so today we have our panelists. So what we will do is that we will go in a roundtable format.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Is there any problem? Just a minute.
From my side, I can hear you. I hope that everybody else can hear you.
Hi, yes, we can hear. So thank you, Robert, for joining. So there seem to be some technical issues. So I was just giving the brief of the session, and thankfully we have you now. So we have all the speakers. So I was just setting the agenda, and you have just arrived at the right time. So I will just share my screen again. And we will soon start with our deliberations of the agenda. So let me just share the presentation again. So yes, so I have already briefed about the speakers, and we have included your name. We have given a brief of who all have joined us as speakers. And regarding the rapporteuring and moderation, I have joined from Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. Martha is there as a speaker as well as the on-site moderator. So if any issue crops up, we can anybody at on-site get reached to Martha, and she's a very helpful person, and she will definitely address to it. And lastly, we have Nicolas, who would be rapporteuring about the session and making notes for taking the action points. So setting the agenda, I was just giving a brief about the electronic market globally, and what impact it can hold in terms of generating a large amount of electronic waste. And together with this, different questions have been prepared for the panelists, in which they will introduce themselves. They will talk about the best practices, management approaches, or relevant case studies from their regional point of view, which can be taken to solve menace of e-waste. So they will be citing unique, innovative circular business model examples as well, or their experiences in the field of environment with sustainable development goals. And then we will, at the end of the session, take some action items and see how we can replicate the same to solve this problem of electronic waste. So we have a large audience today comprising of the youth, And that is why our agenda is one of the agenda is how youth can be an enabler to tackle this menace of e-waste. And thankfully, all the speakers have been associated in advocating for the youth or amplifying the voices of youth at different forums in their different capacities. And that is why I'm very hopeful that we will have some good inputs from the team. So without any further ado, we would like to move to our first questions. Like I have said enough in praising all of you. Now it's I would like to hear from you. Like, what has been your background in terms of work in the environment sector? Like, what background you come from? What has been your association? And in the light of achieving net zero impact on climate change, what has been your contributions, or how can we be motivated to hear from you? So over to my esteemed panelists. Maybe I can request Daniel, being a professor, to share some of the inputs and break the ice. So over to you, Daniel. Hi, Daniel, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Atif. Glad to meet you, everyone. I am Dr. Daniel, and I work for a doctorate and master's program in the university. And I'm part of Internet Society Philippines chapter as Vice President for Technology. So this topic is one of the many facets that we have been involved with in the policy and, of course, in internet governance. For years, I have been involved in research collaborations on technologies that can reduce carbon emissions using Internet of Things infrastructure, blockchain, framework technology solutions, intelligent and embedded systems. Usually deployment utilizes solar-powered technology and utilizing renewable energy domain, such that I have been doing consultancy works with some organizations to improve their business processes and transition their manufacturing and industrial processes towards minimal use of gas and to help the service sector reduce its sectoral emission. Thank you.
Okay, nice to hear from you, Daniel, since you covered different themes that you have been associated with. So you also said you have been working on the aspect of how industry can contribute to the field of environment and different aspects of how United Nations or other NGOs could be an enablers to take this ahead. So on this note, maybe I would like to call upon Robert, who comes from an entrepreneurial background. So Robert, I would give the floor to you to enlighten us on what kind of work you have been associated with for the environment sector and how your vision is for achieving a net zero impact on climate change. So over to you, Robert, if you can speak.
Oh yes, Atif. Thank you so much. I hope that my bandwidth is strong enough to hold the video, and if it is not holding, then you'll advise me to turn it on or turn it off and be so that I can be on audio. So yes, my name is Robert Riachira. Yes, I'm Robert Riachira. I am the Deputy Executive Director of the Environment Shield. Unlike how you have introduced me, I'm not from a private sector. I'm actually from civil society. The Environment Shield is a civil society organization, and we have been largely involved in advocacy, activism for sustainable investment and responsible corporate accountability, ensuring that there is a observance of the environment and conservation. And what we have been doing largely is to promote the implementation of sustainable development goals. Because as you said, most of our young people who are online they are aware that right now the United Nations is implementing Agenda 2030, which is a global program aimed at transforming our world. And for us as the Environment Shield, we have been trying to see how we mainstream SDGs, especially Planet SDGs. Talking about SDG 14, which is life underwater, and then SDG 15, which is life on land. So we have been trying to make sure that we mainstream those SDGs to the realization of especially young people participating, but also approaching in the local communities. So that has been very important. But also very importantly, Atif, is the issue of that we've been looking at is championing the issue of climate change. First of all, creating awareness, but also making sure that our people understand the legal framework, which is aimed at championing environmental sustainability, conservation, issues of climate mitigation and adaptation, but also looking at how do we use nature-based solution to push for climate justice and promoting resilience, especially at the grassroots level, where local communities can get involved in championing for climate sustainability. And of course, Atif, because of the issue of the internet being in the fourth industrial revolution, we have seen most young people utilizing the internet. And the fact is that right now there are a number of issues to do with e-waste, and unlike, for example, the traditional plastic pollution, greenhouse gases, issues of deforestation, which are so much in the traditional environmental degradation. But also we see increase in issues of e-waste, and which needs to be managed, especially the fact that here in Africa, Atif, I wanted to know that Africa contributes just about 3 to 4% of the global emissions, and largely why, for example, there's importation of, for example, refrigerators, old cars, which so much do a lot of radioactive emissions. And I think that as you have brought the topic, this discussion is timely, that we are going to involve young people to participate meaningfully in how they can look at e-waste management. Because the truth is that in the fourth industrial revolution, which is a digital revolution, where most of us are involved, it is not going to stop, it's going to continue. And therefore, I think that out of this discussion, as you said, we shall be able to come up with, call to actions, resolutions that are aimed at e-waste management, which is already a menace, as you have put it. As we are grappling with the traditional, environmental degradation, we also have a big challenge where we have a lot of emissions, radioactive, activities, and I think this discussion is going to help us to forge a direction together. Thank you very much, Atif.
Okay, thanks a lot, Robert, on enlightening us and also clarifying that you come from a civil society organization. So it's very motivating to learn about how your organization is involved in the different themes of work covering different sustainable development goals, like you mentioned, like SDG 14 or be it covering SDG 12. So on the note of these sustainable development goals, a lot of work has been done in India or Asia Pacific region as well. So this is, I believe, the right time to call upon our esteemed panelists we have with us. So Monmi, I would like to now invite you to share some light on how you have been associated with the environment sector, especially with the Energy and Resource Institute and now with the SDSN Youth Network also. And since we have a lot of youth among us, so it would be, we look forward to your inputs on the same. So over to you, Manu. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Atif. It's an honor to be here. I'm very excited to, be a part of this platform. And, like you mentioned, youth sector is very important, as, we believe and we know, we have experienced as well. They see things from a very different perspective and, think out of the box in order to find solutions. As given my background, as Mr. Atif has mentioned, that I work with TERI, that is called the Energy and Resources Institute. And it's an independent and multidimensional organization with capabilities right from, say, research, policy, consultancy, and implementation. It has, in fact, pioneered conservations and action in the energy, environment, and climate change and sustainability space for over 4 decades now. And out of many environment issues, our focus is also on waste, and e-waste, which is the topic for today. And the focus is we do it through creating technologies and solutions that minimizes waste generation and convert all waste into useful products. This includes initiatives, say, to promote a circular economy through resource efficient or cleaner production in industries, or to maximize resource recovery and recycling for landfill. So out of this, there are few examples that I want to state. Also, I mean, apart from TERI, I am also a part of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network and the Youth Network. So to give a background, this network was set up in 2012 under the auspices of the UN Secretary General. SDSN, which is the short form, it mobilizes global expertise to promote practical solutions for sustainable development. The network, it brings about, it leverages global scientific and the technological expertise to, in fact, promote practical problem solving for sustainable development, right from local, national, and reaching to global scales. So today SDSN has around I think more than 1,500 members, 30 national networks, and 12 regional networks. So one of the regional networks, that is we have many like 12 regional networks. So out of that, one of them is hosted by the Energy and Resources Institute, which is in New Delhi, where I am also a part of it. And it is established in 2014. And well, I am the network coordinator for SDSN Youth in South Asia. And this is a program under UNSDSN, which is established in 2015, basically to train and equip young leaders with the knowledge and resources to build a more sustainable future. So we have more than 195 volunteers involving I think 120 countries, and it reaches both to local, national, and global levels initiatives as well. So SDSN has many flagship initiatives also, which works for sustainable development goals and tries to bring about a change. And we do this we try to do it through youth. We believe that youth are the driving forces, so we try to connect them, basically create awareness. So I mean, realizing this, that an environmentally conscious society can be created only if youth are empowered. So TERI has a dedicated area that's called Environment Education Awareness Group, where I work, and that strive towards addressing a need for education for sustainable development on different sustainable issues for achieving a net zero impact on climate change. So one such initiative I would want to state here is the Youth Climate Conclave. In terms of awareness, and where we have been, that's an annual program basically, and it is it's a competitive and an educative mode of action wherein youth from across the country are invited to participate in awareness building in sessions and in deliberations to present their views about related to climate change. They also get an opportunity to we try to create youth pledge or youth declaration, where youth themselves play a very important role, and they try to build the declaration, and they that comes out right from the raw data or raw resources of youth. So yeah, with this, I would like to mention that yes, youth does play a very important role, and right from start, if we believe that we youth, as a youth, we all have participants, as Atif has also mentioned, that we have a group of youth attending today and are also present here. So we are the ones who will be who are the driving forces and who can bring about a change. So thank you so much, Atif.
Okay, thank you so much, Monvik. So with this, I would lastly like to move to Martha, who is the youngest panelist and rightly fits the youth bracket. So Martha, over to you. You can share your experience about the background of work you have been witnessing in the field of environment sustainability and climate change, or how has your experience been, or what your inputs are, considering you are also a technologist being associated with women in artificial intelligence network. So we would love to hear from you. And I also request the participants to respect the timeline of 2 minutes. We are already late on the agenda, so we could quickly like to move to 3 other questions as well. So over to you, Martha. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Atif. So I will be as quick as I can, and I'm super happy to be here with you guys and to be among such experienced already participants. Well, my experience started actually just before pandemic when I participated in Digital Economy Youth Summit in Cambridge, where with other participants, we actually were focused not maybe on ICT problems, but fast fashion and how to tackle the problem with fast fashion with technology, with blockchain and AI. And shortly after that, we established the Polish chapter of Youth IGF. And seeing last year's edition of IGF, we decided that probably the problem that needs to be resolved is the problem of the impact of internet and ICT on environment, or how internet can actually help so hold the digital sustainability movement, let's say. And also because I started to be interested in that, I participated in ITU project where where I was in ICT problem, let's say, group, and we were trying to discuss e-waste. So as you mentioned, I'm also a member of Women in AI, but I'm definitely not a technologist. I would consider myself more of a person from civil society, as I am, as I have a legal background more. But being a member of Women in AI made me think that actually with all this ICT, with all these internet-related sectors, we can combine them. We can see two problems. Like on one hand, AI can help in measuring the impact, or in helping resolving the e-waste problem, or it can also produce the problem, produce the waste because it produces, it takes a lot of electricity, for example. But AI, as I said, can be used, for example, to censor and monitor the fullness of trash in the cities, as well as it can sort 4 times faster the trash rather than a human being. So I'm just, as you said, I'm the youngest, so I'm here more to show that my personal perspective. I don't have that big background, but I'm super happy to hear from you guys also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martha. So you mentioned you covered quite an array of subjects to your speech, with an engaging speech, and you still have a bright career, and we hope that you would contribute for the cause of environment as well. So as you mentioned, your association with the International Telecommunication Union, which is the ITU. So just on that note, I would like to mention that ITU in our research stated that around 53.6 million metric tons of electronic waste was consumed by the consumers all over the globe in 2019. And the 2020 report is also yet to be announced. And considering this report, I move to the next question, which is, as the quantity of this huge amount of e-waste generation is rising globally, what sustainable practices or ways have you in your field of work, or in your research, or your associations through global networks that you mentioned, have observed, which can reduce this effect of electronic waste on the environment? So maybe anyone is up to take this question up. maybe we can have a say from Robert this time. So Robert, what specific practices have you seen, maybe from a regional perspective, if you can share, or sustainable waste practices that your organization, the Environment Shield, is doing, which is remarkable in the field of environment, which can have a reducing effect for e-waste. So you are free to share in those aspects of your work. So over to you, Robert.
Oh, thank you so much, Atif. I want to salute my fellow panelists, because it's very clear that the panelists were chosen, depending on the experience that we all have. And personally, I'm very honored to be part of this engagement. And to go to the question you are asking, in the first place, let us first appreciate the situation that we are dealing with, Atif. What we are advancing for is the issue of how do we achieve a circular economy? Because what we are having right now, is a global movement towards, issues of how do we use and reuse and recycle? Okay, how do we engage in that direction? And that is very critical. And the principle of the clean development mechanism. I am happy that Martha talked about issues of clean, how do we use clean energy? And you see that, yes, we are pushing, there's a shift into artificial intelligence. You have all these things of advancement into robotics and all that, yes, that kind of revolution, the use of technology. It is very good. But let me show you something. And I want to speak from the perspective of Africa, from an African perspective. As I already told you in the first session, that Africa, how much does Africa contribute to the global emissions? The statistics show that it's about 4% of the contribution. And we all know that the biggest contributor right now, the biggest contributor of climate change at the moment are what you call the greenhouse gases. And what are the sources of greenhouse gases? The source is industrialization. So for me as Robert, who has been involved at the front line of pushing for climate justice, of pushing for environmental sustainability, this is what I would recommend. That as a global community, especially our young people who are really participating in this, we must look at it. We must look at this issue in a broader perspective, in a sense that if you are going to have a clean economy, green economy, then it means that the perspective that we are going to have is that how do we use our environment in a sustainable manner, and that will involve now responsible disposal of the waste products. How do we responsibly dispose of? And in the first place, Atif, we shall have to look at the legal framework. I already told you, look at, for example, the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement is very comprehensive. The Paris Agreement brings to the fore, one, that every country must have what they call the nationally determined contributions. All right?
So we do have a policy question. Just to interrupt you, Robert, here. So we have a dedicated policy question in the question 3. But I'm very happy to hear from the regional perspective that you stressed upon. And because lastly, we would like to keep it interactive. Now I would like to move to Monmi. If Monmi, you can highlight any flagship program of the UNSDSN network, or the Energy and Resource Institute, or what impact it had, or what kind of numbers it achieved. It can be of e-waste generation, but it can be related to other mobility programs related to environment, from which inspiration can be taken, and similar e-waste control programs, management programs can be rolled out. So look forward to hear on those lines from you.
Thank you, Atif. I will make it short right now. I think India is the country in South Asia to have a specific legal framework, for handling e-waste since 2011. However, like you also have mentioned, that the e-waste production has risen almost 2.5 times, I think, in 6 years to 2019. And also, all thanks to the pandemic, that the tools have transformed into learning spaces, into digitized mediums to reach out to a larger sections of its target group. And also that, e-waste generation has become more has been increasing. So, there is definitely an urgency to increase the efforts on, improvement of the current practices, be it in the, collection schemes or the management practices. To reduce the trade of, generation of e-waste, I would say. So one, for me, I believe that, or we have been doing, that increasing, say, informative campaigns or capacity building or awareness is very critical to promote environment-friendly e-waste management programs. So one such, example I would give specifically in terms of waste generation is this project that we do. That is for schools and college schools specifically. It's called Project Surge. That's the sensitization. It stands for sensitization and education and awareness on recycling for a cleaner habitat. And the project was implemented in 2019 to 16. And apart from workshops and capacity buildings and competitions, the project was focused on waste and specifically on SDG 12. However, the schools actually, they were designated as the waste collection points. So where in a way we were able to actually collect a waste of around 25 tons. And this waste was actually sent to the recycling mills and were converted into notebooks, CD covers, bookmarks, and roofing sheets. So this is what we feel as an achievement. And apart from that, the project also because it was in various locations in India, in right from north, south, east, west. We covered almost all the regions in India, and it reached out to many number of students and teachers and also the community members. So we tried to bring about a change. And of course, it cannot happen overnight. It will take time, but definitely we feel that this was, I would feel, one of the achievement. And this actually helped for me that capacity building or awareness is actually it does bring about a behavioral change in the youth, and this is how we can take it forward.
Thank you so much, Monmi. So that was a very good remark on how your Project Surge, so flagship program of youth SDSN, made a change. And on those lines, I believe there is an urgent need for quality education in terms of what can be done for the cause of environment. And a lot of NGOs have been coming up with innovative models of gamification, introducing new circular models where they have started campaigns. But also a lot of need is there to bring about changes in education, quality education, which itself is a separate sustainable development goal. So with this, I would quickly like to move to Daniel, because he comes from an academic background. And Daniel, you could let us know what kind of quality education frameworks the academia institutions have come up with in order to tackle problems like this of e-waste. Or have you seen any changes in curriculum over the last few years where this subject has been stressed upon? Or what kind of behavioral changes, as Monmi also mentioned, being witnessed among students? So if you can shed some light from the academia point of view, we would be very happy to take that as a point of action. Over to you, Daniel.
Thank you, Atif and Monmi. Based on the theoretical and conceptual underpinnings of green computing principles as part of the curriculum that are being taught right now in some of the academic institutions, and looking at how our graduates learn from the curriculum and translate their learnings in industries. We've learned that we don't need to revolutionize the organization, the company. Instead, you can adopt the green computing principles or the philosophy of green use, disposal, design, and manufacturing. Green use involves actually optimizing the tools and products that you use to minimize energy consumption. And with the onslaught of COVID-19 pandemic, it has unmasked the capabilities of all, if not all, almost all of the organizations all over the world. And those organizations which had been embarked towards digital transformation, or actually the e-waste polluter also, was able to do corporate strategy, how to use green design, looking at enabling power management features, powering down at the end of the day. And some companies have subscribed to outsource services. So instead of putting on data centers, they're going to outsource services like communication services for like Zoom, Google Meet, etc., just to reduce operational cost and, of course, carbon emission from the facility having had another data center. And in the green disposal, limiting the amount of e-waste being disposed, looking at how they can develop policy. Well, it's actually about corporate strategy on policy as to reconsidering is the procurement.
So just to intervene here, so Daniel, we will come to the policy question next, which is a dedicated segment, and we'll have this quick comment from you. So it's very good to hear about the industry collaboration with the in sync with the research institutions and academia institutes, where they can leverage the power of education and research and development to steer the work in terms of reducing e-waste generation, and like the methodologies you mentioned, or the work can be replicated across the globe. So with this, I would like to move to Martha with some quick comments on how she has seen the quantity of e-waste generation rising in her locality, or maybe what best practices in terms of innovative circular models like the methodology of 3R, reduce, reuse, recycle. Has this been a practice in the European countries she has been in, or in Poland, or what work she has seen which she was inspired with, and how does she envision that effect of e-waste could be reduced from a regional perspective? So over to you, Martha. Just a quick comment or two would be appreciated. Thank you.
All right, I'll be super quick then. So I would like to distinguish here two dimensions, because one dimension is that in European countries, we have like a double perspective. One is European one, and the other is like a national approach to certain regulations. So for example, as far as I know, there is a right that allow the consumer to give the old ICT device back when you are buying a new one in a shop. But for example, in some countries, it lacks the regulation upon what to do when you are buying something online. As we know right now, everyone is buying everything online. So it's kind of a problem. And what to do when, for example, someone is delivering your stuff. So as far as I know, I did a small research. I really like the Dutch, what the Netherlands they did with that. So when you are ordering with delivery, you can match in a certain form that you want to, while someone is, for example, giving you a laptop, you can give them back the same, of course, the same type of ICT. So if you're being given a laptop, if you bought a laptop, then you have to give computer as well. If you're buying a telephone, then telephone, not like you're buying a telephone, and you can give back the TV, for example. And so this is one thing which I really like about the Dutch law. But the other thing is also that in different countries, we can observe totally different approach to environmental issues and to stuff like that. Because as I know, actually, Poland has one of the lowest % when it comes to the amount of waste per person in Europe, which is super surprising for me. And we have a great e-waste collection. But for example, as I know, in Italy there was a problem recently with the definition of e-waste, that it wasn't that sure, and someone was selling the materials to other countries, for example in Africa, the things that should be considered as e-waste. So we have some similar problems with making it all equal, but it's probably because we have totally different mentalities in different countries. So thanks.
That's really nice to hear those kind of behavioral changes and the points you mentioned from European perspective, and to hear that Poland is among the least contributor to it. So I hope that same mindset can be adopted with other countries as well. So with this, I would now like to move to our next segment, which is for policymakers. Like, is there any best practice or suggestion you would want to raise to policymakers for reducing the impact of e-waste or pollution on environment from a regional perspective? So I had cut Robert on this. So Robert, I would like to invite you, and sorry for cutting you short on the policy aspect, because now I would like to take 1 or 2 minutes of you to explain how those best practices or suggestions at NGO level, you kind of amplified it to the policy framework level in your country, which can be adopted globally as well, and how we can make an impact on environment through that. So over to you, Robert. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Atif. And I think you're really doing an incredible job moderating us. In the first place, and you see that there's something that is coming out from the participants, that at the end of the day, this all ends up with the policymakers. Because you see that there is a generally goodwill, for example, if I can give an example here in Uganda and generally Africa, there's a goodwill from the citizens as far as issues of e-waste management is concerned. Of course, as I already had connected, trying to bring in place the issue of, the Paris Agreement, which is an international instrument, at least aimed at vetting issues of e-waste management. And in Uganda, we also have a comprehensive legal framework. The National Environment Act, the recently passed Climate Change Act, which are very, very clear about issues of e-waste management and disposal. And I can tell you, Atif and dear participants, that at the end of the day, the government is the biggest duty bearer in all this, because they are the ones in charge of implementation of the policies. But also, I want to say that there needs to be there needs to be partnership. If you're going to achieve some of these, recommendations, there should be partnership. We need to have the private sector, which is the biggest, player in all this, e-waste management drive. The private sector is very critical. We must bring it on board. And of course, also us who are involved in the civil society, we're also trying to do our work by speaking out, amplifying the voices. But I think that we need to do more, especially when it comes to real tangible solutions. I can tell you, you saw what Daniel raised when it comes to the challenges at the moment, especially with policy implementation. Let me tell you something. We need to look at how do we, for example, achieve some of these green innovations. It must be deliberate effort at a policy level that we have green jobs, because the green economy can only be achieved, as you have already said, using the circular approach, where there is use, reuse, and what. And for me, I would want to recommend that there should be increase in financing towards that direction. There must be deliberate financing towards the e-waste management. And I can tell you, Atif, that the whole discussion must be centered, and that's what we've been involved in as the Environment Shield, championing policies, e-waste management policies that are human rights based, that have a human face, looking at the situation that at the end of the day, these environmental issues are human rights issues. And they must be aimed at how do we have a sustainable planet? How do we champion issues to do with responsible disposal of some of these? Let me tell you something. For us in Uganda, the National Environment Act prohibits irresponsible dumping of some of these e-waste products. I have already told you that one of the biggest things that we are facing here in Africa is because look at, for example, our internet penetration, our digital penetration is just about 26%. So the people, Africans, have not yet reached a level of being big internet consumers. But the biggest challenge we are having are, where Africa is a dumping site, where you find that there are all these old cars, old refrigerators, old laptops, used products. They are just dumped here in Africa. And most of them actually emit these radioactive, substances, which are lead to accumulation of e-wastes. So for me, I think going forward, we need to look at a broader perspective. How do we achieve, for example, issues to do with smart homes, smart houses, digitizing? How do we push a responsible and sustainable digital vision? Because you see, there has been an embracing of the digital revolution, which is very good. Of course, as Martha said, look at issues to do with Zoom.
I think we are just to cut you short here. So we have heard so many things from you about sectoral approaches, about finances, and these are some great inputs that we have got. But due to the scope of this session and due to respect the time of everyone, I would now like to move on with the panel. So thank you, Robert, for your inputs. So this puts me in a position to wrap it up with the merging of two questions. So Martha, I would like to move to you since you come from a legal background and you have already shared one best practice about the replacement strategy of electronic consumable goods that you mentioned about is being practiced in Poland, and you would like people to adopt. So which is a very good methodology and can be kept under the umbrella of 3R policy or the reduce, reuse and recycle. Now, my question to you is what one suggestion you would have for policymakers in terms of advocating for the field of environment, how pollution can be reduced from a legal aspect, and how do you envision youth can be a focal point in this activity? How can the youth, I am just merging the last question with you due to the time. So what best policy can be recommended and how youth can be enabler to achieve that policy for tackling the challenges like e-waste? So quickly to you, Martha.
Okay, I'll try to be as quick as I can. So as I said at the beginning, I really believe that technology should be a tool to solve problems caused by another technology. So, for example, from my perspective and from my little but still some experience, I really believe that blockchain, for example, allows to have a look into whole ICT cycle and whole process of both producing and what's going on with certain product. So it also, as it gives you the whole perspective, so you can see how it was produced and stuff, it also gives you a power to control it. And that's what we actually need. So I really believe that all processes should be available through blockchain technology, and therefore also to be as understandable for producers, users, and recyclers, so for everyone. But when it comes to the youth, for your fourth question, it's super not related with what I said just now, because I really believe, and I'm also relating to what I said in the beginning about fashion. It might sound a little bit odd that I'm saying that, but right now we have a big second-hand movement. So everyone believes that what was before and what is vintage is fashionable and trendy. And starting from that, starting from mind of one person, we can really make an impact. So what I'm trying to address here is that let's make old ICT trendy. I don't know if it's if you understand what I'm talking about, but to really make an impact, we have to tell the others that actually you don't need new telephone, you don't need a new laptop. You can just repair the old stuff and still use it. Because why? Because everyone is doing that. Why is everyone doing that? Because it's a trend. I know it's maybe simple, but I really believe that something like that can make a change.
I think that is a great input to bring about a behavioral change and making things trendy or fashionable for that green mindset. I think that can be a good action point. So thank you, Martha. So over to you, Monmi, and the same question to you as well. What the different kind of projects you have been involved with for reducing pollution or advocating changes through the youth? What one policy level change you would like to recommend, and how do you think youth can be an enabler or contribute to that change or raise its voice to the policy level? So
okay,
it would be great if we can.
Yes, thank you, Atif. And I'll also, I know time is very short right now. We are running out of time. And adding to Martha, first of all, I mean, Yes, I think the difference between need and want is what we need. I mean, what is the, need of the hour, I would say. That, this particular, basically, consumer awareness, that we know that, okay, we do not want a particular thing, and we know the specific difference between the terms need and want, where, want is basically, wanting something which might not be needed, but need is definitely, something which is, you can't live without. So that difference is very important. And yeah, I mean, India, for policymakers, I would say India generated the third highest volume of e-waste. So definitely, the government have to, work on some, incentive mechanism. And from each individual, I would say it's the consumer awareness that, they can work upon. And each individual does bring a lot of, change. And regarding a fourth question, that is on youth, how youth plays a bigger role or a wider role. So yeah, as I mentioned earlier, youth, I mean, we realize that our stakes are high. So it is, only through action, however little or big, we can, make this change. And in fact, youth has the, utmost ability and the potential to compete with any individual of any group. So, and therefore, going with everything going digital right now, going through the challenges of e-waste, this has been, one of the main influencers. So youth actually, they do play a significant role as the, building blocks of the society, and have the, potential and the charisma to effect a change in the, status quo of the society. And, lastly, I would say education, yes, of course, or, say creating awareness or capacity building can bring about a, fundamental shift in, how we think, we act, and, how we discharge our basic, responsibilities towards one another and the planet. So
Okay,
yeah.
thanks. Romi. So that was a very good input of quality education again. And lingering back to lastly, my erudite academician, Mr. Daniel. So Daniel, over to you. I interrupted you on the point of policy level changes. So you can just cite out one policy level change, and how can youth, since you have been interacting with a lot of young minds at university level, how can they be motivated to work in the field of environment to tackle menace like e-waste? So one quick input from you, and then we'll open the floor for questions, and we'll take some of the questions if we have.
Atif, I'm afraid that we will not have time for questions, because I received from many sources that we are very we are really lacking time. So please just one sentences, everyone,
Okay.
and we have to finish. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
I understand. So due to the on-site constraints, we have to wrap it up quickly. So just one sentence from you, Daniel, and then we
Thank
can
you,
wrap it
Atif.
up and we can take the questions later.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to forward the idea of recycling as revenue generation strategy. However, we have to move away from this legacy strategy to reuse and remanufacture strategy. So our youth should be involved in the development of national and regional remanufacturing instrument as the way forward, because youth is the enablers of technology and applications, and we must participate in the discussions and dialogues so that we can counter e-waste acceleration locally and globally. Thank you.
I think that's a great input to wrap it up. So, Robert, we have already heard about from you about the importance of youth, and again, so since we are running out of time, we have had very valuable inputs from all of you. So, Robert, Martha, Monmi, and Daniel, thank you so much for giving us time today. And since we do not have much time for audience Q&A, we already have speakers' voluntary commitment to foster the aims and goals of the IGF with special reference to environmental sustainable development goals for the next year as well. And we hope through the points of action generated today, we will be able to amplify the voices of youth and what action points can be taken in regard to controlling the menace like e-waste. And we have some very good examples taken from all of you, which we will highlight in our background paper. And we will also circulate it through the panel of Youth Coalition of Internet Governance Forum. And if you want to reach out for any specific question, you can, I will share the details of the speakers. You can interact with them, and they are very friendly, and hopefully they will address your questions. Some of the very encouraging projects or the sites that are mentioned by the speakers, like Project Search or Environmental Shield network, or the policy network that Daniel also stressed upon, or the Women in AI network that Martha is also a part of. We will share those details as well with our participants, and we can hope to continue the dialogue in this regard to make this environment a far more better place in a consolidated way. So thank you so much, and thank you for your time. Just request the panel for a quick photograph of the session. So for all the participants, if we can have. And if you can come with your camera, I will just take a quick screenshot and then we can wrap up this session. So yeah, everybody, if I can see your smiling faces, that would be great. So yeah, I have captured the beautiful picture, and hopefully it will come up with a better environment with less e-waste, and though it will be transferred digitally to you, but because we hope to make less burden on environment through a green mindset. And there is a reminder that we have another Youth Coalition on Internet Governance session happening, like youth in the decision making process. It's happening on Thursday, 9th of December, between 14:35 UTC to 15:50 UTC. It will held on site for on-site participants in the Ballroom B, and for online participants, you can just add it to your calendar in the UN IGF website. And that will be a very good session in how youth can amplify its voices and make
Atif, we
sectoral
have to
level
finish.
changes. Yeah, thank you. So thank you, technical team. Thank you, everyone. And we are done with the session. Thank you so much.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Thank you for this. Very exciting. And we're starting this session of the IGF 21 Open Forum on the topic of digital cyber risk management at the age of COVID-19. And hello to all of you around the world joining us, hopefully. My name is Limor Schmeling, and I'll be moderating this session. I'm the Managing Director of the Israel Tech Policy Institute. And firstly, I wish to thank IGF for hosting the session, and especially acknowledge Amit Ashkenazi and Reut Tondovsky from the Israel National Cybersecurity Directorate, who have put together this wonderful and very timely panel. And I'm excited and looking forward to our discussion today. We have an excellent lineup of speakers with very practical experience to share with us. And I want to look back just for a short minute at my personal experience in tech policy, which is very much anchored in the data protection and privacy space, where we have had legal tools at a strong level, including enforcement powers and agencies to enforce them for many years already, starting with the OECD guidelines on data protection and the EU directive and country laws. And since 2018, the GDPR has become a gold standard, influencing many nations' laws in all continents and proliferating into practice in the private sector through global collaborations and commerce. We have years of experience with enforcement efforts and regulatory insight, and still many challenges remain in this digital space of data protection, and new challenges emerge constantly. Moving into the cybersecurity space or the digital security space, we do have the OECD 2015 guidelines, but we have, I think, less available legal tools and effective enforcement tools, yet the need is here, it is urgent, and it is critical. The rapid and extensive transition of organizations, employees, and people around the world to digital means due to the social distancing requirements in the past few years with the COVID pandemic really required and created an unprecedented huge bed of growth for digital crime, digital terror, digital risk. And our goal in the next 60 minutes, with the help of our excellent panelists, will be to share best practices and lessons learned for dealing with a hyper-speed digital transformation of nations' digital spaces, which started even before the COVID pandemic and got accelerated in a major way by it. And how do we face the enhanced dangers from cyber risks? And how do we make sure that our macroeconomic and society stability is not compromised and checked? And can we ensure cyber stability supports our economic well-being when the digital space is borderless? And we need this to happen fast. We need this to happen now. Spoiler alert, you're going to be hearing about international collaboration and the need to coordinate between countries. And this is a good thing, since we have here national experts in this field. And our hope is that today this dialogue will provide support to building a multi-stakeholder partnership that will facilitate cyber-related knowledge sharing and best practice sharing. So let's hear from our panel of experts how this can be done. And we will start with Dr. Bushra Al-Blushi, the head of research and innovation at the Dubai Electronic Security Center. So Dr. Al-Blushi, thank you for joining us today. And my first question to you is, how does Dubai balance this very rapid digital transformation with cyber risks emerging and persisting? Dr. Al-Balushi, oh, good,
Hello.
you're up with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Limor, for the introduction, and thank you, IGF organizers, for inviting me in this interesting panel. It's my great honor to be among such esteemed panelists today. So as we all know and agree, cybersecurity is the core for the digital economy's success and flourishment. And in a city like Dubai, where we are currently hosting the biggest globally connected event in the world, Expo 2020. Digital transformation is the main dynamo for its economical growth. We at Dubai Electronic Security Center, which is part of the Dubai Digital Authority and the main cybersecurity regulator in the city, our role was never been less challenging than any other cybersecurity regulators around the world. So we are working very closely with our business departments just to make sure that the emerging technologies are always surrounded with the right cybersecurity controls around them. The minimum, let's say, critical controls should be there whenever we are having a new technology that is being released in the city. And we always think about how to balance between the digital transformation and the innovation at the approach or an agile approach that we release the standard or we release the minimum controls, test them, certify them, and add up to the current standard based on what we are facing on a day-to-day basis.
That's super interesting. I can share with you that Israel's government has also started thinking about autonomous vehicles and trying to think and legislate even and start the regulation to support that, including cybersecurity and data protection principles in it. So I'm sure that our colleagues would love to, if you have an English version of that regulation, that would be already a resource that would be worth sharing. I know that I'd be very much interested to read that. So happy to get that from you later on. And you mentioned agility and being agile. Can you maybe share with us a little bit more about how you do that in practice? How do you close the gap between the lag between technology and regulation and policy? What components do you use in Dubai in your work that makes agility possible?
Yeah, so as I said, usually the legal frameworks, the laws, standards, policies in other countries might take 5 to 10 years from our knowledge and interaction with other countries. But in our case, it's more agile, as I said. So the development and the issuance of the standards usually shouldn't take than 1 year. And even the strategy development, His Highness recently announced that he doesn't want to see strategies that will stay for 5 years. He wants to focus on agile strategies where we are focusing on outcomes and outputs rather than objectives, goals, and lots of things on the papers without having the real tangible outcomes. So in cybersecurity, we are implementing also the same methodology. So whenever there is an announcement for new technology, we are working hand in hand with the government regulators just to make sure at least the minimum controls are there once the technology is being launched. And then we usually give them like 1 year to implement or adopt the standard controls. And after 1 year, we go and audit just to make sure that they are aligned with the standard and they understood the standard the way that we wrote it. And after, let's say, 2 to 3 years, we are moving from audit perspective to a certification perspective, where we bring an international certification body to implement our standard and just to test the standard against those controls to make sure that what we are doing is matching with the standard, with an international, let's say, recognition that says, yes, this autonomous vehicle or this connected vehicle now has been tested, and the controls that we have in the standard are met, and this car is now ready to be tested in the road or in the street.
Sounds very effective and very speedy. And bearing that in mind and remembering what you're doing on the national internal level, how would you think we may promote the harmonization between national policies, since our economy is global and innovation and technology are being deployed globally? So how would you maybe recommend that we harmonize these policies between nations?
So recently we worked very closely with the World Economic Forum Global Future Council on Cybersecurity, where I'm a member in, and we worked closely with a couple of government regulators and private sectors looking for the current certification issues and whether we can harmonize the current certification process across the globe through multilateral or bilateral agreements. The paper is titled International Cybersecurity Certification Framework, Pathways to Collaboration and Situational Analysis, if anyone is interested to look into that paper. So through that paper, we recommended the globe, or we recommended the government regulator to have a sense of collective responsibility that should lead to collective action between different government agencies, industry, and standard setters. We strongly believe that an international platform to facilitate the cross-border recognition of cybersecurity certification should be the next step. I've been in discussion with a couple of cloud service providers like Microsoft, Oracle, and those big names about how many certifications they should abide to with different countries, including us in Dubai as well. And they have many and they are struggling. And I think the issue is getting worse in today's situation with having so many data sovereignty laws and regulations. So as a service provider or as a cloud service provider, you need to abide to different laws and regulations and certifications that are specific to each country. I know that harmonization is not easy, but at least we can agree on the minimum controls. Why we are auditing the minimum controls every time the cloud service provider is operating in different countries? If we have the base that we can agree on as nations and countries, then it's a matter of adding, let's say, a delta of an additional, let's say, controls that can be implemented at country-specific level. But as long as we have sort of a harmonization, that will reduce lots of efforts on us as governments and also on the private sector and on the whole nation at the end of the day.
Yeah, that sounds very, very reasonable, and this brings to mind. Thank you, Dr. El-Balushi, and I want to move over to Pavel Stepanik, because in our previous conversation you mentioned cloud computing. So just to connect this thread, and maybe I can invite you to share with us how the Czech Republic is coping with the advanced move to cloud computing. How can this be harmonized internationally?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. And good afternoon to everyone. Cloud computing adoption was expanding rapidly even before the pandemic, and the pandemic caused that adoption even in a greater rate. The use of cloud services is growing rapidly in both the private and public sector. Cloud services can contribute to a more economical, operational, and safer operation of information systems, that's for sure. The user can get central management, surveillance, and other stuff. However, cloud services bring along new risks. In the cloud, the place of data processing is often abroad, and the individual customers often do not know where exactly it is. So the customers don't know the relevant aspects of the legal system of the country where the data is stored, as they don't know the legal system, they don't know who can access the data also. And there is a significant dependency on the customer on the provider of cloud computing services. So these are the main reasons why we think at NUKIP that it is necessary to regulate the use of cloud computing by public administration. There are three main principles of our cloud computing regulation. It is trust. We need to check the provider and the service that they fulfill their requirements. There's the transparency. We need to have the information about the data processing, where is the data stored, how long, and so on, and responsibility. It is important to emphasize that the public administration body is still responsible for information security, even if it is using cloud services. On the basis of impact criteria that are defined in a decree of NUKIP, the public administration body has to identify one of 4 security levels of its information system. The security level then determines the extent of the security requirements. To be specific, for example, the data of an information system of the level high may be stored only in the EU, and the data of the critical level, which are important for the national security, only in the Czech Republic. It is also a legal condition for public procurement for cloud computing services that the security level of the offered cloud computing service must be the same or higher than the security level of the public administration information system. So there was really a brief and simplified information about the Czech regulation. And now to the harmonization. Some of you probably know that in the EU we have quite a new regulation, it's Cybersecurity Act. This regulation, amongst others, stipulates rules for cybersecurity certification of ICT products, services, and processes. It should be certify the compliance with European cybersecurity certification schemes. And one of the first of these schemes should be the European cybersecurity certification scheme for cloud services. So that could be the tool of European harmonization of the mark of cybersecurity quality of cloud computing. And it is now in progress.
Thank you. And I apologize for forgetting to acknowledge you properly. So Pavel, our expert, is the head of legislation for the Czech National Cyber Information Security Agency. So thank you for those comments. And you perhaps you have a thought what would be a practical route to harmonizing maybe this European scheme with other, or any types of potential discussions that are will be promoting that end?
As Dr. Albelushi said, we need to stipulate some minimum standard. And this minimum standard should be on the international level. So I think it's one of the possibilities to stand in the EU to have this standard, which would give the minimum level of the cybersecurity of cloud computing.
Thank you. And can I invite you to share with us a little more of the Czech experience during the pandemic with the hyper digitization process that influenced? I know that you were working on a strategy during COVID, during 2020, and announced it. So can you share some insight into that process?
There were many things happening in the last 2 years, in the COVID years, and to the Czech National Cybersecurity Strategy, the Czech Act on Cybersecurity Tasks, NUKIP. I say NUKIP as the abbreviation for National Cyber Information Security Agency in Czech. It tasks NUKIP to provide a national cybersecurity strategy and related action plan to a government for its approval. This strategy must be reviewed every 5 years or in a shorter period if needed. The National Cybersecurity Strategy is the baseline document that sets the main direction, strategic goals, and approaches for the nationwide effort to achieve the sufficient level of cybersecurity. As it was said, the strategy was approved at the end of the COVID year 2020. Its action plan a half a year later then. And in the year 2020 ended one of our national cybersecurity strategies, so we have to provide a new one regardless of COVID. We faced rapid digitization before COVID, but the COVID makes it even faster. The pandemic, within a few months, managed to persuade our society that cybersecurity is an important problem that we need to handle. At times, people had to rely on digital means to shop, to keep in touch with their loved ones, to do their jobs, to ensure the education for their children. And the citizens of the Czech Republic came to realize how much we gain from technology and what it means when it doesn't work. I could mention cyber attacks in some of our important hospitals, and by the way, some of the attacks could only be prevented as a result of functioning domestic and international collaboration and information sharing. In the year 2020, NUKIP also issued a warning. It's one of specific measures that is possible to issue according to Act on Cybersecurity, Czech Act on Cybersecurity. It was a warning about the higher intensity of the threat of cyber attacks, particularly in the healthcare sector. And we'll learn about this specific threat thanks to cooperation with other institutions in the Czech Republic and abroad. Our national cybersecurity strategy sets a number of strategic goals among the main three pillars. It's confidence in cyberspace, strong and reliable alliances, and a resilient society. The first pillar, confidence in cyberspace, covers areas like secure infrastructure, development of capabilities, and so on, but it also covers the confident reactions, and that includes things like developing the national attribution system. The deterrence concept is part of the current cybersecurity defense system. In this respect, attribution is a significant challenge. Determining the source and identity of an attacker is a basic prerequisite for any effective reaction. Cybersecurity is not only about securing the technology, it's also about the non-technical aspects. It is important to hold the perpetrator accountable. I already mentioned the second pillar, the strong and reliable alliances focused on international cooperation. And the third pillar is called the Resilient Society 4.0, and that means that we have the state where cyber threats are minimized and all society can leverage the benefits of technology. This is mostly about the digitization of public administration, but also about the digitalization of, let's say, digital awareness and education of the wide public, and expanding the qualified base of the experts, because there are the main problems we are facing right now. It's expert basis and overall education as well. And we do at NUKIP a number of initiatives supporting education from young children, students, educators, public servants, elderly people, and of course, healthcare sector personnel. So that's to our activities connected to the National Cybersecurity Strategy of the Czech Republic. Thank you.
Thank you. That's super interesting. You've had a busy year, that's for sure. And I have to say that I'm going to take some liberty as a moderator and comment that the national attribution system is something that really tickles my interest. But if we have time, I will try and maybe revisit that topic. And thank you for now, and move on to our next expert, who is Robert Kosla, the director at the Cybersecurity Department of Poland. And Robert, I saw that you were writing during these past few minutes quite a few comments. So feel free to just share with us everything that you've collected, listening to Bushra and Pavel. That would be great. And let's start with that, and then maybe I'll pose some questions afterwards.
Thank you very much, Limor. Yes, I took some notes, of course, as Bushra and Pavel inspired me also to present how we approach the challenges. First of all, of course, to develop the national level capabilities in cybersecurity. So, as Bushra addressed the question of collaboration, the question of setting the baselines at the national level, and of course, to promote them for multinational cooperation. So, this is something that we are investing. We invested heavily in the recent initiative called Counter Ransomware Initiative, where there have been 32 countries involved to discuss how to mitigate, how to disrupt ransomware attacks against critical infrastructures, and the most devastating attacks, as has been addressed by Pavel, against hospitals, especially during pandemia. So, of course, as a Czech Republic, Poland also, we introduced the national cybersecurity strategy in 2019. What's more, we covered in this national cybersecurity strategy, there are two strategic goals. The first one is about cyber resiliency against attacks, to increase cyber resiliency, and the second is to increase information protection at the national level. So, of course, we, following the strategy, that is quite short document, this is 32 pages, we developed the action plan, and the action plan, the major problem, the major challenge for action plan was financing. So the last column in the, so we identify stakeholders, we identify all the actions covering cyber hygiene, covering cyber skills development, covering qualifications as well. So not only IT related qualifications, and we formally endorse 3 types of IT qualifications for the new jobs descriptions. And we also endorsed officially, formally, 3 OT qualifications. So this is something that we will be open to share also with other countries, as we think that could be a good foundation for the recognized qualification model worldwide. Talking about resiliency, of course, I admire what Czech Republic has done with cloud computing. This is also our that's where we heavily invested, and I may say it saved us a lot of efforts. It gave us an opportunity to run our public administration services, because most of them been implemented in support by the public cloud service. So we've been able to develop the national level, the national cybersecurity standards on cloud computing use. This is the document that defined 4 levels of information, 4 level and requirements for 4 level of information, starting with the open data and ending with classified information. So we introduced this model. We work with vendors, with global vendors on a validation program. So all the services, and right now we have a marketplace for the public administration, and also that may be used by small and regional, small and medium enterprises. So they can contract directly the cloud services, and currently in this repository, in this marketplace, we have more than 500 services, from infrastructure as a service, from platform as a service, and ending with software as a service. So this effort on increased resiliency based on cloud computing and very strong partnership with public cloud service providers. And I can tell you that, because we are talking about COVID time and what was the impact of COVID. When we had the discussion with our national security authorities before COVID started, it was quite difficult to discuss the use and how we use public cloud services. Of course, there was very conservative approach by national security authorities. They've been looking only to the government cloud environment rather than public cloud environment. But of course, when we introduced our national cybersecurity requirements for cloud computing, we covered both scenarios, of course, depending on the classification of data. So as COVID has started, we've been ready actually to start to use public cloud services in so critical systems like, for instance, the vaccination registration, like vaccines distribution system. So all those services are actually run based on a public cloud service. And of course, I agree with Pavel about trust, transparency, and responsibility. That was covered in validation program. That's what we ran with global players. What's more, Poland is actually looking for the big investments right now from Google and Microsoft, announcing to build the regions. First, Warsaw region in Poland by Google, and also the full infrastructure, full region by Microsoft, but will support, of course, the data location in Poland itself. But at least both are the areas related to resiliency. And the last point that I wanted to address, I think this is one of the best practices. We implemented at the national level, we implemented a digital wallet. So digital wallet is used by us and by all the citizens to store data in one place in electronic format. This is personal ID, this is driving license. This is also related to COVID certificate. So everything is in one application. So it actually helped a lot of citizens, and we've seen the growing number of users. What's more, of course, having the federated ID supporting this digital wallet. By the way, Poland is the only country in the European Union having this digital wallet implemented in this scale. So we shared this best practice with European Commission, and we also offer to contribute heavily to the process that is ongoing on the revision of eIDAS regulation for consolidated, of course, the management of electronic identity. So those are the major activities that we implemented in Poland. As I said, I think focus on resiliency, focus on the very good partnership with industry. So that since in October 2019, we run cybersecurity cooperation program. This is not declarative partnership, but real partnership with industry. So it's focused on 5 areas. This is first, it's about to improve the public administration competencies in cybersecurity. So industry works with us on the education programs, and we started education for local and regional governments, and up to date, we train more than 6,000 people for last 12 months. Then we use also this partnership, cybersecurity cooperation program, for sharing information of cyber threats. So cyber threat intelligence is openly shared by industry with us, of course, to increase our situation awareness and to be better prepared for any type of attacks. The third, related to cyber resiliency, is to develop cybersecurity recommendations, security baselines. So we currently publish the set of baselines developed together with vendors like Microsoft, Dell, and IBM, VMware. And they've been used also during the pandemic. We recommended how to harden the remote work and the environments to be better protected against attacks. And the fourth is it's about preparation to certification and evaluation. So this is something that was addressed by Samsung. They're very strongly interested in evaluation certification of the mobile platforms, mobile devices, and of course the Knox platform. And the fifth one, it's about dissemination of information about innovations in cybersecurity. So we work together with vendors, with companies, and we promote the development of the new solutions, software, hardware, and the services. So that's our actually cyber resiliency, partnership, and also identity and digital services for the citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Robert. I have so many questions. There was so much content in here. I'm going to just touch upon, I think, several points and maybe ask you some short questions. One thing I heard, and I'm making sure that I understood correctly, that before COVID, there was hesitance to move into the cloud, at least for more high-risk type of services. And COVID really gave a push into the cloud, both public and not only private, and really triggered this transition. But still, at the same time, I heard that you do support and you're glad that you will have regions from international cloud providers. You will have local regions in Poland, so you can use them in cases where you feel that the risk calls for the services and the data to remain in Poland, which is something that I think has also been shared experience in Israel and probably echoed also in other places around the world. So thank you for that, and it's good to hear that basically we're facing similar challenges and problems, and we're arriving at quite sometimes similar solutions. Something that was very interesting that you mentioned in passing, which I want you to maybe elaborate on, and that is disrupting ransomware. And as in Europe and Israel and probably additional places around the world, maybe Bushra can share with us also afterward, because I saw you were nodding nodding. Ransomware attacks, especially on health organizations and hospitals. How do you disrupt that as a government? What did you do?
This is quite interesting, and then we use any means. So it means, of course, the legal measures. First of all, we collaborate with law enforcement, and we discourage victims to pay any ransom. What's more, we provide support, operational support, and support on site to recover from the attacks. In most of the attacks that we observed, also including hospitals, when there was the direct support from our ransomware expert team deployed on site, we've been able to recover all the data within few days. So even if the most devastating attack, like one of the regional hospitals targeting, or where the 1,500 of devices been encrypted, including, of course, the computer tomography, so all the medical devices were also not reachable. The ransomware expert team, the rapid response team, this is the team of experts that works and that gathered a huge experience working not only in Poland but also internationally. We supported a few countries already with some advisories. We supported directly Ireland when the Ireland faced the attacks against their national healthcare system. So we shared the information about the decryption tools, how to set them. But in case of the ransomware attacks, the most important is to recover the activity, to recover the data rather than to capture the artifacts. So in many cases, law enforcement colleagues are focusing, okay, we need to capture artifacts and we need to start to develop decryptors. And from our perspective, our observation is completely different. So first start to recover the data. In many cases, this data is not in 100% encrypted. So in many cases, the encrypted are only the index files of the databases. So if you know the structure, if you even have the partial data available, you are able to restore the environment. Plus, as we do not recommend and we discourage to pay any ransom, we work with also industrial partners like with Microsoft, Cisco, VM companies to use their services, in many cases cloud services, or some devices that can be deployed for those victims to help them to recover from the attack. So this partnership based on cybersecurity cooperation program was very, very good. So that's what I said, not declarative only partnership, but the way how we work. What's more, we also use the legal measures to stop information leakage. So when we see that some data, because the model of ransomware is not only focused on the ransom to give you the access to return you access to your data, but also not to leak the data that was stolen from the system. So in this case, we work with the legal cancelaries, with legal counsels, actually to develop the model to stop data leakage using the court orders. So it's quite effective model, and it was developed by us together with some also British legal teams. And this is something that we promote. We share this with other countries. So I think this is the model. Of course, first follow the money, but this is the for law enforcement, and then follow the information. So when we see that information is leaked in the dark space, we can actually follow and see the sources, and we can also track the sources where and the media that are publishing this leaked data. So we capture this and we follow this type of information, and we've been quite effective in stopping this. So that's why we share this best practice during our counter ransomware initiative meeting.
Now, sounds fascinating, very practical, and thank you for sharing this. I see we already have questions starting in the chat, but first we'll finish our round of experts with Amit Ashkenazi, the head of legal for the Israel National Cyber Directorate. And Amit, maybe you want to start. I know we have got a couple of questions prepared, but let's start maybe with your comments on the same question. How do you disrupt ransomware? How do you help hospitals get back on their feet and during COVID, during a pandemic, which is the worst place to be hit during a pandemic?
Thank you, Limor, and thank you all of the panelists for these very illuminating comments and important comments. I think that one of the things that on the one hand are optimistic, on the one hand are pessimistic in our line of work is that a lot of the solutions are simple. And therefore, some of the events that we've seen, simple cybersecurity hygiene,
can solve some of the answers. And this goes both to, if you like, very heavy duty type events like the Colonial Pipeline attack in the US, which at the end of the day, as we understand it from public reports, is because of using single factor authentication that enabled the attack, and the fact that it was unclear whether the IT system was separated from the OT system, i.e. the system that ran the pipes. So a lot of the measures indeed are based on being prepared. The other thing, again, and this again goes to preparedness, is everyone talks about backups, but we should make sure that our backups are not connected to the same system that may be infected. So again, pessimistic or optimistic, if you take your pills and do your exercise, you'll be okay. But again, things happen already. And here, I think that the things that we've heard from our Polish colleagues are quite innovative and things that we should consider about what the country can do in these areas and how we can indeed make things come back to function as fast as possible. I think in this context, cloud technology is indeed one of the enablers that we can see. It is useful because it is native in its forensic abilities and its IT abilities, so we are not as reliant on the IT administrator in the organization. We can rely on some of the things supplied by the infrastructure itself, and it also enables better recovery. I think, though, that at the high-end attacks, we need the country to do even more and use some of its capabilities, law enforcement cooperation, cross-border cooperation, industry cooperation, to see whether we can actually be more proactive in helping the organizations in deal with the situation. And Robert talked about this very explicitly, helping the organization maybe decrypt the files or use the backups and come back to usual function.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thanks, Amit. And now maybe going a bit higher level, and I want to ask you, what can you recommend as an effective approach to other countries from your experience of many years in this space, and specifically in light of Israel's recent years pivot in its approach to how you do cyber protection or cyber defense?
So I guess the comments are basically quite simple. I think that one of the things that we should overcome, and the IGF is such a wonderful forum to talk about this message, is the need to bring together different communities and stakeholders. We need to bring the technological people talking with the legal people, talking with the policy people, working together so that we share the responsibility to make systems more secure. And this would seem to you a very basic message, but I think it's necessary both in dealing with, if you like, the older types of risks and the new developing technologies type of risk that we've heard from Dr. El-Balushi of dealing with connected vehicles. We need all of the stakeholders to be aware of their role in this area, and especially we need the non-technologists not to be afraid to talk with the technologists and deal with their role in accountability and governance of technology. Now, these are things that every country and every policymaker, I think, can apply in his or her respective field. And I think that this is the basic infrastructure upon which we can build more and more floors, if you like, for the more developed use cases, for cloud, for autonomous vehicles, for 5G, for quantum, etc., IoT. But I think that once we have this in place, the understanding of a continuous dialogue between different types of professions, and that this is a shared responsibility type of approach, then I think we have a strong groundwork to do this. And in Israel, we have the advantage of being smaller than other countries, and this has allowed us to foster these communities a lot faster between the different stakeholders. As I think also was mentioned, there is an important role for industry in this area. And this relationship with industry has a lot of fascinating elements, and it is super important because most of what we use is created by the industry. But what we're seeing in recent years in Israel and in other places is the role of the state in these relationships. So we are not only accepting technology and products as such, but we also are asking for more accountability and responsibility. Specifically in Israel, we have we have invested a lot of efforts in supply chain management and standardization of the supply chain, which is an important area. And the other thing that we are looking at is our role in helping organizations close their vulnerabilities by locating such vulnerabilities through open tools and encouraging vulnerability disclosure programs in collaboration with law enforcement.
Thank you. Thanks, Amit. We have 12 minutes remaining. So firstly, I'd like to invite Bushra and Pavel, if you wish to comment and react to your colleagues' interventions, then you're welcome to open your mics, and Robert as well. And let's start with a round of brief comments.
I'm really glad to see that common ground we are all sharing over here. So I agree with Robert that COVID pushed lots of things that we never thought that it will be pushed, specifically from the security authorities. We are lucky enough maybe in Dubai that we had our certification with the cloud service providers, and we were clear what should go to the cloud, what shouldn't go to the cloud before the pandemic. So once it hits us, we were having at least 2 or 3 certifications that were issued to a couple of public cloud service providers. It was not an issue, but due to the huge demand that came at a sudden to the cloud service providers, we accepted some exceptions for even non-certified ones, just to make sure that the services will still be up and running. We had a basis, but it was pushed a lot with the pandemic. And I agree with both Amit, Khosla, and Pavel about the healthcare part and how the healthcare was, let's say, target to attacks. And we never expected that. Who expected that the healthcare or the research centers one day will be target for attacks? So we were always thinking about the energy sector. We were always thinking about the other critical national infrastructure. But healthcare maybe was not in the radar of the cybersecurity because it was maybe the least interesting aspect for the attackers at that time before pandemic. Healthcare and research centers as well, both of them. When it comes to Pavel's points about the cloud computing, I agree with him that in order to start harmonization, our framework should be based on international standards. So the standard that we have in Dubai actually is based on ISO standard purely, plus an additional requirements about data geo-boundaries. So all the standards that we have or all the controls are coming from the international standards, except for the geo-boundary things. And this is also specific to specific services that are critical national infrastructure services, where we are asking the cloud provider to maintain the data within the geo boundaries of UAE.
Thank you. Pavel? I'm still thinking about the attribution, so feel free to comment, but please say something about your scheme for attribution.
At first, I would like to thank all my colleagues, panelists, for the information they shared with us. It was super interesting. To the attribution, I couldn't be very concrete because much of the information is of course classified. But as I could say that in the national cybersecurity strategy, there is the task to build the attribution framework, national attribution framework. We have to do it since the beginning of the year 2021, and we are working on it very, let's say, progressively. It's something that we built together with very many other bodies. There has to. It's not only technical issue. It's even issue of It's an issue that we need the intelligence from our intelligence services and so on. So very many parts of the state are helping with the attribution, and I think the attribution framework is a very important thing for the deterrence of cyber attackers.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that we can definitely sum up initially that there's lots to be done and that a lot has been done. And we've touched on how important it is to work together both on the national level, on the international level, how important it is to harmonize standards, harmonize expectations or certification schemes, again, both on the national level and on the international level, and to be clear and transparent with stakeholders what is expected of them. And this came from all of you, and I think it was loud and clear. It's very much important to create the collaborations with both industry and government stakeholders, because as Amit said, or I think maybe it was Robert, the stuff that we use is made by industry. So the infrastructure is very much in their knowledge, and it's clear that the effort needs to be collaborative. I wanted to maybe allow each and every one of you for our last 5 minutes of the panel before we say goodbye, to maybe share what is your dream goal for your careers in cybersecurity for the coming year. This is almost like an end of year resolution or beginning of 22 dreams. What would you love to see happen in cybersecurity policy? Amit.
So again, this is the magic, right? The magic genie coming out of the bottle, and always. So I would ask for two things basically. In Israel, domestically, we have one thing that we are still haven't finished, and this is cybersecurity legislation to finish our the deployment of our policy. We're doing a lot of stuff, but we have an innovative law, and we want it legislated. And on the international front, I would like to see these types of discussions more formalized to create alliances of defenders. So we have seen these discussions really useful from the technical community, the CERT to CERT community the first organization, but we need to see the creation of better ties between the national CERTs, the governmental CERTs of the world. There is the European model, but I think this should be extended outside Europe. And I hope for this defender community that we have better policy and legal tools to coordinate events cross borders.
Sounds good. Robert, what is Poland's dream? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Poland's dream and my dream is actually my dream. I will start with my dream first. My dream for next year is actually to be more active and develop cybersecurity reference architectures. That's what we initiated to work with the industry, based on the recent attacks, and also combining components that are necessary to increase resiliency of the public sector and also small and medium enterprises. So reference architecture, first of all, for local and regional governments, and also in the same time reference cybersecurity architecture for healthcare system. That's what we are working right now and initiating right now with the very strong interest from the industry. So we will continue. And the national level dream is to amend the law on national cybersecurity system. The amendment will include the more power in operational structures, so establishment of sectoral CSIRTs, and this is the idea and the best practice that we borrowed from our colleagues from ENCD from Israel. We also, based on this legislation, we will introduce the regional SOC, Security Operations Centers, that will support regions in monitoring and management of security. This is the concept that we also shared with European Commission, and last week I just had a chance to present it in front of the European Cybersecurity Competence Center. So this is the concept that will be also financed from Resilience and Recovery Fund, European Fund. So that's where we will allocate the major interest. Of course, in parallel, we will also invest in ISAC, so information sharing and analysis centers for specific domain. We have one of them already established, covering subsector of railway, and we are thinking about other ISACs to be established. So that's a dream of amendment and implementation of the project that's been already drafted.
Thank you. Good luck with all that. Bushra, do you want to share yours?
Yeah, so I share the same thoughts with Amit and Kosla at the end of the day. So at the national level, I hope that we will have more better public-private partnership. So we developed lots of partnership with the government entities and the critical national infrastructure. And now we are working towards improving our partnership with the private sector. So we already started that this year by having a collaboration with the private sector. It's an actual joint venture with the private sector for digital skills. And we are looking for other partnership style for certification, qualification, and other areas. When it comes to the international side, so as I said, we have the World Economic Forum paper or report that has been published. I hope that this won't stop at the paper publishment or report publishment stage, and I hope that we will take an action towards harmonizing or at least having bilateral or multilateral agreements when it comes to certification. I hope that one time, instead of having those efforts duplicated across different countries, we will have it in one, or at least we will have sort of a bilateral agreements where we recognize each other's frameworks and certifications.
Yeah, worthy cause. And Pavel, last but not least.
Thank you very much. At the beginning, I want just shortly react on one question in question place. The question is, how are you prepared to address challenges posed by the disruptive technologies? I just want to invite everybody to look at our websites, nukip.cz, where you can find Prague proposals on the EDTs, which is a product of our conference. We organize Prague 5G conference, and there are many other materials, for example, National Cybersecurity Strategy of the Czech Republic. It's all in English, so you can find some answers there. And my answer to your question, Limor, is to implement the Czech National Cybersecurity Strategy in the next year, as we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. This has been a pleasure and super interesting and very practical, and I really appreciate all of your contributions and cooperation. And thank you, Amit, for organizing this panel and inviting me to moderate. And thank you, Pavel and Bushra and Robert. Hope to see you soon again, and have a wonderful continuous of this conference. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's Freedom Online Coalition session. We are going to wait just another minute or two because some of our remote participants are still figuring out how to get connected, and we want to make sure that all of the panelists we have arranged to speak with you all today are present and accounted for. So please sit tight for just another minute or two while we try to sort some connection issues out on the virtual end. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the Freedom Online Coalition session at this year's IGF. We are still waiting for one of our key speakers to be able to connect, so we're going to give it just another minute or so, and then I will probably begin with the introduction to the session and hope that all of our panelists can join us. But if you were looking for the Freedom Online Coalition session on internet governance in the 2020s, you are in the right place. And we're all just taking a minute to check email while we wait for connection issues to resolve. All right, wonderful. I think we are ready to start. We have, I think, all of our esteemed panelists with us today. So now we can actually get the session underway. Thank you all for your patience, and we're really looking forward to a good conversation. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, and welcome to the Freedom Online Coalition session on Internet governance in the 2020s. My name is Emma Alonso, and I'm the director of the Free Expression Project at the Center for Democracy and Technology. I'm delighted to be your moderator today. During today's session, we will hear from representatives of several of the member states of the Freedom Online Coalition, including the outgoing chair, Finland, the incoming 2022 chair, Canada, as well as representatives from Germany and from the Freedom Online Coalition's multi-stakeholder advisory network. Our goal for this session is to discuss how the FOC has developed over the years and to explore the role of government in addressing the opportunities and challenges around human rights in the digital context over the next decade. We will also discuss the future of multi-stakeholder approaches to internet governance, and we invite you to share your ideas and questions as well. For those of you who are joining by via the Zoom, joining us remotely, you can use the chat to your right to add in your questions or comments or ideas during the session, and we will have a dedicated period toward the end of the session where we can address those. And if there are any folks in the room, it's a little bit hard to see from here. I believe there are microphones and maybe a setup of someone in the room who will monitor and let us know if folks in the room would like to come in and ask questions. So if anyone in the room knows how that system is supposed to work, please do let me know. But I'm sure we will find a way to get your thoughts and contributions in as well. Before I hand it over to our panelists, I just want to give a little bit of background about the Freedom Online Coalition for anybody who may not be deeply familiar with it. So the FOC is a partnership of now 34 countries who work together to promote and protect human rights online worldwide. This year is the 10th anniversary of the Freedom Online Coalition. Its members include governments from across the globe who work together to shape global norms through joint action, and in particular through developing joint statements on different topics and leveraging the language and key messages of those statements globally, both in their individual capacities and through diplomatic coordination. FOC statements aim to articulate a rights-respecting vision for key issues in global internet policy, and frequently include recommendations for governments, industry actors, and civil society. Recent statements reflect some of the priority issue areas for the FOC and include joint statements on the spread of disinformation online, COVID-19 and internet freedom, artificial intelligence and human rights, and digital inclusion. The FOC governments are also supported by a multi-stakeholder advisory network that includes civil society, including myself, academic experts, technologists, and industry representatives who provide input to the FOC's programs of action and statements, share their specific knowledge and expertise, and who also provide proactive advice on issues that the advisory network urges the FOC to consider or to intervene in. This panel will aim to highlight a broader perspective on FOC key priorities, including disinformation, digital inclusion, and artificial intelligence, and to provide a more detailed understanding of how specific governments translate and operationalize the recommendations of the FOC joint statements into concrete actions with tangible outcomes. The panel will also address the likely developments in global internet governance in the coming years, and will discuss the importance of supporting and developing multi-stakeholder approaches to internet governance for protecting human rights in the digital environment. So to get us started, I will now turn things over to our panelists, starting with Mr. Rauno Merisaari, who is the Finnish Ambassador for Human Rights. Over to you.
Thank you, Emma, and hello, my colleagues and all participants of the Internet Governance Forum. This is Helsinki, -16 in Celsius, I believe, and I really like to see you all you in person, but let's do it this way. I'm going to say some words about the FOC's joint statement on spreading of disinformation, but before that, let me share some of views of our experiences as the chair of the Freedom Online Coalition this year. So we have been honored to chair the coalition during the coalition's 10th anniversary this year. And last week, my government organized the FOC ministerial meeting. 30 ministers out of 34 member states, they were mainly foreign ministers, attended the ministerial conference. In addition, Secretary Hillary Rodham Clinton, one of the initiators of the coalition, gave a strong message in the meeting about how to regulate online content by public and private sector actors. Both have to bear their responsibilities for safe and open online environment. You can still watch the live stream of the meeting on the Finnish Ministry for Foreign Affairs website. The FOC Ministerial launched the FOC 10th Anniversary Helsinki Declaration, which will direct the coalition's work in 2020s. The FOC governments will strive for a world that is rules-based, democratic and inclusive. The internet must be accessible to as many people as possible globally, regardless of their background or gender. During the chairship year, I've come to notice that the FOC is more important than ever. As the pace of digitalization is overwhelming, and we see a lot of negative sides to it as well, as human rights online are being contested. Open internet is on the brink due to long-term democratic decline, regulatory and technical fragmentation, and a new era of geopolitical competition. We need to defend rules-based international order, including universal human rights online and offline, in order to keep the internet open and interoperable globally. Our response to these growing challenges is strengthening the global coalition of states and other stakeholders. Democratic states have a special responsibility in defending global free and open internet. A responsibility to respect and promote human rights and freedoms nationwide, and a leadership role in promoting international cooperation. Alliances between democratic states are needed more than ever. But it is not enough in defending open and interoperational internet. We need more dialogue with the states are not yet a part of any coalitions, or which are favorable to the multi-stakeholder internet freedom agenda promoted by bodies such as the Freedom Online Coalition. Truly global internet is inclusive, accessible and affordable everywhere. According to the ITU, roughly 40% of the world population is still offline. Building trust in a safe digital space is one important aspect of connecting those who are not online. And openness and transparency are cornerstones of the trust. We need more global North-South cooperation to reach sustainable development goals, including equal access to internet. I'm proud of the fact that the Freedom Online Coalition members represent all continents. We can still strengthen our outreach and increase the number of the FOC member states. We are now 34. This year we have welcomed 2 new members, namely Italy and Luxembourg, to the coalition. The handover to the next FOC chair is coming soon, and we are happy that Canada will hold the FOC chairship in 2022. And now some words about disinformation and human rights. The FOC issued at the beginning of this year a joint statement on spreading of disinformation, and Finland was honored to lead the drafting process with the United Kingdom. Disinformation is a growing human rights challenge at a time when people all over the world increasingly turn to the internet to connect, learn, and consume their news. Disinformation can hinder open exchange of information, freedom of opinion and expression, and right to access to information. Disinformation can erode trust in democratic institutions and public information, and it can lead to polarization and increasing stigmatization and discrimination. And combating the COVID-19 pandemic has shown in every concrete way that we need global fact-based information by cross-border communication networks and independent media. But to be frank, we Finns have also a specific interest to strengthen international cooperation in combating disinformation. Due to our history and geopolitical position, we are very well aware of cross-border disinformation campaigns. According to international rankings, we Finns have reached a high resilience against disinformation due to our historical experiences and by high-quality education for all children. And this includes teaching media and digital literacy skills. But in sum, the FOC calls upon all governments to refrain from conducting and sponsoring disinformation campaigns. We urge all stakeholders to take active steps to address the issue in a manner that respects human rights law, and we must combat disinformation, in particular if it's the targeting of an impact on women and the most vulnerable. I believe that the FOC will continue in disseminating the joint statement in international fora. The time of disinformation is not over, I'm afraid. Combating disinformation will be an elementary part of our work for freedom of expression and other human rights. Thank you, Emma.
Thank you. Yes, and I think it's such a great example of how simple sometimes some of the calls in the joint statements from the Freedom Online Coalition can be, but the very obvious point of needing to call on governments not to conduct disinformation campaigns as sort of that's the baseline that we need to be moving from, in addition to the other recommendations in the statement that go, more granular. But I just quick reflection that is something I think is really beneficial in the statements where you really see what does it look like to lay a human rights-based foundation for this kind of work, and some of the most obvious first principles need to be articulated. For our next speaker, we'll hear from Dr. Regina Greenberger, who is the Cyber Ambassador from the German Federal Foreign Office. Over to you.
Thank you, Emma. Let me start with congratulating the Finnish chair of the Freedom Online Coalition for keeping up the speed of the activities of the Freedom Online Coalition, also in times of COVID. And you had an incredible annual conference, I think, last week. And we are really grateful that you are dealing with complicated issues in complicated times. The Freedom Online Coalition has its 10th anniversary now, so I think it's fit for survival, and we need it. I would like to start with recalling some elements of our annual conference in 2018 in Berlin. The then Minister Maas, just at this very moment is the inauguration of the new government. So Minister Maas is outgoing and Annalena Baerbock is coming in. Maas said then in his speech, he quoted Timothy Garton Ash, "The internet is a kind of global megacity, a virtual cosmopolis. The question is whether we succeed in keeping the internet as a space of freedom, or will it be an instrument of oppression? Will we succeed in organizing democracy in the age of digitization, or will the internet become a threat to democracy in the end?" In 2018, we chose as a theme for the conference Internet Freedom at a Crossroads. Now, 3 years later, it sadly seems sometimes that somebody has chosen the wrong turn, or at least not the right turn, because internet freedom is still an issue. We still haven't found a way, for example, to defend the civic space. I don't have to mention the Pegasus software. But we made also some progress. For example, the Human Rights Council adopted the first consensus resolution ever on a digital rights digital issue, with a resolution on the right to privacy in digital age. For the German government, fundamental freedoms and human rights apply online as much as offline, and so do rule of law, democratic values, as laid down in international human rights law. And it is more relevant than ever to underline this. So now for digital inclusion, that was the point that I should focus on. Germany worked in the FOC task force on, it was called Digital Equality, as a co-chair with our dear colleagues from Ghana. Free and open access to the internet for all, who would deny that this is nowadays one of the key elements of global equality? Rana has already commented on this. While especially marginalized groups, including girls and women, can benefit most from the internet, it is them who may face higher hurdles to access, since societal divisions are reproduced online. This is, I have to mention it because I chaired a working group also in the UNESCO, in the German chapter, on inclusivity of the internet. It was clearly shown that this is also the case in a developed society like Germany, that girls and women do not have the same access to internet as men. Initiatives to close digital divides and also to support bridging the gap between the global south and the global north, support digital inclusion, has been a steady element of our government's efforts. But let us not forget all the groups and persons who have been denied free and full access to internet and social media on purpose by their governments. Let us think, for example, of the Chinese tennis player Peng Shuai, whose messages from social media have been deleted. We know that controlling the flow of online communication is an element of policy in some authoritarian countries, and various forms of internet shutdowns affect whole populations or large parts of it time and again. I therefore welcome the launching of the Freedom Online Coalition's task force on internet shutdowns, which Germany will also be part of. This is a hard truth. All the topics that we had on the table in 2018 are as pressing now as they were then. Thank you.
No, thank you. And thank you for those reflections on sort of what we were all talking about 3 years ago, 4 years ago, how both some of the same issues are just as prevalent now as they always have been, but also how they've changed. And in some cases we've made progress, and in some cases the problems have taken on a different angle or gotten more complex. I'll turn now to Mr. Philippe Andre Rodriguez, who's the Deputy Director for the Center for International Digital Policy with Global Affairs Canada.
Thank you, Emma. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you can hear me properly. I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to participate once again in the Internet Governance Forum, and I'm doubly pleased to do so alongside esteemed colleagues from fellow FOC countries and the coalition's advisory network. And also just wanted to congratulate Finland on such a great, successful chairship of the FOC and Freedom Online Conference earlier this month. Disinformation, digital inclusion, artificial intelligence, three topics that are really at the heart of what our team does at Global Affairs Center for International Digital Policy. And I must say it's really three issues that we really talk about all together, that we don't try to disentangle given all the obvious links between the three. And so my intervention really will focus on artificial intelligence. I will start with a few words about Canada's engagement at the FOC, and then drill down on our leadership of the FOC Task Force on AI and Human Rights. As a founding member of the FOC back in 2011, Canada recognized the need for a global coalition of states in partnership with stakeholders in civil society and industry to fight for internet freedom and human rights online. I don't have to tell this audience that the need has only intensified over the past decade. And I also don't have to tell this audience that human rights like free expression, association, assembly, and privacy are not the only equities at stake for democracies like ours. In short, the work of the FOC is more urgent than ever before, which is why Canada is proud to be chairing the FOC in 2022, as announced by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau at the Paris Peace Forum during a panel on which Emma also was present, and continuing the great work by Finland this year. Now back to AI. We launched the Task Force on AI and Human Rights, or TFAIR, in 2020. TFAIR has really come to serve as a hub for FOC engagement on all things AI. As AI is really an umbrella term that encompasses a huge range of technologies in policy circles, if not in technical circles, the corresponding risks and opportunities for human rights, democracy, and the rule of law are varied and complex. TFAIR's work is guided by the conviction that the governance of AI must be rooted in our international human rights framework. Why? Because our international human rights framework addresses some of the most pressing societal concerns about AI, including non-discrimination, privacy, and the right to effective remedy when violations occur. Because our international human rights framework establishes and clearly defines the responsibilities of governments and the private sector, both critical players in the development, use, and management of AI systems. And because our international human rights framework enjoys unparalleled global recognition that no ethical framework on AI could hope to achieve. Although ethical principles may be complementary, human rights must remain the foundation of AI governance. TFAIR brings together over 30 organizations, including 15 countries, as well as members of the coalition's multi-stakeholder advisory network. And in the spirit of multi-stakeholderism, we have developed a growing network of external consultees from around the world who collaborate with us. Recognizing that literacy in this fast-moving field is a perpetual challenge in policy circles, we've taken advantage of this rich pool of expertise to hold monthly learning calls where we dive into the intersection of AI with topics such as gender and privacy to explore human rights implications and share solutions. One focus of TFAIR's work has also been producing a joint statement on AI and human rights, as Emma mentioned, which we launched at this very forum last year. This was truly a multi-stakeholder endeavor from start to finish. The advisory network helped narrow our focus on some of the most high-risk AI technologies, such as remote biometric identification and automated content moderation. We also consulted civil society at forums such as RightsCon to better understand the concerns of diverse groups, including those experiencing intersecting forms of discrimination. The joint statement calls out the most urgent and egregious uses of AI for authoritarian and repressive purposes, such as arbitrary or unlawful surveillance practices and censorship. Through its 10 calls to action, the statement provides a roadmap for the international community to work towards building on important frameworks such as the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. So now that we have this joint statement endorsed by all 34 FOC members, what are we doing to translate words into action? Well, TFAIR and our joint statement on AI and human rights are enabling like-minded coordination at international forums where norms are under development. For example, at UNESCO, states have negotiated an instrument that aims to form the international baseline for how states should govern the development and use of AI systems. We have leveraged TFAIR as a valuable platform for states to develop and coordinate positions and ensure international human rights is the basis for the governance of AI, and for civil society and industry to have their say. Our experience has shown us that oftentimes smaller civil society organizations and smaller companies who are invested in the outcomes of these processes do not have the capacity to meaningfully engage and be heard. TFAIR provides a space for civil society organizations to exchange information on how to do so effectively and allows them to share their input directly with FOC countries. This is especially useful when international processes are restricted to state engagement, as we've seen as a growing trend in the context of COVID-19. TFAIR coordination also allows FOC member countries to solidify common positions where possible, with FOC joint statements as a starting point and common position, and strategize our interventions in these forums. This allows us to magnify our individual voices and create a block of countries that can more effectively push for a language supporting human rights respecting technologies. And with that, I'll relinquish the floor and look forward to questions and conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippe. And I have to say, as a member of the TFAIR working group, it has been so useful to be able to have the learning calls and the sort of the sharing of information that enables. And I think it's really kind of shown a light on how issues of AI are happening across so many different governmental and intergovernmental processes and parts of government, and that expertise is broad and deep across a wide swath of civil society and industry. And so to have a focal point to bring people together, I certainly personally found it very useful. And it sounds like from all of the other commentary from TFAIR members that they have as well. So now I am very happy to turn the microphone over to Adeboye Adegoke, who is the Senior Program Manager at Paradigm Initiative in Nigeria. Over to you.
Thanks to you. Thanks to the FOC support unit for putting this together, and also thanks to the government of Finland for their leadership over the years, and looking forward to Canada's leadership. Let me just quickly come into, with respect to how the advisory network, and just for, as a means of introduction to say that I'm a member of the advisory network, and whether you are looking at the subject of inclusion or you're looking at artificial intelligence or concerns around disinformation online, one thing that the advisory network has been very consistent about is, number one, the importance of multi-stakeholder approach to looking at these issues. Also, we are very, very particular about compliance with international human rights standards, whether you are thinking of how countries address the problem of disinformation, or how they adopt artificial intelligence systems, or how they promote digital inclusion in their respective countries. One other point I would like to also emphasize is the importance of creating models that can be replicated across different jurisdictions and countries. So what we have seen, for example, is that many of the bad policies or laws that have been developed are easily copied and shared across many countries. It has been noticed that in a lot of instances, you hardly find a proper, or what the internet governance model should look like in terms of having a multi-stakeholder approach to developing many of the policies that are being developed by, regarding whether AI or disinformation, or even a general subject of inclusion. And I think this is creating a big problem or issues across the world, especially when you look at the global south. In Africa, for example, you have many countries adopting cyber security laws or cyber crime laws that have very problematic provisions. And by the time you look at many of these laws, you see that they are copied from one country. So one country does it first, another country start to copy it. So I also feel that through the platform of FOC, we can also encourage countries in the FOC that have committed to promoting the open internet to also show some leadership by also helping to create model laws that a lot of other countries can learn from or can adopt. Because most times when many of these countries, especially in the global south, are trying to enact legislation or create policy to address many of these issues, they're just looking around for which country has done this before. Is there any model that we can adopt? And it is any example that they find around that they try to implement within their own local context. So I'll put a stop to it there to allow for further questions and further engagements. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Boye. Well, and I will probably, I might turn the microphone right back over to you because I'd like to start off some kind of discussion amongst the panelists. So the framing of this session is looking at internet governance in the 2020s. And I would love to hear reflections from panelists on across these different issues we've been talking about, digital inclusion, artificial intelligence, disinformation. What do you see, especially coming up in the next year or two, as kind of key issues or challenges that we're facing in the internet governance space, whether that's a particular law in a particular country or a process that you have your eye on in one of these topics? And what would you like to see the FOC be able to do with that? So maybe I'll pass that first to Boye, but then would love to have everyone else come in on that as well.
All right, thank you. So I'm happy to take the floor. I mean, obviously, I always speak from number one, civil society bias, then global south bias. And when I look at it from that perspective, I see a lot of challenges in terms of the internet governance models that countries in the global south seems to be adopting. And I kind of, have some basic understanding of why this is so. I think there is a lot of struggles with, having a grasp of, understanding the internet and, coming up with or having a grasp of how to really create internet governance system. So irrespective of what is happening perhaps in the most developed countries, whether efforts by the US government, through its Internet Freedom Project and its proposed democracy forum that I think that is happening in a few days from now. I think that my biggest concern is what is happening in many global south countries and in Africa especially. What we have seen rather is more of restrictions, more of efforts by local governments to kind of have a hang on governance of the internet, approaching the same traditional model that traditional government has taken over the years. So what we have seen is that there is there is this lack of interest in approaching it with a multi-stakeholder approach. There is a tendency
I think we're having a little bit of trouble with your audio.
The internet is governed, how decisions about content takedowns, etc. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, yeah. Just as I was saying that we were having a hard time hearing you, the audio cleared back up, so we can hear you now.
Okay. Concerns that we see with regards to approach, really has or stems from the lack of base to approach internet governance. And I think because of that frustration, government are just coming with whatever they understand, whatever they think in their home, based on their home, understanding whatever they think works for them, and that's a disadvantage for the global south, for Africa, and a lot of countries whereby inclusion is still a big subject. So you are trying to encourage more and more people. Then you have government coming up with restrictive laws, restrictive policies, introducing social media taxes. Whether you are talking about Uganda that has introduced social media tax, or you are looking at Nigeria that has suspended Twitter for a while now. There are a lot of those policies that are coming up. And these are happening side by side with concerns around inclusion. A lot of people are still not online. We are trying to, push for more people to get online, whereas there are these policies that are coming up that practically would discourage a lot of people from coming online. And lastly, let me also mention that I think one of the challenges that we have also seen is cybersecurity gaps that exist in many countries, especially from the global south perspective. And because of this, there are also concerns regarding interest in engaging or fully participating online by a lot of people who can potentially be a victim of online cyberbullying, for example, gender violence, etc., and all of that, because there is no system in place. People don't feel protected enough. A lot of people don't feel protected enough. So we are seeing a lot of self-censorship. And I think within that context, there is a lot of expectation regarding the role of government and the private sector in ensuring that people feel really safe online, in order to encourage more and more people to get online. Almost half of Africa, for example, are still offline. And we want to get as many as possible of those people to come online, and there is always that need to remove the barriers. So apart from the policies that the governments are coming up with, we also need to look at issues and challenges around safety online, which I think is deterring a lot of people from wanting to come online and participate in the digital world. Thank you.
No, thank you. That was, I think, really powerful, and makes me think of what I think it was Rauno was saying kind of earlier about the real need and desire within the FOC to focus on more conversations and exchanges with governments who are not necessarily members of the FOC, and how to kind of take that vision of a rights respecting internet and policies rooted in human rights and rule of law, and make sure that other governments are seeing that model and thinking of that model, and sharing that. I'd like to invite any of our other panelists to come in on this question of things that you're looking forward to or looking to trends or processes or issues coming up in 2022 and beyond. And would also like to remind all of our participants that we will shortly be turning to audience questions. So for folks in the room, I'm still not entirely sure how we're facilitating that, but if you, we may just ask you to come off mic and share your question if you have them. And for folks who are joining us virtually, please do add your questions in the chat. But yes, would anyone else like to come in on this sort of looking forward question? Sure,
I'm happy to start. Yeah, I can highlight two. One, I think we're at a crossroads between, not to use Germany's name of its own FO conference, but we're going from a world where we were thinking about principles and we were thinking about, soft law and self-regulatory processes around the regulation of internet companies, to a world where increasingly policymakers are under pressure to regulate, the internet writ large and specific swaths of the internet in particular. And because of that pressure to do so relatively quickly, both within FOC countries, I must say, and outside, so really globally, there is a risk really that some of these regulations fall short when it comes to protecting and upholding human rights. And I think that's a real risk. And Adeboye mentioned the importance of multi-stakeholder processes in this context. And I think there is a risk here because multi-stakeholderism takes time. It takes resources and time to do it properly. And if policymakers are under a lot of pressure to deliver very quickly on some of these issues, because that's a main concern that comes out of the general population, there is a risk that there's a bit of a gap there between what policymakers put forth and what multi-stakeholderism could bring to the table in terms of better understanding of these issues. So I think that's a general source of concern, and we're not immune from that in Canada. I think that's also something we are working on, how to find that balance between multi-stakeholder governance and being somewhat effective and responsive to these issues. So that's one. And then two, more broadly, there is increasingly what we could call a race to connectivity. And by that, I mean really a race to fund infrastructure internationally by different types of regimes. And in that context, there is a real risk that by over-focusing on connectivity and not thinking about the kind of enabling environment online that we are creating, we may actually drive more exclusion and more polarization, not more inclusion and not more cohesion within societies. And so there is this piece as well where when we talk about connectivity, and it's something that we're addressing through the Digital Equality Task Force at the FOC, how do we create these enabling environments? How do we create ecosystems where connectivity drives inclusion instead of driving exclusion, as we've seen in some contexts internationally? So two main concerns from our end.
Regina, yes.
Yeah, let me also comment on opportunities and challenges. First, I mean, basically, the most important items were already mentioned, but I would like to say for Germany, we will also focus on AI in the future and also within the Freedom Online Coalition. I mean, AI facilitates our daily lives. We use it everywhere, and we will increasingly use it. Let's say on a private level, on a user level, because it makes many things much easier. But on the other hand, we have also facial recognition, we have mass surveillance. These are also dangerous developments supported by AI tools, and so I think that this is really also an issue for the Freedom Online Coalition. We are taking over from Canada as a chair of the task force next year, and I'm looking forward to working on this issue. Then multi-stakeholderism, it was also mentioned. Those of us who have grown up with the internet as it is, for those, this multi-stakeholderism is obvious and evident that we can't do without it, because I mean, the internet, 90% of it is private. The networks are private. And states cannot provide for security or for content themselves. So they have to work together with other stakeholders. But nevertheless, this approach of multi-stakeholder responsibility in the internet architecture is under pressure at the moment. There are states who do not see this as an efficient way to govern the internet, and who have other ideas of state control, of authoritarian control on the internet, which can really change our way of how to use it. I must say that the stakeholder approach is also under pressure from another direction, and that is the, let's say, decreasing availability of big tech, of the industry, of the private industry, for our dialogues. I mean, we look around in Katowice, how present are they in our talks? I mean, representatives of the tech industry. This is really something, we must keep them interested in these issues and have a dialogue with them in order to really be effective in finding the necessary rough consensus, as we call it in the Internet Governance Forum, for these governance questions. And one last issue that we have experienced just these last days is the issue of fragmentation of the internet. Repeatedly, I heard from counterparts that the internet can be either free and open or global. It can't be both. And I would like to defend this original version of the internet being free, open, interoperable, and global and secure at the same time. So there were, for example, also plans from our American partners and friends to have a Future of the Internet Alliance, where we have to discuss, you know, who the internet is us, all of us. So it can't be divided in allies and others, enemies, adversaries. We have to find a solution that includes as many people as possible. And this is also an issue for digital inclusion. So I leave it with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think, Rana, would you like to come in on that?
Yeah, thank you, Emma, and thank you, Philip and Regine, for your comments. So I fully agree, Regine, what you said, that we must defend the globally working and open internet. I understand the challenge here, because the open internet is now contested more than before. But the question is whether the internet is really open and free if it's not global. You said that the Foreign Minister Maas, he some way formulated this elegantly, that it's a megapolis or something like that. Internet is a megapolis. Some that said that it's like a society, so it must work that way, that where all people, business, civil society, and the authorities are working together for all. So that's the only way to go forward. And then another thing is that, as Philip said, most likely we will have a long-term discussion about regulation, both legally binding norms and non-binding norms. And I see here also the specific role of the Freedom Online Coalition, where the coalition between the states, which are parties of different international treaties and conventions, and that's some way gives us many possibilities. And then my last point is about the about the how to say the glue of the action of the coalition. So we started some way as a classical coalition for open internet and supporting the human rights defenders online, etc. Now, over the 10 last years, the scope of the themes has been widened. We are discussing more technical solutions. A good example is the artificial intelligence work, the work and done by the our Canadian colleagues. But I believe that some way we must come back to that point where we finally are defending and supporting the internet users, people, persons in the internet, and to be that way clearly a human rights coalition. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I do want to check, are there any participants in the room in Poland who would like to ask any questions? I think you have microphones in front of you if you do. And so please feel free to come off mic right now to ask your question. Oh, it looks like someone's asking a question, but we can't actually hear.
Okay, I see myself. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think because the internet, obviously, it's not governed or ruled by anyone or anything, and the internet has no borders as we know it in our physical world. But to guarantee a free, open, and global internet, it could be useful to have a set of rules or worldwide laws that guarantee this freedom and security. But then how would we get there? That will be just an open question in order to secure human rights on the internet as well. That was my question.
Great, thank you. Would any of our panelists like to offer thoughts on that? Sort of, it sounds to me like a kind of a question at the core of what the FOC is designed to do as far as kind of developing and establishing norms that persist across nations. You know, I think the likelihood of getting kind of a single treaty that governs all of the different questions and challenges that arise in thinking about internet governance seems probably unlikely and maybe inadvisable depending on who you talk to. But I can just share from my perspective, I think the part of what the FOC is trying to do through the process of things like developing joint statements and the diplomatic coordination that member governments do before they participate in different fora around the world is to really kind of do some of that norm development and make sure that even if it's not all exactly the same law covering every, the internet entire, that at least as nations are building their laws and their systems or negotiating treaties on particular issues like cybersecurity or agreements on privacy or things like that, that there really is consistency and coherency and this fidelity and commitment to the human rights framework as the underlying basis. I see we also have a question, or maybe I think it's a comment in our chat that I'll read just in case the folks in the room can't see. Someone noting that guarantee of openness is a duty not only of society, but also about governments including connectivity and participants in the internet not limiting access to service and product. So I think really underscoring kind of themes that we've heard a lot on this panel about how crucial this issue of connectivity really is to enabling participation online, but especially, as I think Philippe was mentioning, how important it is to understand that connectivity on its own neither solves nor necessarily creates problems, but it's how we go about enabling connectivity and all of the support and information and opportunities that people need along with access to the internet so that they can really kind of make their best use of it and find it as an empowering function that really drives towards inclusivity. I think we are running fairly short on time. So if there are no other questions in the room or in the chat,
yes.
Oh, we do have one more in the room. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. This is Xian Hong representing UNESCO. Sorry for being late because UNESCO has been supporting and part of FOC since a long time ago. Congratulations for having such a useful session. I'd like to first react to the question raised by the colleague sitting in front of me about how we promote human rights at online. I'd like to share our work because we have the international standard of human rights in place for a long time. All the rights should be promoted online, offline, and well recognized. But the implementations of the issue, particularly at the national level, that's why we perceive the lack of evidence-based approach to improve the practice and policies at the national level. That's why we are advocating to all the member states and stakeholders to do the assessment using UNESCO's internet indicators to see to what extent those human rights are being protected or being violated at the national level, to look at the existence of the necessary legal regulatory framework, whether they protect the human rights like free expression, privacy, right of association online, and also to give the recommendations what are the gaps, what should be improved. And one common sharing challenge we have pursued, now we have applied the indicator assessment in 34 countries across 5 continents, including many of the FOC countries. One strong call is really to have the internet recognized as a human right, to be legalized because internet is a public good and all the rights. Internet means a right to everything, right to education, right to participation, right to health, everything. So that's a very crucial challenge. I also count on our FOC coalition to advance this agenda at a national level as well. And that's my 2 cents. But also I have a question to you, FOC, because at this IGF we have heard a lot discussion on the United Nations action to have a global digital compact through the digital collaboration. That would be a momentum I see we can drive global changes, including advancing the human rights open internet agenda. So what's your action and the strategy of FOC in facing this new initiative from UN as an intergovernmental coalition with a very unique network in the IG ecosystem, and how you would suppose UNESCO and the other stakeholders to collaborate with you to join synergies supporting this global digital compact. Thank you.
Yes, I see Rauno and then Philippe.
Yeah, thank you, Emma, and thank you for the participants from Katowice. Let me first say that we are very thankful to the UNESCO. You have been a very good and close partner to the Freedom Online Coalition. We have a diplomatic network in Paris. Philip can maybe tell more about the future of that diplomatic network, and we certainly shall do more and work together and using your assessment tools. That's something where we can still improve our performance. And then about the UN, so that has been one of the guidelines of the Finnish chairship, and I believe that also our Canadian colleagues will continue the work to work closely with the different UN bodies and UN initiatives. Thank you, Emma.
In 1 minute, very, very quickly, one, the FOC has already facilitated a lot of consultations across the roadmap for digital cooperation, including and especially on issues related to artificial intelligence through TFAIR last year. So we are already part of that process as an organization. And Canada actually co-champions alongside Mexico, another FOC member, the Roundtable on Digital Inclusion, at in that process, leading to a UN Digital Compact. So really, the I don't like that word, but the synergies between what the FOC does and what the UN Secretary General's office does, we're working quite closely. We're talking quite often about these issues. So really, we're looking forward to working together in 2022 and 2023 on these issues, including through Canada's chairship. And also, obviously, Finland has played a really important role, I should say, in facilitating and really giving a voice in Paris to the FOC in processes related to UNESCO. So we're definitely looking forward to continuing that conversation in Paris and beyond. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you both, and thank you for the great question. Unfortunately, that is, I think, all the time that we have for questions today, and we've already lost one of our panelists. So thank you in absentia to Dr. Regina Greenberger. I did want to give Adeboye just one last opportunity for a kind of a closing thought, as we've just heard from other panelists. So Boye, if you're able, if you'd like to give kind of any last kind of conclusions, reflections, or what you'd really like to see the FOC do in 2022.
Yeah, thank you. I'll leave my camera also in order to improve the quality of my audio. So just as a closing remark for me, it would be great to see the FOC, number one, continue the work that it currently does, and most especially its collaboration with the advisory network. I think the advisory network has provided a huge support in ensuring that the FOC is able to do its work, and I think that should be sustained even as we have Canada take over the leadership of the FOC. It's very important that is sustained. I also love to see more leadership on the part of the FOC. In terms of trying to provide guidance, in addition to some of the statements that have been put out, I think more can be done in terms so in addition to the statement, perhaps more specific work can be taken on in terms of providing leadership for many other countries who are currently not members of the FOC, but who can benefit from the expertise that the FOC have access to right now. Because in the FOC, there's a lot of access to civil society expertise and private sector expertise as well. And I think a lot of other countries can benefit from that even while they are not a member of the FOC. And lastly, I also think that there should be a lot of work in terms of expanding the membership. There are a lot of countries that need to get on board, and I think the FOC should work more with the AHED to see how a lot of countries that are represented on the AHED can also be brought on board to the FOC. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. And Boye, thank you for all of your work on the FOC Advisory Network. A big thank you to the government of Finland for the wonderful chairship over this past year. And thank you and good luck to the government of Canada for taking all of this work going forward in 2022. Most of all, thank you to all the participants who joined us for the panel today, and especially to our virtual participants and to everyone who's in the room in Poland. I hope you're having a wonderful time seeing each other in person, and hopefully at next year's IGF, wherever that may be, we can all be back together in person again. So thank you all.
digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Great. Welcome everybody to today's session, the Oversight Board 1 year on lessons in online content moderation. Today we'll be discussing digital rights, self-regulation and sharing learnings from the Oversight Board 1 year since it began reviewing content moderation decisions made by Meta on Facebook and Instagram. The Oversight Board consists of 3 interlocking elements: the board, the trust and the administration. Each play a critical role in ensuring the success of the Oversight Board. Today, I'm very pleased to say we have representatives of each joining us on the panel. Thomas Hughes, Director of the Oversight Board Administration, Afia Asari Chai, Oversight Board Member, and Shireen Chalabi, Trustee. My name is Tracy Manners, and I work across global communications and engagement at the administration, and I'll be moderating today's session. Throughout today's session, audiences are welcome to submit questions, which will be compiled and answered at the end. And our panel will talk us through the origins of the board, the decisions taken so far, and what lies ahead for social media regulation. The first part of our discussion today will look at the challenges of building the board, and for that, I'll turn to Thomas first. Thomas, firstly, for those who may be less familiar with the board's work, could you summarise its role and its work to date?
Tracy, thank you, and likewise, it's a pleasure to be here today, and thank you for those who are joining us. So the Oversight Board is the first of its kind, an independent self-regulatory model set up by Meta to act as a final check on the content moderation decisions the company takes on Facebook and Instagram, so just those 2 platforms. Users can appeal to the board directly if they believe Meta got their decision wrong in relation to their particular content, or if they see a piece of content that they think should be taken down. And Meta can also refer cases to us or ask for guidance on a particular policy area as well. The board applies a global human rights framework to all of its decisions, looking at Meta's community standards and its values that are stated on its website, and seeking to understand how those align with global human rights standards. We currently have 20 board members who come from quite a diverse range of backgrounds and professions, from journalism to politics and academia and human rights advocacy. And our decision makers, and those board members are the decision makers, are intentionally global. They speak 29 languages approximately and have lived in 27 countries between them. And they were all selected because they have a proven track record in advancing freedom of expression and other human rights. The board selected its first cases in December last year, almost exactly a year ago today. And since then, we've accepted 23 cases and issued 17 decisions. In 12 of those cases, the board has overturned the original decision that Facebook took. These cases are globally diverse, with more than half coming from Latin America and Asia and Africa. And the board's decisions in upholding or reversing Meta's content decisions are binding on Facebook and Instagram. So the decision has to be implemented, and in all decisions, all cases has been implemented. As mentioned, additionally, the board offers policy guidance that Meta must consider and respond to publicly. And again, the implementation rate is well over half, with only a very small number having been rejected and the rest still under assessment. This means the board's decisions are not limited only to specific pieces of content or specific cases, because a policy recommendation could lead to a much broader change in Meta's conduct. And many of these deal with some of the most complicated questions of content moderation, and do so hopefully in a transparent manner that allows increased public scrutiny as well.
Perfectly summarised. Thank you, Thomas. And just staying with you for a moment. So you joined the board in January 2020, before it began receiving cases, when there were just 3 co-chairs, and am I right in thinking no other staff? So now 1 year on, there are 20 board members, around 60 staff, and over 1 million people have submitted appeals to the board. Can you just talk us through how you took the board from a concept to an operation, and perhaps, you know, give us some insights to what the biggest challenges were in doing that?
Certainly, Tracy. So when I joined in January 2020, yes, there were the co-chairs, and I believe I was staff member number 1, and we have since then obviously built out the institution. Back in January 2020, we had a charter and a set of bylaws that were given to us by Meta. Meta had been through quite an extensive exercise in getting feedback and developing those, but they were just what you see online. Actually, they were those charter and bylaws, and no processes had been put in place to operationalize how to live those and how to put them into practice. We also had a website, but obviously there was no content on the website. There were no colleagues to post content onto the website, and you know, we were working to a timeline of having an initial cohort of the 4 co-chairs and plus 16 board members by May 2020. So the turnaround time was very tight. And in addition, of course, to have the staff and the systems in place to be able to support them so that they could then start receiving cases by October, which is you know, I think formally we took the first in early November, but basically was the original timeline that we had foreseen. Of course, an added complexity is that we had to start all of this from scratch. Everyone was working remotely. Only a couple of months in, all of the additional restrictions that COVID-19 has meant for everybody around the world, they also kicked in. So all of the staff, all of the people had not met in person or even worked with one another before. So everything was very new, and needless to say, the timeline was very ambitious. But we announced those board members in May, and we had 5 months to then work together to define the standards and the various processes that would be applied, and to build a working culture amongst the board members as well. And there were certainly big challenges and questions to resolve from the outset. There were also sort of constant trade-offs between getting things up and running versus deciding, you know, the as it were, the route that we would be taking. And we also had to access the knowledge and the materials that sit within the company as well, and to obtain that in a way that safeguarded the decision review process and the structural independence of the oversight board as well. We also had to build a framework for applying international human rights standards, and also to look at how these could be applied vis-a-vis the community standards. There'd been a lot of theoretical discussion of that, but we had to do that in practice and to make sure that actually worked. And to do that, we ran simulations, test cases. So we went through case review, or I should say the board members went through case review processes, including mocking up draft decisions and testing the different processes and different technology tools that we had in place. So by October, when the board essentially opened to receive appeals, there was a kind of a collective, I think, breath-holding moment when we switched the machine on and we waited to see what the machine, as it were, sort of spat out, what came through. And of course, by the time we selected our first cases in December, we had already had 200,000 appeals, and we can say a little bit more about the number of appeals we now see, which is great that users are really engaging with us. But that 200,000, those first cases really gave us the assurance that the systems we had worked, right? People could appeal and we could see what was coming through. I would say there's been many significant things. Again, being slightly wary of blowing one's own trumpet, but there's been many significant things that we've achieved, and that I think we've sort of already accepted as the norms. We had to decide where our biggest impact could be for users, and align that with the interpretation of the bylaws, and to align that also with the international human rights standards. And the board members had to make decisions about which ones to apply and where. And we had to harmonize mindsets and approaches and varying ideas around those standards, and to work out how all these elements and all the elements of the board that we see represented here today with Afia and Shireen, how that all sits together and works together as a cohesive, independent entity. So these were significant issues to resolve, but they contributed to what we see now. And I think we fully understand that there is still an enormous amount of work to do. This is just the tip of the iceberg. We're only just started, but still, I think it's a solid start. And I think individually and collectively, we all saw the potential impact that these decisions could have. I mean, all of those who are engaged in it and all of the individuals around the world who've submitted public comments, people who've appealed. And I think that has all been driven and underpinned by a deep shared commitment to free expression and human rights.
Thank you, Thomas. I'm going to come to you, Shireen, next, if I may. Can you share with us your view on why Meta created the Oversight Board?
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Right. So first of all, I'm just have to say I'm delighted to be back at the IGF. I've been a member of the ICANN board for 20 years, and we participated every year at the IGF, and I've been on many of those meetings. So I'm delighted to be back, and I'm sure a lot of my ex-colleagues are here listening or doing some good work somewhere else, and I wish them a really productive week. So thank you for the question. And the question is, why did Facebook hand over some of its powers to an independent body? And it's a fascinating question. And really, to understand that, there are three things to consider, three aspects. Why did Meta create the Oversight Board? The first is the rise in cyber sovereignty. We all know that policymakers and regulators have and are increasingly looking for ways to address their deep concerns about the impact of social media platforms on the safety and health of billions of users around the world, whilst at the same time, they want to protect the privacy and freedom of expression of those same users. You can see how this is an immensely complex dilemma to solve. Unfortunately, there's no quick or easy fix. On top of that, there are also no proven precedent in regulating successfully a virtual public sphere on such global scale. So that's the first aspect to consider, the rise in cyber sovereignty. The second aspect to consider is the intense criticism, and I say distrust in Meta. So the concern I just mentioned have focused primarily on Meta as it grew into a powerful and integral part of the social fabric of most societies and countries. Almost every crisis, every headline today plays out in some way across Meta's services. And the more these services become ubiquitous, the more Meta finds itself at the center of extensive criticism on everything, frankly, from the spread of misinformation to hate speech to concerns about the company's power and approach to competition. And in such a climate of criticism, trust in Meta to act in the public interest rather than its own commercial interest is at a low. The third aspect to consider within this political and social context is Meta needed to renew and strengthen its legitimacy with its stakeholders and global community of users. And to Mark Zuckerberg and Meta's credit, they recognize that, and here I'm going to read verbatim because these are important statements. They recognize that decisions that have enormous consequences for our society, for human rights and freedom of expression, should not be made by social media companies acting alone. I'm going to repeat that. Should not be made by social media companies acting alone. Furthermore, they recognized that these companies should not be the final arbiter of what can and cannot be said on their platforms. Users should have a voice, and their cases should be heard by an independent appeal body. So the time was right, therefore, for Meta to act. And this is how the Oversight Board began. I may say, a bold move to create such an independent appeal body in order to strengthen user rights against arbitrary decisions. So that's the historical content of why the Oversight Board was created by Meta. Back to you, Tracy. Mandy, sorry.
Shireen. Thank you. Afia, holding Meta to account for decisions on how it manages its platforms is not new to you. But can you tell us what made you decide to join the board and whether your expectations of it have shifted in the last year? Can't hear you at the moment, Afia.
Thank you, Tracy. And I'm delighted to be here as well. The work of the Oversight Board is ultimately about protecting users and making sure that online spaces that they use on Facebook and Instagram are safe and healthy. And Meta has to be held accountable for ensuring this. Now, I have worked for more than a decade and a half, actually, to improve citizens' access to justice and democracy. And freedom of expression is central to these issues. Now, in Africa, where I come from and I call home, Facebook is the internet. People go there to connect and mobilize. They share their views in ways that they would not be able to do in other, public forums. They come together to discuss issues and find solutions. And so in places where, expression of opinion is not a freedom that comes easily, I believe we must fight to protect the few spaces where it exists. I have spoken out in the past in Africa about the frustration of Africans about social media users in Africa. We have seen with most important decisions time and time again, they are made outside. And in this case on content moderation, they are made in Silicon Valley and then applied in Africa with no consideration of our context and how it impacts the right of freedom of expression of people here in Africa. And so I took on this role because I wanted to fix this, which I deemed as a problem. And the Oversight Board is very serious about global decision making. I wanted the region that I call home to have a seat at the decision making table. I wanted to see other leaders from around the world and together address these issues. And for the first time, decisions are being taken by a group of global experts, as Thomas said and Shireen also mentioned, with equal decision-making power and in consideration of the implications that it has for the globe. Given Facebook's global footprint and the number of people who rely on the platform in the global south, I think the time was right to redistribute this decision-making power for everybody. And when I joined the board, we knew that we wanted to achieve great things, but I didn't expect that we would see this come together so quickly. We are testing decisions and applying global human rights standards to make sure that the rules uphold the rights of global users and that the rules work and that they're accessible for everybody. And so I'm very proud to be part of this, organization. Others call it, an experiment that is leading this charge. And I believe that, we have shown that global decision making, not just Western decision making, can make can have a regional input, which is very important because ultimately Facebook is, and this is my personal belief, I believe that Facebook is a formidable but an imperfect platform, and that the Oversight Board can help it, can help maintain it as a viable source of information, and we can, through our work, reduce the harms, and that the users can enjoy the benefits of these platforms. And in so doing, people can use their right of freedom of expression, even and especially in parts where it is under threat. And my commitment, my life investment is about rights and justice. And I think this is a right that is worth protecting across the world. And I see the board having a potential to have that impact here. Thank you.
Thank you, Afia. And I'll stay with you now as we discuss a bit more about the outputs of the board for the last year. So that's the case decisions that we've taken so far. The board was set up to take some of the most significant and difficult content moderation decisions on Facebook and Instagram and apply a critical review of them. Which decisions have stood out most to you over the last year? And what do you think ties them together?
Well, the board has received over 1 million appeals from users across the world. And the cases we choose are based on 3 broad, criteria. Thomas spoke earlier about some of them. So their importance to public discourse, their potential to impact a high number of users, and whether they raise significant questions on Meta's, policies on Facebook and Instagram. So if I take the 3 criteria, first on the importance to public discourse, I think, of course, the Trump case amplified the debate on content moderation, taking it to a global stage in a way that we had not foreseen or it had not been seen before. But our cases on misinformation related to COVID and the use of racial slurs also stand out to me as examples of debates that are incredibly meaningful, powerful, personal, and need to be had, and also that are meaningful in the current context of the globe. These are issues that we are talking about in our homes at the moment. On misinformation related to COVID-19. There was a case from France where the board insisted that there must be space for legitimate public commentary about the decisions governments take in a pandemic. There must be a distinction between information which is harmful and must be removed and information which is legitimately in the public discourse. Our early findings are that automated removals may not always identify this fine nuance. The board also recommended that Facebook consolidate its misinformation policies and define the harms that it was seeking to avoid by removing some of these posts. We have also pushed the company to publish a transparency report on how community standards have been enforced during the COVID global health crisis, including the proportion of removals that relied entirely on automation, machine decision making, and a breakdown by the source of detection, which Meta agreed to do. In another case, we looked at the use of racial slur in South Africa. We all know the history of South Africa, and here the board said Meta was right to remove the content because it was raising, even though it was raising very important, social issues about the South African society. The poster, the user, racialized this very critique by using a slur. In South Africa, this term is very harmful and extremely degrading to the people it targeted. So the use of racial slurs on platforms should be taken seriously by Meta, particularly in a country such as South Africa that is still dealing and reeling from the legacy of apartheid. The board urged Meta to provide more information, greater transparency around the company's slur list, including that the list is how the list is enforced in different markets, and why is it confidential? Why is it that the users do not know what are the prohibited racial slurs? Secondly, among the cases that had potential to impact high numbers of users, this, of course, applies to all cases, but there are some cases that we had decided on as a board, and one comes to mind, which was the one that dealt with the Sikh farmers' protest in India. As an outcome of this case, the board called on Facebook to translate their community standards into Punjabi. Now, that is a language that is spoken by over 100 million people. So as a result of one user appealing their case to the board, now over 100 million Facebook users can read the community standards in their own language in Punjabi. Thirdly, on cases which have potential to improve Meta's policies and the right to freedom of expression for users on and off the platform, the Colombian case was remarkable. In this case, the Oversight Board overturned Meta's decision to remove a post that was featuring protesters in Colombia criticizing the country's president. And the case, I said it's remarkable because it highlighted very important issues, including the platform, social media provides for information sharing about protests in environments where outlets for political expression are limited. While protesters in the video used a word that is designated as a slur under Facebook's hate speech community standards, the company could have and should have applied its newsworthiness allowance because the content had public interest value. It was about protesting, citizens protesting about the unhappiness of their president. So these are some of examples of cases and the criteria that we use in the selection of the cases. Now, in terms of what ties them together, all of our cases, all of them, is based on the respect of freedom of expression. And time again in our decisions, we have pushed for greater transparency from Meta on Facebook. We are testing, the policies and determining whether they are fit for purpose, whether they are okay in terms of real life examples. We have looked at certain cases, and we're asking ourselves in terms of context appropriateness, how are these cases promoting global human rights? And our recommendations have repeatedly urged Facebook to follow, central principles, key principles of transparency. Make your rules accessible to your users, and the rules should be in the language that the users understand. Tell people very clearly, how you make your decisions and you enforce them. And then where people break the rules, tell them exactly what they've done wrong so that they will not repeat it, so that I don't become a repeated offender on the platform. So transparency is not just about, Meta being more open on its policies. It is also about Meta being more open about who and how influences its application of policies. And the board's work is indicating that we need to ensure there is space to understand how governments, for example, are influencing content moderation decisions. I'll give you just two examples. In August, as a result of the board's case related to the solitary confinement of the PKK founder Abdallah Öcalan, Facebook has agreed to publish informal government requests to remove content, because governments do request Facebook to remove certain content. And we recommended that users must be informed if their content is removed due to a government request. This, for me, is huge. And Facebook agreed to do this. In October, Facebook said that it will implement fully our recommendation for an independent entity to conduct an examination into whether its content moderation in Hebrew and Arabic, including its use of automation, has been applied without bias because of what was going on in the Palestinian occupied territory and Israel. And so I believe that, people have a right to know what contents their governments are working hard to remove. Now, the other part of your question is also very interesting. Did any of these cases test the board? Yes. The board accepted the Trump case just weeks after we had announced the first set of cases for review. Thomas mentioned that we started reviewing our cases late in 2020, and in January 2021, the Trump case came to us. And so I think it's fair to say that it was a challenge for an institution as new as ours. And the timing was certainly a challenge, but I think it also goes to show, what we are capable of, in that we were able to hear the case and come up with a decision. So, more generally, I think it was clear to all board members when we took on this undertaking that we would not always agree with specific opinions of some of one another, or some of each of us. But I know we all recognize the unique insights and perspective that everybody on the board brings to the table to serve a global community, which is Facebook. So, the fact that many people would disagree, often passionately, and it happens even in our own families with one another, speaks to the diversity of the board and the importance of the endeavor that we have undertaken.
Thank you so much, Afia. Thomas, in your view as Director of the Administration, which of the board's cases do you think have been the most consequential, either in terms of their impacts on Meta or because of what users have come to know about Meta's decision-making processes as a result?
Thank you, Tracy. Good question. I think all cases, in a way, are born equal, right? So I think Afia has made a very good point, which is that each case that the board has taken, they've taken for a very good reason based on criteria that they've set, looking for cases that are, important and consequential and so on and so forth. And it really means that for whichever the community is that is, relating to that case, or the individual that's related to that case, that has been extremely important for them as a community. So I think each and every case actually has been very impactful in its own right. And I think the other point, and Afia, I think, went through some of the cases that I would also sort of highlight as ones that really demonstrate the kind of impact and the change that's taking place within Meta, also noting that there is still more work to be done. But if I look at your question slightly differently, insofar as which cases have kind of broadened global participation and scrutiny in Meta's decisions in a way that I think has really not been seen before, and which of the cases have really garnered international attention, which is, I realize I'm reframing it slightly from which are consequential necessarily. So I think, I would go to the same example that sort of Afia used at the end there. So, obviously in one of the first cases, the board reviewed Meta's decision to suspend, former President Trump from its platforms, and this was not only the case the board reviewed, which raised significant questions on political speech, but also obviously garnered an enormous amount of attention. And as with decisions for all of these cases, it was assessed based on global international human rights standards in a way that considered the impact policies and decisions have on communities around the world. And in this way, it's hard to imagine kind of another entity that could have scrutinized this issue through that international lens and really opened it up to debate and feedback from the public through our public comments process in really any similar way. I think more recently also the board has responded to concerns raised by former Facebook employee Frances Haugen, and the board will be meeting with Frances Haugen in the coming weeks on Meta's cross-check system, which resulted in the board agreeing to review that particular policy and how it's applied. And again, public comment to that opened last week. And this process will be done through consultation, which will engage international experts and academics and civil society before the board makes a recommendation to Meta on how to address the concerns that were raised. And these processes and ultimately decisions on Meta's policies are matters of global public interest. And the board has moved these decisions and discussions outside of the closed doors of a Silicon Valley elite into the global arena and allowed everyone really to engage in those in a way in which is deliberative and to make submissions for board members and panels to discuss. I think it's also important at the same time to call out that interest in content moderation obviously naturally arises with breaking news. And the challenge, of course, is that when public interest moves on, the commitments Meta has made, may take some time to come to fruition, especially when they relate to significant changes, as many of them do, to the product, as it were, to the platform itself. And the danger is that those recommendations or Facebook's or Meta's commitments get kicked into the long grass and forgotten about. So the board is committed to scrutinizing Meta's responses to our recommendations over the medium to long term, and actually has set up a team dedicated to doing this monitoring. And also the board has created a new committee, the implementation committee, a new committee that's going to be doing that tracking and monitoring process. Meanwhile, in our first set of transparency reports, we shared data on the issues users were appealing to us about, where those appeals were coming from, the extent to which Meta has provided data that we needed, and so on and so forth. And we're going to continue to push Meta to increase its transparency and share the data research that we have with other groups who are also working in this space to basically what are a set of common goals of really improving the experience of users who use Meta's platforms.
Thank you, Thomas. And a reminder, as you said, our quarterly transparency reports are now moving. The next one will be out very soon. I just want to come back to you, Rafia, and just briefly, you came to the board from civil society with a history of leading on transformational advocacy and social change strategies. I'm really curious to know what impact you think the board will have on the people and communities most affected by some of the challenges you've been looking at on social media over the last year.
Thanks, Tracy. Well, the challenges I've seen through my 2 decades of activism in Africa are around the relationships between people, power, and access, and here access to social media. Social media has become an essential space for citizens to express themselves, which in turn empowers them and allows them to then mobilize around human causes and build solidarity. Now, in my part of the world, internet shutdowns are very regular, often, legitimized through some, very spurious claim of national security. And no clear legal basis for why they are shutting down these internet. But often, citizens' voices is getting louder. That is, that they want. I see it as my responsibility to protect the space, to make sure that it exists. The board currently is working hard and it's scrutinizing the context of each case to understand whether freedom of expression is already suppressed and how. In this way, we can truly start to understand new ways in moderating content on global scale that are not just copy and pasted from one context to another with no consideration of how they can be misused. Through public comments, the board also can stand with voices of civil society and movements and raise the alarm and make the calls for civil society that civil society has been making for years, and that Meta has to respond to them. This only works if users appeal to the board and if civil society organizations, academia, and other groups provide context through which the public comments system. There's a question in the chat on how do we get more people engaged. For me, it's naturally important that we increase the number of user appeals from Africa and other global South spaces, as well as public comments. Although the connections between digital rights and democracy is realized by activists in Africa, the backdrop is that there are many urgent issues vying for attention. On the Maslow, scale of needs, perhaps digital rights and questions as social media and internet access might not be, but it is. There is much power in Africa. We saw this when CSOs came together in outcry when the Nigerian government suspended Twitter a couple of months ago. And when it comes to freedom of expression, the stakes are much higher in Africa and in certain geographies in the global South. So this is precisely why I am imploring activists and civil society organizations to appeal to the board to provide the context that we need to understand the African context, the Asian context, the Latin American experience in a way only people living there can truly understand.
Thank you, Rafia. And we will be sharing further details of how you can engage with the board before the session's over. I'm going to move to Shireen now. Shireen, having heard all of this, what can you tell us about the governance structure of the Oversight Board? How does it ensure the independence of the board in its decision-making?
Thank you, Tracy. I can see there's a similar question came to the chat, which is quite good, and also about how the Oversight Board is funded. This, in your opening remark, you mentioned that and it's important when I answer this that people understand that the governance model consists of three elements, three interlocking elements that Tracy mentioned. There's the board that makes decisions about cases. There's the administration that supports the board. And then there is a trust that is responsible for governing the totality of the oversight board. Thomas and Afia have succinctly described how the board works and how it makes decisions. But your question about independence and the question in the chat is, in my view, critical to the credibility of the board's decisions. And you're not alone in asking this question, because since the inception of the board in 2020, there's been a high level of public scrutiny and questions about how the board can be truly independent of its creator. I mean, after all, it's Meta that came up with the idea, and it's Meta that has funded it. So to answer this question, you really have to understand that it lies within the trust. The trust is the second interlocking element of this model. And from where I sit, from my vantage point as a trustee, as I mentioned, responsible for the governance of the board, I can see how independence is truly rooted in everything we do. Now let me explain that. The trust is basically a shield. I want you to think of a shield between Meta and the board. And remember here, what we're trying to do is protect the board that makes all these decisions from any influence from Meta. So the trust in being the shield protects the independence of the board in three ways. The first way is it protects the independent judgment of the board and the integrity of its decision-making process. How? By keeping Meta at an arm's length from board members, and thus keeping the board members free from Meta's influence. So neither Meta can talk to the board members, nor the board members can talk to Meta when they're deliberating and making decisions about cases. That's the first thing. And the trust ensures that this happens. The second way is it protects the board's operational independence. We want to make sure that the board does not need Meta for any operational needs. And this is where Thomas and his administration team come into play, because Thomas has dedicated a team of full-time staff, independent of Meta, who are totally working 24/7 to assist board members with their research, their case selection preparation, and communication of decisions. So we protect their independent judgment, we protect their operational independence, and thirdly, we protect their financial independence. When the oversight board started, Meta provided a large sum of money that went into the trust. In trust jargon, Meta is known as the settler, and the settler has provided that money. Once the money is provided, the money cannot go back. So that is an important thing to remember, that Meta cannot withdraw this money at all. It's done, it's finished. So it's totally under the control of the trust. And we safeguard these financial assets. And through these financial assets, of course, we pay the compensation of the board, we pay all the operational expenses, and we manage the entire budget of the oversight board, of the board itself and its members, so that they don't have to worry about the finances. They don't have to worry about operation. They don't have to worry about influence from Meta in terms of decision making. And you've seen the impact of that by protecting its independence. You've seen from what Afia and Thomas have said that the board is not afraid of calling out Meta when it fails to meet its responsibility. And when you look at the decisions so far, you can see also how the board is now an institution working not to just put down content or put it up again. No, it's working in shifting Meta from making arbitrary decisions or decisions that might be informed by the company's economic interest towards decisions that promote freedom of expression, that treat all users fairly and that are consistent with the company's standards and values. That is really the true mission of the Oversight Board, is to change the user experience, right? So in summary, this governance model is unique. And think about it like this. It was designed from the outset to ensure that the board is not just credible from the outside, but also solid from the inside. In other words, externally, it is recognized for the quality and timeliness of its decisions, but internally, it has to have a robust structure and checks and balances that protects its independence. I hope I've answered the question about independence. Thank you. Back to you, Tracy.
Thank you so much, Shireen. And we're going to move to audience Q&A very briefly, but I do have one more question for you, Shireen, before we do. I'd like to hear from you. We talked about the time prior to the board becoming operational, what it took to set it up, right up until the case decisions that have been published until now. I'd like to just touch upon the future. Does the Oversight Board have longevity? As regulatory proposals advance in the years ahead, where do you see the board fitting in?
Thank you. I think this is a complex question to answer. And in order to do it justice, I have to briefly describe where does the Oversight Board sits within the spectrum of regulations, because that's quite important, because it cannot be working in isolation. And this spectrum of regulations vary from country to country, from industry to industry. So I'm going to explain first where does the Oversight Board sit, and then talk about the future immediately after that. I'm going to try and be brief. So on one end of the spectrum is self-regulation. And this occurs when private organizations or market-based institutions govern their own action through voluntary agreements. In other words, they self-police, self-regulate by establishing voluntary standards or code of conduct or best practices, and by which they agree to abide. I mentioned earlier that I served on the board of ICANN for 9 years, and I can tell you that its multi-stakeholder model of governance is an excellent example of self-regulation. So that's one end of self-regulation, of the spectrum. In the middle of the spectrum is what we call co-regulation, which occurs when an industry and government jointly administer the regulatory process. And this would typically involve government watchdogs that provide oversight of self-regulatory organization and government agencies that enforce penalties for violation of self-regulation. Another example of that would be the NTIA, the National Telecommunication and Information Administration of the United States, that had an oversight role over ICANN for a good part of 20 years. And finally, we go to the far end of the spectrum, which is state regulation, which here involves governments regulating the actions of firms in the private sector. Typically, this would include legislations, executive orders, and top-down rules issued by governments. For example, the General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, that we all know, is a regulation on data protection and privacy in the European Union law. And other notable examples are the UK Online Safety Bill and the EU Digital Service Act, which are new proposals for state regulation. So I'm sure by now that I've explained the spectrum, you have figured out that the Oversight Board, and in fact, Thomas let out the secret earlier on, is a type of self-regulation. But it would be remiss of me, however, not to mention that the Oversight Board was not designed to solve all the problems of Meta alone, nor to supplant the role of policymakers and regulators. The Oversight Board, however, is an important innovative model of self-regulation. You can see it hasn't been untried before on such a large scale, where one of the largest for-profit corporations in the world has created an independent, not-for-profit institutions to make binding decisions by which the for-profit corporation must abide. I hope this is not too complicated. I'm going to repeat it one more time. One of the largest for-profit corporations in the world has created an independent, not-for-profit institution to make binding decisions by which the for-profit corporation must abide. This new model was specifically designed to avoid both the commercial interest of for-profit corporations and the potential abuse of state-based regulation. Institutions such as the Oversight Board are, in my view, necessary. You may ask why? Because we don't want for-profit corporations regulating the global virtual public sphere in their own economic interest. Nor do we want national or regional political interests balkanizing that same sphere. In particular, we do not want less democratic or authoritarian regimes to suppress freedom of expression online. Instead, what we really want, what we really need is disinterested, I repeat the word disinterested, regulation of our virtual speech. That means impartial and unbiased regulation. And in this regard, the Oversight Board is truly impartial, whose impartiality, as I mentioned earlier, is guaranteed by the trust. And as a self-regulatory model, it aligns well with the other more established models, which I just mentioned, and which are being discussed at this IGF meeting. I'm sure you would agree with me that a one-size-fits-all solution does not exist. And you would also agree that no single government, institution, or actor has all the answers. I therefore see the imperative for a collaborative effort between governments, civil society, and the tech industry to agree on an ecosystem of solutions that are clearly grounded on human rights principles and that we critically need to manage the complex challenges of our borderless digital future. And it is within that context of continuous evolution in technology and regulation that I'm confident the Oversight Board will also evolve over time. Back to you, Tracy.
I could ask you so many more questions, Shireen, but I feel that we should give the floor over now to our audience that have been waiting quite patiently. And there's a great question. I'm going to refer to you first, Thomas. The question is Meta developing these models like the Oversight Board, not only for itself, but will it also be available for other organizations to share?
I think Meta's intention was, and of course this is a question for Meta, but I think Meta's intention was that when the board was created, that other actors may also choose to utilize the board. But I think the board's position on this, the board's intention, or the look to the future in regards to this is not that the board seeks to become a board for all social media companies, because that would bring back the same challenges of re-centralization. But certainly the board is open and willing to share the knowledge and the experience that it's generated, because there are many complex questions that the board has already started to answer, not only in terms of what the processes look like, but also in terms of what the standards are that are trying to be set. So I think, certainly, as I say, we would be very open. And from a personal perspective, I think all platforms, particularly those that are on the large or very large side, they should be creating, if not entities that look exactly like the Oversight Board, they should be creating independent self-regulatory structures that take these difficult decisions on some of the hardest pieces of content.
Thank you, Thomas. There was a follow-up question here from Laura, which I think I think that you've answered, but Laura, do let us know if there was more that you wanted to know on this. I'm wondering, Thomas, then if you might just want to share with us your views on what you see the priorities for the Oversight Board being in the year ahead. We've spoken, I know I've heard you speak about creating new standards, new global standards in content moderation. And I'm just wondering if you might be able to share a few of those insights with the audience here.
Well, I think there are a number of priorities for board. And I think some of that has been represented in what we've heard today. But the board is a year old. By any stretch of the imagination, that's both a very young lifespan, but also feels like a very long one at the same time, because there's an enormous amount of work that still needs to be done. And there's also, as Shireen was outlining, a new regulatory space that is starting to be created, one in which probably statutory regulation will exist, co-regulatory structures will be created, and I think there is a strong argument that self-regulation should have a prominent place within that ecosystem at the same time. So priorities for the board are, first of all, continuing to lean into the work that it's doing. Meta has clearly flagged that it intends to expand the scope of the board and the work that the board does. So we've got a lot of practical stuff that needs to be done to increase that scope and to start bringing new and different forms of content into play. The board will also increase in size. The administration will also increase in size to take on and to support those new board members, but to also be able to accommodate some of those new areas of scope. But I think, as was pointed out by both Afia and Shireen, the board sees itself contributing to this global discussion around standards and what are the correct standards across a myriad of different social issues and rights issues. And the board should not be setting these standards alone, but the board should, and I think seeks to contribute to the wider discourse and the variety of actors that are going to help create that clarity. And my own analogy in this is that, and particularly with my own background in human rights work, is that a lot of the discussion around these standards and how they should be applied has been very, very theoretical over the last decade. But we've moved very quickly into the practical insofar as there is a mosaic in front of us, and the board is putting together all these pieces and creating clarity around what these standards begin to look like and what the correct application is and where the line should be drawn. And at the same time, that's kind of converging with this regulatory drive and thrust. So we're seeing all of these things really sort of starting to build. And I think that will continue into 2022 and to be candid, 2023, 2024 and onwards, because these are difficult problems and they're not going to be solved in January or February or March next year. They need long-term solutions. I guess the answer to the question, Tracy, is a little bit and an awful lot of everything really is what's required in 2022.
Thank you, Thomas and Shireen. I know that you had some thoughts on another question in the chat. Please do jump right in.
But maybe the other term possible?
Oh,
indeed.
Yeah.
I want to answer Alejandro's question. And hello, Alejandro, how are you? We worked together for a long time, so I know how much he really believes in multi-stakeholder models and self-regulatory models. So the question, one of your question is, would it be a good idea to get together with other, I suppose you mentioned other platforms, right? And well, I think this is a thought that we have to contemplate at one point in time, because I think what Facebook has done here, or Meta has done, is spent quite a lot of money in establishing this. And as Thomas and Afia mentioned, in the first year, we've learned a lot, okay? I mean, we're only been 1 year long, so this is going to progress, and our experience is going to evolve and develop. It would be a pity if everything we know just is not shared with other platforms. Whether other platforms at one stage adopt a similar model or this becomes an industry utility, I can't tell you at this stage because it's only year one, as you can imagine. But I think one ought to, at one point in time, one ought to think how this could develop and how could the rest of the industry benefit from that. Because if they do, then I think we'll all be better off, definitely, 100%. The other question you asked is about, could the multi-stakeholder model of something like ICANN apply to this? I think it can. Why? Because the oversight board cannot work in isolation, right? We have to work with governments. We have to work with civil societies. We have to work across all regions of the world and take diversity and people's view into account. We have to work with tech industry. So it is inevitable. It is inevitable. There comes a point where the collaboration of all of this, almost the same type of players that make up the multi-stakeholder model of ICANN, will have to come into play in the evolution of this oversight model. Because if we don't, and if we stay isolated in our corner, we will be passé after a while, right? We have to be constantly evolving, constantly changing, constantly reaching out, and constantly engaging with all stakeholders around the world. No doubt about that. I don't know, Alejandro, did I answer your question, or there was something else I didn't answer?
Thank you, Shireen. That has been very clear. Can you hear me well?
We can hear you, Alejandro.
That has been very clear. And yeah, my point, let's say my larger point is do this before governments or international, multilateral intergovernmental organizations decide to create something that's on top of that. Show action, be solving problems. And politically, you don't want maybe to commit government participants inside the board. That creates a lot of legal issues for the government people themselves, who learned in ICANN. They actually don't want to vote because they have to become liable. I mean, they will inherit the liability, all the legal liabilities, all the litigation.
Yeah.
But get people who are voices that are sensitive to what governments want, so that you have the political connection. It takes a lot of political finesse. Thank you for taking this up.
And just to
for the industry.
Just to add something to you, so that you know, when Meta develops policies for its content, it doesn't do it in isolation. It has a public comment period, the same way as ICANN did this, and it goes around the world listening to the various stakeholders, who then provides input into the policy making. You know, a bottom-up approach, in the same way as, not exactly the same, but you know, and not as extensive as ICANN would do it, but nevertheless, it's definitely going in the right direction. Thank you, and your point is noted, Alejandro. Thank you.
Excuse me, please. Is it possible to give floor to the people present in the forum?
Of course, go right ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Andrzej Sherbowicz. I'm from McGill University in Canada. I'd like to ask a question that surprised me a lot. Because of joining the project together with the Facebook Canada, I looked at the, let's say, jurisprudence of the oversight board, and I found that there's only 18 cases that is published for, I think, a year of existence of the board, and that surprised me a lot. Why is the number is so small actually for that? And the second question, do we need any external rules, in your opinion, of content moderation on which everybody, for example, will agree around the planet, on which this content moderation will be operated in accordance with human rights of all other people, or there should be rules dependent on each platform or each moderator. Thank you very much.
May I also add one more question, because it's quite related to what has been raised. My name is Xian Hong